You hear that sound? No, not the howls of a skinwalker or the screech of a wendigo. That's the sound of the next National and State Park horror story compilation, with over 6 hours of various stories I've narrated in the past, all in one massive episode. Enjoy! For more scary eyewitness accounts of the unexplained, subscribe to Darkness Prevails on YouTube, or follow Unexplained Encounters on your favorite podcast app, and leave us a rating or review. Thank you. Now, let's begin. The Man of My Nightmares, from LXZURAY. I used to think Zion National Park was the most beautiful place on Earth. That was before our family trip last summer. Now I can barely look at the photos without feeling my stomach turn. My husband Tom had been planning the trip for months, a chance to disconnect from our devices and reconnect as a family. Our daughter Lily was 15 and increasingly wrapped up in her own world of friends and social media. Our son Ethan was 12 and obsessed with video games. Tom thought a week in nature would do us all good. I agreed, though camping has never been my favorite activity. We rented a pop-up camper rather than tent camping. Tom called it glamping and teased me about needing a real mattress, but I was grateful for the solid walls and the little kitchenette. We set up at Watchman Campground, which gave us easy access to the park. The first 2 days were just as beautiful as the brochures promised. We hiked the Emerald Pools Trail, waded in the Virgin River, and took dozens of photos of the towering red cliffs against the blue sky. On our 3rd day, we decided to tackle part of the West Rim Trail. Not the full Angel's Landing hike with its notorious chain section, which Tom wanted to do, but I absolutely refused to let Ethan attempt. Instead, we planned to go as far as Scout Lookout and then turn back. The views were supposed to be spectacular. The trail started pleasantly enough, with a paved path following the Virgin River. Then came a series of steep switchbacks carved into the cliff face known as Walter's Wiggles. The kids charged ahead, while Tom and I took a more measured pace. About halfway up the switchbacks, I first felt it. A sudden wave of vertigo that made me grab the rock wall for support. Tom asked if I was okay. I told him I just needed a minute to catch my breath. I assumed it was just the altitude, or maybe the heat. We continued climbing, but the feeling persisted. It was strongest when we were on the left side of the switchbacks, nearest to the sheer drop-off. Each time we rounded the bend to that side, my stomach would lurch and my head would swim. Not just normal vertigo from the height, but something deeper and more unsettling. We eventually reached Scout Lookout, where the kids were already exploring and taking pictures. The view was indeed spectacular, but I couldn't fully enjoy it. That sense of wrongness followed me, a persistent nausea that wouldn't let up. Tom suggested we eat lunch there, but I convinced the family we should head back down and find a less exposed spot to eat. The descent was worse. That feeling of dizziness intensified until I was moving at a snail's pace, one hand always on the wall for support. Tom grew concerned and asked if I needed help. I told him I just wasn't good with heights. He took my free hand and helped guide me down. I felt ridiculous, like I was ruining the family outing with my sudden onset of acrophobia. By the time we reached the bottom, I felt better. The rest of the day passed normally, and that night in the camper, I slept soundly. Until the dream. I woke in the dream to a sound of whispering. At first, I thought it was Tom talking in his sleep beside me, but the sound wasn't coming from him. It seemed to be coming from the front of the camper, near where Ethan slept on the converted dinette. I remember thinking that he must be watching videos on his phone, despite our no electronics rule. I sat up quietly, not wanting to wake Tom. The whispering continued, but now I could tell it wasn't Ethan. The voice was deeper, adult, and there was something wrong with it. The words were garbled, like someone trying to talk with a mouthful of liquid. I called out to ask who was there. No response, just more wet whispering. I fumbled for the little battery lantern we kept by the bed. When I finally got it on, the light revealed a figure standing in the narrow space between the beds. It was a man I had never seen before. He was wearing hiking clothes, dark with dirt or something else. But it was his face that made me try to scream. His mouth was open impossibly wide, and blood was pouring out in a continuous stream, splattering on the camper floor. He was still whispering, somehow talking through all that blood. He reached one hand toward me, and I saw that his fingers were bent at unnatural angles. That's when I did scream, so hard it hurt my throat. And then I was awake, truly awake, with Tom shaking my shoulders and asking frantically what was wrong. My screams had woken everyone. Ethan was crying, and Lily was standing at the foot of our bed, her face pale with fear. It took nearly an hour to calm everyone down. I apologized repeatedly for scaring them, explaining that I had a nightmare but couldn't remember the details. That was a lie. I remembered everything, but it seemed so bizarre and frightening that I didn't want to share it, especially with the kids already spooked. Tom suggested we could take a rest day, but I insisted I was fine. It was just a bad dream, probably brought on by my strange experience on the trail. The kids were excited about hiking to the Narrows, and I didn't want to ruin their trip because of a nightmare. So the next morning, we set out again. The plan was to take the riverside walk to the entrance of the Narrows, where the kids could wade in the water. To get there, we had to take the shuttle to the Temple of Sinawava stop. As we rode, I found myself growing increasingly anxious. I told myself it was just residual unease from the nightmare. We got off the shuttle and began the easy walk along the river. About halfway along the path, I started feeling it again. That same vertigo, the same nausea I had experienced on the West Rim Trail. I looked around, trying to orient myself, and realized we were passing below the same ridge that contained Angel's Landing. The massive cliff face loomed to our left, though from a completely different angle than yesterday's hike. Tom noticed me slowing down and asked if I was feeling sick again. I admitted that I was experiencing the same dizziness. He suggested I sit on a nearby bench while he took the kids ahead, but I didn't want to be alone. So I pressed on, though the feeling grew worse with each step. Just as we approached a bend in the trail, the dizziness became almost unbearable. I stopped, leaning against a rock wall, breathing deeply and trying not to throw up. That's when we heard it, a scream from high above us, a sound so full of terror it made my blood freeze. All four of us looked up simultaneously. A dark shape was falling from the cliff face, tumbling through the air. The scream cut off abruptly when the figure struck an outcropping, then continued falling. The sound it made when it finally hit the ground was unlike anything I had ever heard before. A wet, heavy thud that somehow echoed off the canyon walls, seeming to repeat itself over and over. Several other hikers on the trail also witnessed the fall. There were shouts and cries of alarm. Someone near us started calling for help, saying they were a nurse. Tom immediately told the kids to stay where they were and ran toward the spot where the figure had landed. It was off-trail, but visible from where we stood. As Tom ran, I realized my dizziness was completely gone. The nausea had vanished as suddenly as if someone had flipped a switch. Instead, I felt a terrible certainty growing in my stomach. Lily, always stubborn, ignored her father's instructions and started to follow him. I called to her to stop, then told Ethan to stay put while I went after his sister. I caught up to Lily just as Tom was returning. His face was ashen, and he put his hands on Lily's shoulders to stop her from going further. He told her firmly that she didn't want to see this. Then he looked at me over her head, his expression warning me away as well. But I knew I had to look. I told Tom to take Lily back to Ethan, that I would be right behind them. He started to argue but must have seen something in my face that changed his mind. He nodded and guided our daughter away. I approached the spot carefully. The man had landed in a small clearing among some trees just off the maintained trail. Other hikers had already gathered, and someone was performing CPR, though it was clearly futile. Even from a distance, I could see that the man's body was broken beyond any hope of survival. His limbs were twisted at impossible angles, and there was blood everywhere. I moved closer, a park ranger now trying to establish a perimeter. But before he could stop me, I got close enough to see the man's face, what was left of it. His mouth was open wide in death, a torrent of blood still flowing from it. The same impossible amount of blood I had seen in my dream. But it wasn't just that detail that made me back away in horror. It was his entire face. Though mangled from the impact, I recognized him immediately. The same man who had stood in our camper the night before, reaching for me with broken fingers. I don't remember much after that. Tom says I fainted. I woke up on a bench with a park ranger asking me questions and offering water. There was a flurry of activity as emergency responders arrived, though it was clearly a recovery mission, not a rescue. We learned later that the man was an experienced hiker who had attempted the Angel's Landing Trail alone. No one saw exactly what happened, whether he slipped or had some kind of medical episode that caused him to fall. The rangers told us such accidents were rare, but not unprecedented. Angel's Landing had claimed several lives over the years. We cut our trip short after that. None of us had the heart to continue enjoying the scenery with the image of that fall so fresh in our minds. The kids were subdued, processing the shock of witnessing death so unexpectedly. Tom was worried about me, offering to drive the whole way home so I could rest. I never told any of them about the dream, or about how the man in my nightmare was identical to the man who fell. How could I explain it? That somehow I had dreamed of his death before it happened. That his dying spirit had somehow reached out to me the night before his fall. I've spent months trying to make sense of it. I've researched premonition dreams and found some comfort in knowing other people have experienced similar phenomena. But that doesn't explain the physical symptoms I felt on the trail, the vertigo and nausea that vanished the moment he fell. The Music from Nowhere, from Margaret Kay. In the late 1980s, one Margaret Kay and her research companion experienced something that would stay with them forever. What began as routine fieldwork at Yellowstone Lake became an encounter with one of the park's most enduring and scientifically perplexing mysteries. Yellowstone Lake stretches across 136 square miles of pristine wilderness, its depths reaching 400 feet in some locations. The lake sits at 7,732 feet above sea level, where the thin mountain air creates unique acoustic properties. Since 1871, when F.H. Bradley of the Hayden Expedition first documented strange aerial sounds, researchers have struggled to explain the phenomenon known as lake music, mysterious whispers and metallic resonance that seem to travel through the air itself. Margaret Kay, who works in acoustic research, had arrived at Yellowstone in early summer to conduct atmospheric sound studies. Her work focused on how elevation and temperature variations affect sound transmission, making the park's diverse topography ideal for her research. She was accompanied by Robert M., her research partner, whose background involved studying wind patterns and their impact on acoustic phenomena. The two researchers had established their equipment at a secluded bay on the lake's southeastern shore, a location chosen for its relative isolation and minimal human interference. Their sophisticated recording devices, state-of-the-art for the 1980s, were designed to capture and analyze sound frequencies across the entire audible spectrum and beyond. On a particularly calm morning in late July, Dr. K had risen before dawn to calibrate their equipment, wanting to capture the acoustic properties of the lake during the transition from night to day temperatures. The morning was absolutely still. Dr. K would later recall. We had 0 wind readings, and the lake looked like glass. These were exactly the conditions we needed for our baseline measurements. Around 6:45 a.m., as the first rays of sunlight began warming the lake's surface, their sensitive recording equipment detected something unusual. What started as barely perceptible vibrations in the lower frequency ranges quickly developed into something far more complex and inexplicable. The sound began as a low hum, almost below the threshold of human hearing. Dr. K noticed it first on her monitoring equipment, frequency spikes that shouldn't exist in the natural environment they were studying. As both researchers watched their instruments with growing confusion, the phenomenon intensified. It wasn't coming from any single direction, Robert M. remembered. Our directional microphones couldn't pinpoint a source. It seemed to be moving through the air above us, but there was nothing there. The lake music phenomenon has been documented by credible witnesses for over 150 years. Yet, no scientific explanation has ever been accepted. Professor Edwin Linton published detailed observations in the journal Science in 1893, describing slight metallic resonance in sounds that resembled both metal cables crashing and ethereal organ music. His meticulous documentation noted that the sounds appeared to travel horizontally through the air at considerable speed, lasting only moments but leaving profound impressions on listeners. What Dr. K and Robert M. experienced that morning surpassed anything in the historical record, albeit allegedly. They claimed the initial hum evolved into crystalline notes, almost musical in quality, accompanied by what sounded like whispered voices speaking in an unintelligible language. The entire episode lasted approximately 4 minutes, during which their recording equipment captured frequencies and patterns that defied conventional acoustic science. So we had sounds registering on our equipment that appeared to have no earthly source, Dr. K explained. The frequency analysis showed complex harmonics that would require multiple instruments playing in perfect coordination. But as we've stated before, we were completely alone on the lake. The whispered voices proved particularly unsettling. Both researchers heard what sounded like urgent conversation, too distant to understand, but clearly human in character. The voices seemed to move through the air above the lake's surface, traveling from northeast to southwest at what they estimated to be considerable speed. Robert M. attempted to photograph the area above the lake where the sounds seemed strongest, hoping to capture any visual phenomena that might explain the acoustic anomaly. However, his 35mm camera revealed nothing unusual in the developed prints, showing only empty sky above the tranquil lake surface. Most disturbing was the effect the experience had on their expensive recording equipment. Despite functioning perfectly before and after the episode, their instruments recorded only static during the 4-minute period when both researchers clearly heard the lake music. A later and more thorough look at the equipment revealed that they had been affected by powerful electromagnetic interference from some unknown source. The phenomenon ended as abruptly as it began. The crystalline notes faded to whispers, the whispers to silence, leaving both researchers standing in the profound quiet of early morning Yellowstone. Their instruments returned to normal function immediately, showing no trace of the electromagnetic disturbance that had overwhelmed them moments before. Dr. K spent the remainder of their research trip attempting to recreate the conditions that had produced the lake music. Despite deploying additional equipment and monitoring the lake for 2 more weeks, they never experienced the phenomenon again. Weather conditions, temperature gradients, and atmospheric pressure readings from July 23rd showed nothing unusual that might explain what they had encountered. Scientific theories proposed for the lake music range from seismic activity creating air pressure waves to static electricity discharging from the lake surface during specific atmospheric conditions. Some researchers suggest that temperature inversions over the lake might create acoustic mirages, similar to visual mirages, that can transport distant sounds from elsewhere in the park. However, none of those explanations account for the electromagnetic interference, which consistently accompanies authentic lake music encounters. Upon returning to her work, Kay faced the challenge of how to explain their experience to colleagues. The acoustic data they had collected was unprecedented, but the inability of their equipment to record the actual phenomenon raised more questions than answers. She eventually focused her subsequent research on atmospheric acoustic properties in high-altitude environments. The lake music phenomenon appears to be diminishing over time. While early park visitors reported regular encounters with the mysterious sounds, modern sightings have become increasingly rare. Some researchers suggest that increased human activity around Yellowstone Lake has somehow interfered with the conditions necessary for the phenomenon to occur. Others propose that geological changes in the lake bed or surrounding thermal features may have altered the acoustic properties that generated the mysterious sounds. Now, let's begin. What followed us in Zion, from youngest elder. I've worked at my software company for almost 5 years now. We're not a huge company, about 60 employees, but we're successful enough that management likes to do these quarterly team-building retreats. Usually it's something simple, like renting out a restaurant, or maybe a day trip to a local attraction. But last October, our department head, Vaughn, decided we should do something more authentic to really bond as a team. That's how 5 of us ended up camping in Zion National Park for what was supposed to be 3 nights. We only made it to 2. I'm still not sure what happened out there. I'm not normally the type to believe in the supernatural or anything like that. I mean, I'm a software developer. I deal with cold, hard logic all day. But what happened in Zion, I can't explain it. And neither can Tessa, or Minson, or Lyle, or even Vaughn, who's usually got an answer for everything. Our department had been under a lot of pressure to deliver on this new client portal. We'd been putting in 60-hour weeks for months, and I think Vaughn thought the retreat would be a good way to blow off steam before the final push to launch. He'd been talking up Zion for weeks, how beautiful it was, how the disconnect from technology would reset our brains. I was skeptical, but whatever. It beats sitting through another PowerPoint about team dynamics at the Marriott downtown. We drove out early Thursday morning, taking 2 cars. I rode with Minson and Tessa, while Vaughn and Lyle took the other car. The drive was actually pretty nice. We talked about normal stuff, complaining about the project timeline, sharing stories about horrible clients, that kind of thing. Tessa had just broken up with her boyfriend, so we heard all about that too. By the time we reached the park entrance, I was feeling pretty good about the trip. Zion is beautiful, I'll give it that. Those massive red cliffs rising up against the blue sky, it's something else. Vaughn had reserved us a group campsite near the Virgin River. It was late afternoon by the time we got everything set up. 5 tents arranged in a rough circle, with a fire pit in the middle. Vaughn had sprung for the fancy camping equipment, those big waterproof tents that you can almost stand up in, decent sleeping bags, the works. I figured if I had to be outdoors, at least I wouldn't be uncomfortable. That first evening was actually fun. We grilled some burgers on a portable stove Vaughn had brought. We drank a few beers. Not too many, Vaughn was strict about that. And just relaxed around the campfire. It felt good to be away from screens and deadlines. By the way, the stars out there are incredible. You forget how many there are when you live in the city. We were all pretty tired from the drive, so we turned in early. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard a whisper outside my tent. "Hey, Kyle, you awake?" It was Minson. I unzipped the tent flap. "Yeah, what's up?" Minson was crouched outside, holding a flashlight. Behind him, I could see Tessa and Lyle standing a little ways off, giggling. "We got a dare for you." I groaned. "Seriously? What are we, 12? "Come on, don't be lame," Tessa called over. "It'll be fun." I looked past them. "Asleep," Lyle said. "The old man can't hang." I sighed and crawled out of my tent. "Fine, what's the dare?" Minson grinned. "We want you to go into the woods, just past that line of trees there, and say, 'Ye Nod Lushi,' 3 times. "Say what?" I asked. "Ye Nod Lushi," Tessa repeated slowly. "It's a Native American thing. Minson's roommate in college was Navajo." What does it mean?" I asked. Minson shrugged. "I don't know exactly. His roommate said it was something you shouldn't say in the wilderness, but it's probably just a superstition." "So why don't you do it?" I challenged. "Because I'm daring you to do it," Minson said with a smirk. "Come on, what are you scared of?" I wasn't scared. At least, that's what I told myself. I was just annoyed. But I also didn't want to be the guy who couldn't take a joke, especially since we still had 2 more days together. "Fine, whatever. You guys are ridiculous." I took Minson's flashlight and headed toward the tree line. When I reached the trees, I hesitated for a second. I felt stupid, but also, I don't know, uneasy? Like maybe I shouldn't be doing this. But that was silly, right? It was just a bunch of syllables. "Ye Nod Lushi," I said, feeling foolish. "Ye Nod Lushi, Ye Nod Lushi." My voice seemed to drop into the darkness like a stone into still water. For a moment after I finished speaking, the woods seemed even more quiet than before. Then an owl hooted somewhere nearby, and I jumped like a little kid. I hurried back to where the others were waiting. "Did you do it?" Lyle asked eagerly. "Yeah, I did your stupid dare. Happy now?" They all grinned at me. "Very," said Tessa. "Now let's go to bed before we wake up Vaughn." "Not even sure I said it right," I muttered, and they laughed. As we headed back to our tents, I pulled out my phone. We didn't have great reception out there, but I had 1 bar of service. I tried to Google the phrase, but I didn't know how to spell it properly. I tried several variations I could think of, but nothing seemed to match. After a few failed attempts, I gave up, and I went back to my tent. It took me a while to fall asleep. I kept thinking I heard something moving around outside, but I told myself it was just the wind in the trees, or maybe some small animal. Eventually, I drifted off. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to a scratching sound on the side of my tent. Not like an animal trying to get in. More purposeful, like someone dragging their nails across the fabric. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then silence. Then again, scratch, scratch, scratch. It was as if someone wanted my attention. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Who's there?" No answer. Just another set of scratches, this time on the other side of the tent. I fumbled for my flashlight and phone. It was 3:17 a.m. The scratching came again, and I aimed my flashlight at the tent wall. I could see the fabric depress slightly with each scratch, like something was applying pressure. "Yo, this isn't funny," I said, louder this time. "Minson? Tessa? Cut it out." The scratching stopped. I listened hard but couldn't hear anything moving outside. After a few minutes of sitting tensely in my sleeping bag, I convinced myself it must have been one of the others, playing a prank. I made a mental note to get them back the next day, and eventually I fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning I unzipped my tent, and I nearly stepped on something lying right outside the entrance. For a brief second I thought someone had left a small red washcloth there. Then I realized what I was looking at, and stumbled backward with a yell. It was a squirrel, or half of one. The animal had been cut cleanly in two, right across the middle. The front half, head, front paws, and part of the torso, was placed neatly at my tent door, the fur still glossy, the small black eyes staring at nothing. There was surprisingly little blood. What the heck? Lyle had emerged from his tent and was staring at the grisly discovery. Is that a squirrel? Soon everyone was crowded around, looking at the half-animal with expressions ranging from disgust to fascination. Had to have been a coyote, I guess, Vaughn said, though he looked a tad bit worried. They do leave behind kills sometimes. Do coyotes cut squirrels in half? I said, then leave them at people's doors? Maybe some weirdo hikers played a prank, Tessa suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. I looked at Minson. Did you guys do this? Is this part of the dare? Minson held up his hands. No way, man, that's messed up. We wouldn't do something like that. I believed him. Minson could be annoying, but he wasn't cruel. Vaughn took charge, using a stick to move the squirrel remains away from our campsite. We all watched as he buried it under some rocks a good distance away. When he came back, he tried to act like everything was normal. All right, guys, let's get some breakfast going. We've got a big hike planned today. I pulled him aside. Hey, you sure we shouldn't just pack up and head back early? He frowned at me. Because of a dead squirrel? Come on. We've been planning this trip for months. It's just nature. Sometimes it's a little gross. It wasn't just the squirrel, I said, and I told him about the scratching on my tent the night before. He looked skeptical. Probably just the wind, or a curious raccoon. Look, if anything else weird happens, we can discuss heading back, but let's not overreact, okay? I could tell he wasn't going to budge. And maybe he was right. Maybe I was overreacting. So I just nodded and went to help with breakfast. The day's hike was along something called the Watchman Trail. Under normal circumstances, I probably would have enjoyed it. The views were incredible, sweeping vistas of the canyon, the river winding below us like a blue-green ribbon. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed here. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced we were being watched. We'd been hiking for about 3 hours when I heard it. My name called from somewhere off to the east of the trail. It was faint but distinct. I stopped, causing Tessa to bump into me from behind. Oh, sorry, I said. Did you hear that? Hear what? She asked. Someone just called my name. She looked around, confused. I didn't hear anything. But then it came again, a little louder. This time everyone heard it. We all stopped and looked toward the sound. Is there another trail over there? Lyle asked Vaughn, who was consulting the map. Oh, not according to this, Vaughn said. Just some steep terrain leading up to those cliffs. The voice came again, somehow both distant and clear at the same time. Maybe someone needs help, Tessa suggested. Minson squinted in the direction of the voice. I don't see anyone. We should check it out, I said, though every instinct was telling me to do the opposite. What if someone's hurt? Vaughn nodded reluctantly. Okay, but we stick together. The terrain gets rough over there. We left the trail and headed east, toward the voice that kept calling my name every minute or so. The well-maintained path quickly gave way to loose rocks and scrubby vegetation. We had to help each other across some difficult sections. My name came again, this time followed by, "This way." The voice seemed to be coming from just up ahead now, beyond a rise in the terrain. I sped up, pulling slightly ahead of the others. "Hey, wait up! Be careful!" Vaughn called from behind me. I crested the rise and stopped abruptly. In front of me, the ground dropped away suddenly, a sheer cliff face plunging down at least 100 feet to jagged rocks below. The voice seemed to be coming from the empty air just beyond the edge, but that's not possible. I took an instinctive step back when the voice called my name again, just as Minson caught up to me. He grabbed my arm. "Whoa, holy crap, that's a drop." The others joined us, all staring at the cliff edge with wide eyes. "I don't get it," Tessa said. "The voice sounded like it was coming from right here, but there's nothing here." I heard my name again suddenly. The voice sounded almost disappointed. "Okay, we need to get back to the trail, guys. Now," Vaughn said firmly. No one argued. We made our way back in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The voice didn't call again. When we made it to the main trail, Vaughn suggested we head back to camp. No one objected. The almost carefree mood of the morning was gone. We were all so tense. We hiked back mostly quiet. That evening around the campfire, we tried to rationalize what had happened. "Must have been some kind of weird echo." Lyle scratched his chin. "Sound does strange things in canyons, right?" "But why would it be saying Kyle's name?" Tessa asked. "Maybe it wasn't saying his name at all. Maybe it was saying something else that just sounded like Kyle," Minson said. I didn't buy any of that, but I didn't have a better explanation. I told them about trying to Google Yinod Lushi the night before. Wait, you actually did that dare?" Vaughn asked, looking between all of us. "I heard you mentioning it, but what was the dare exactly?" The others explained somewhat sheepishly about the dare they'd given me. Vaughn looked annoyed. "That was irresponsible, guys. You know you're supposed to be respectful of local customs and beliefs when we're in places like this." "Well, do you know what it means?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but..." He was cut off by a sudden whooshing sound from above. Something dark hurtled down from the night sky and landed with a sickening thud directly in the middle of our campfire, sending sparks and burning logs flying in all directions. We all leapt up, screaming and backing away. In the firelight, I could see what had fallen. It was a coyote. A dead coyote, and I don't think it had been killed by the fall. The animal had already been horrifically mutilated. Its fur was covered in blood. There were long gashes running across its body, like it had been raked by something much larger than itself. The smell of burning fur filled the air as the carcass began to smolder. Tessa was the first to recover her voice. "What the heck? What the actual heck?" Vaughn was frantically stomping out the small fires that had started in the surrounding grass from the scattered embers. "Everyone grab your essential gear now! We're heading back to the cars." "In the dark?" Minson sounded scared. "Yes, in the dark," Vaughn snapped. "Unless you want to stay here with that." He pointed at the coyote carcass, still smoking in the remains of our fire. No one argued after that. We rushed to our tents, grabbing only what we absolutely needed. Within 10 minutes, we were ready to go. "Stay close together," Vaughn instructed, his usually calm voice now demanding and stressed. "No one wanders off for any reason. We stick to the main trail all the way back to the parking lot. It's about 5 miles. We can make it in a couple of hours if we keep a good pace." The hike back was the most terrifying experience of my life. Our headlamps were pretty much useless in that kind of darkness. I swear I kept seeing things in the shadows. Even still, we walked pretty quickly, sometimes breaking into a jog whenever our nerves got the better of us. About halfway back, we all heard it at the same time. Something large moving parallel to us in the brush off the trail, not trying to hide its presence at all. Whatever it was breaking branches, rustling leaves. Sometimes it would stop when we stopped, but mostly it just kept pace with us, always just out of sight. "Don't look," Vaughn yelled when Lyle tried to shine his light toward the sounds. "It's best if we just keep moving." When we finally reached the parking lot, we practically ran to our cars. No one suggested going back for the rest of our gear. No one cared. I think we all just wanted to leave. The drive back was a breath of fresh air, but quiet still. In my car, no one spoke for the first hour. Then Tessa eventually said something. "I looked it up, guys," she said from the back seat. "Ye not Lushi. It's Navajo. It means skinwalker." I think everyone's heard of what a skinwalker is, but she explained it anyway. "It's a kind of witch that can transform into animals," she said. "They're evil. They can mimic human voices, lure people to their deaths." I wanted to puke just hearing that. When we got back to the city, Vaughn called an emergency meeting with HR and the executive team. I'm not sure exactly what was said, but 2 days after that, we all received an email stating that, due to safety concerns, all future company retreats would be held in controlled environments only. There was also a line about respecting indigenous cultural beliefs and practices, and a link to some corporate sensitivity training. The 5 of us don't talk about what happened. Not really. Sometimes at happy hour after a few drinks, though, one of us might say something like, "Remember Zion?" And the others will sigh and just nod. What is there to say, really? We can't explain it, and we don't want to try. We went missing. An encounter submitted by Nicholas J. On July 11th, 2015, 2 Colorado high school teachers embarked on what should have been a routine summer vacation to Yellowstone National Park. Names have been changed for anonymity. Nicholas and Sarah, longtime friends since college, had planned their getaway as a respite from lesson plans and grading papers. A few days of moderate hiking in America's first national park. They had no way of knowing they were about to become part of a disturbing pattern that has puzzled park officials for decades. Yellowstone receives over 4.5 million visitors annually, yet maintains one of the most comprehensive search and rescue operations in the national park system, responding to about 370 incidents every 3 years. What happened to Nicholas and Sarah would add to a growing collection of unexplained encounters, which challenge our understanding of what lurks in the park's 2.2 million acres of wilderness. After driving north from Denver, the teachers spent their first night in West Yellowstone before entering the park early on July 12th. The weather appeared ideal at the time. Their first destination was the Fairy Falls Trail, a moderate hike that promised spectacular views without excessive difficulty. The first day went exactly as planned, Nicholas would later recall. We hiked the Fairy Falls Trail, taking tons of pictures. We saw some elk in the distance and made it back to our car by mid-afternoon. The successful completion of their initial hike left both teachers feeling confident about their fitness levels and eager for the next day's adventure. They had selected the Mystic Falls Trail from their guidebook, a longer hike than Fairy Falls, but still within their comfort zone. Located at Biscuit Basin, approximately 3 miles north of Old Faithful, the trail offered a 2.4-mile round trip with 250 feet of elevation gain, culminating at a spectacular 70-foot waterfall. Now, July weather in Yellowstone presents extreme variability that catches even experienced hikers unprepared. While average high temperatures reach nearly 80 degrees Fahrenheit, conditions can shift dramatically within hours. Historical records document snow falling on July 4th, and the park's elevation much of it above 7,000 feet, creates microclimates where temperatures can plummet below freezing, even in midsummer. Nicholas and Sarah began the Mystic Falls Trail around 8 a.m. on July 13th, joining several other groups at the busier trailhead. The morning started promisingly, but approximately 2 hours into their hike, the situation changed with alarming speed. Dark clouds rolled in. It started to rain harder than either of us expected, Nicholas remembered. The sudden storm exemplified Yellowstone's notorious afternoon thunderstorms, which peak between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. and can trigger temperature drops of 30 degrees within hours. Lightning poses a significant threat in the park. 78% of Yellowstone's fires are lightning-caused, and the region ranks among the highest in the nation for lightning activity. The teachers found shelter under a cluster of trees and decided to wait out the weather rather than attempt to navigate the trail in dangerous conditions. The storm lasted approximately 30 minutes, leaving both hikers soaked but relieved. What happened next defied all logical explanation. Despite feeling energetic and well-rested from their hotel stay, both Nicholas and Sarah experienced something that would haunt them for years to come. As they sat beneath the trees waiting for their clothes to dry, an overwhelming drowsiness overtook them. "We both just fell asleep," Sarah later explained. "Not the kind of dozing off you might do on a lazy afternoon, but deep sleep, like someone had turned off a switch." This wasn't ordinary fatigue. University of Colorado research has demonstrated that wilderness camping can cause dramatic circadian rhythm shifts, with natural light exposure 4 times higher than urban environments, affecting melatonin production. However, such effects typically occur over several days, not minutes in the case of these teachers. Their experience lasted nearly 12 hours, an unprecedented duration of healthy adults sleeping on hard ground in an exposed wilderness environment. When Nicholas regained consciousness, it was already dark. His watch confirmed what seemed impossible. They had been unconscious for almost 12 hours. Sarah awakened simultaneously, both displaying symptoms of grogginess and disorientation, which suggested something far beyond normal sleep. "What happened?" Sarah asked, checking her own timepiece in disbelief. "How did we sleep that long?" It should be noted that Yellowstone search and rescue statistics reveal predictable patterns for how hikers become lost. Fatigue and physical condition account for 22.8% of incidents, insufficient information or errors in judgment for 18.8%, and inadequate equipment for 8%. The teacher's situation fell into none of these categories. They were experienced hikers with proper equipment who had simply lost nearly half a day to inexplicable unconsciousness. In the fading light, the familiar trail markers had vanished. Everything appeared different, disorienting. Their headlamps provided limited visibility, and the batteries were already running low, another strange detail that added to their growing panic. The teachers began walking, hoping to locate the main trail or reach higher ground where their cell phones might capture a signal. Sarah occasionally managed to get 1 bar of coverage, but it was never enough to complete a call. As they moved through the darkened forest, they became aware they were being followed. The footsteps began as a barely perceptible sound behind them, matching their pace exactly, allegedly stopping when they stopped, resuming when they moved forward. When Sarah called out at one point, "Hello? Is someone there?" only silence answered, but the footsteps continued their relentless rhythm. What the teachers saw next would transform their understanding of what inhabits Yellowstone's vast wilderness. Between 2 trees, approximately 50 yards behind them, a figure stood, partially visible in the dim light from their phones combined with their fading headlamps. It was tall, much taller than any human, perhaps even 7 feet in height, with a bulky, shaggy appearance, suggesting thick hair or fur covering its entire form. Sarah recalls whispering to Nicholas, "What in the world is that?" The creature appeared to be watching them, standing motionless like a sentinel in the darkness. It didn't look human, yet it maintained an upright posture that suggested intelligence and purpose. Every time they looked back, it was still there, sometimes partially hidden behind trees, sometimes standing openly, but always maintaining the same distance. Yellowstone's ecosystem supports approximately 700 grizzly bears, possibly up to about 1,030 bears, as of 2024 data. Grizzly bears can stand up to 9 feet tall when upright on their hind legs. Black bears can reach about 5 to 7 feet tall. Bears commonly stand on their hind legs to investigate their surroundings, and based on viewing distance, it can lead to misidentification, particularly in low-light conditions. Research shows that even trained observers have a 12.5% misclassification rate in wildlife identification under challenging circumstances. However, what Nicholas and Sarah described differed significantly from known bear behavior. The creature's sustained bipedal stance, its deliberate stalking behavior, and its apparent awareness of being observed suggested something beyond conventional wildlife encounters. With their phone batteries dying too, and food supplies limited to granola bars and water bottles, provisions intended for an afternoon hike, not this overnight ordeal, the teachers found themselves in an increasingly desperate situation. They discovered a small cave opening, more of an overhang, and decided to rest while keeping watch on their mysterious pursuer. The creature positioned itself behind a large pine tree, about 30 yards out, partially concealed but clearly still visible. Its bulk extended beyond the tree trunk, and they could observe its side profile in the limited light. The most disturbing aspect was its breathing, heavy and loud, reminding them of a large dog panting. Sarah asked Nicholas in a low voice, "What do you think it wants?" Nicholas replied, "I don't know. I don't think it's a person, though." They maintained their vigil for hours, both too terrified to sleep, haunted by the possibility that their earlier unconsciousness had not been natural. And what if this entity had somehow caused their sudden slumber? The creature never moved from its position, seeming to wait with infinite patience for some unknown trigger. Around 3 a.m., the teachers made a critical decision. They could not remain in their exposed position indefinitely, and their water was running dangerously low. They needed to stay conscious and keep moving until dawn, hoping daylight might drive their stalker away. As Nicholas and Sarah began moving again, their pursuer resumed its relentless following too. They had accepted it might accompany them for a while, so their priority shifted to finding help or reaching a road. After about 2 hours of careful navigation, they spotted smoke rising above the trees, the unmistakable sign of a campfire. But as they approached the smoke source, Sarah grabbed Nicholas's arm with sudden alarm, letting him know that it was now right behind them. When Nicholas turned, he saw the creature much closer than before, only 10 yards away. In the pre-dawn light, more details became visible. It was massive, covered in dark hair, with long arms and a hunched posture that suggested both power and predatory intent. And its breathing was now clearly audible, as heavy panting seemed to fill the forest around them. The teachers broke into a desperate run toward the smoke. Behind them, they heard the creature beginning to run too, crashing through the underbrush with sounds that suggested enormous size and strength. They were certain it would overtake them before they made it to safety. They burst into a small clearing containing a recently extinguished campfire and scattered camping gear, but no people. The previous campers had apparently departed early or were simply elsewhere. Without stopping to investigate, Nicholas and Sarah continued running along what appeared to be a more established trail, leading away from the campsite. The wider, more developed trail eventually led to a dirt road, which they followed until signs appeared pointing toward a ranger station. Soon after that, they stumbled into the facility around 6 a.m., appearing haggard and exhausted after their night-long ordeal. The ranger on duty immediately offered water and food, recognizing the signs of hikers who had spent an unplanned night in the wilderness. When Nicholas and Sarah explained that they had been lost on the Mystic Falls Trail and wandered all night, the rangers showed appropriate concern. The situation changed dramatically when they mentioned being followed by something large and bipedal, approximately 7 feet tall and covered in hair. The ranger's expression shifted immediately. It looked familiar to anyone who has reported an encounter that challenges conventional understanding. He asked standard questions about location, timing, and whether they had obtained photographs. When they admitted they had no photographic evidence and had only seen the creature clearly a few times in poor lighting conditions, the ranger's professional skepticism became apparent. He recorded their report in a logbook, but his actions suggested routine documentation rather than serious investigation. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, or BFRO, database contains over 4,200 documented reports across North America. Yet no peer-reviewed scientific evidence supports the existence of such creatures. A 2009 study in the Journal of Biogeography demonstrated that Bigfoot sighting patterns are statistically indistinguishable from black bear distributions, strongly suggesting misidentification of known wildlife. The National Park Service itself maintains no official stance on cryptid encounters and does not systematically track such reports. For rangers accustomed to dealing with wildlife misidentifications, bear encounters, and hikers disoriented by altitude and exhaustion, Nicholas and Sarah's account likely fell into familiar categories of explainable phenomena. But not to the two teachers. The ranger drove the teachers back to their vehicle at the trailhead, providing additional water and suggesting they check in with medical services. They declined medical attention, wanting only to leave Yellowstone as quickly as possible. Back at the hotel, they packed their things immediately and departed the same day, abandoning their planned third day in the park. During their drive home to Colorado, Nicholas and Sarah discussed the most disturbing aspect of their experience: the 12-hour sleep that had preceded everything else. Both of them were healthy adults, with no medical conditions that might explain such an event. The timing, occurring just before they became lost and encountered the creature, seemed too coincidental to dismiss. Since 1968, Yellowstone has documented 12 to 15 missing persons cases, with 3 individuals still unaccounted for: Stuart Isaac in 2010, Bruce Pike in 2006, and Daniel Campbell in 1991. While the vast majority of the park's search operations end successfully, 93% of missing persons are found within 24 hours. A small percentage of cases remain unexplained. Nicholas and Sarah had narrowly avoided joining that grim statistic. Scientific research offers potential explanations for their experience. While Yellowstone's elevations of 7,000 to 8,000 feet can cause mild fatigue or shortness of breath in some visitors, such modest altitude effects cannot explain 12 hours of unconsciousness. Isolation-induced temporal disorientation is well documented, with researchers identifying 6 distinct patterns, including temporal vertigo and suspended time sensation. However, no credible scientific evidence exists for the type of missing time the teachers experienced. Sarah conducted extensive research after returning home, discovering numerous online accounts of similar encounters in national parks: tall, hairy creatures following hikers, unexplained periods of missing time, people becoming lost on familiar trails. Most such stories are dismissed as hoaxes or misidentification of known animals, relegated to the realm of internet folklore rather than serious investigation. The experience fundamentally changed both teachers' relationship with wilderness recreation. Nicholas continues hiking, but never in remote areas, and never with just one companion. Although Sarah has largely abandoned overnight trips, saying the encounter changed how safe she feels in the wilderness. I'd like to note, park statistics provide context for their experience. Males account for 77% of Yellowstone fatalities, with visitors aged 65 plus representing the highest risk group at 32% of deaths. The summer months prove most dangerous, with July accounting for 24% of deaths and August 20%. Weekend incidents comprise 40% of search and rescue operations, suggesting increased risk during peak visitation periods. Yet Nicholas and Sarah's encounter defies easy categorization with these statistics. They were not elderly hikers prone to medical emergencies. They were not inexperienced adventurers making poor decisions. They weren't weekend warriors pushing beyond their abilities. They were competent outdoor enthusiasts who experienced something that has challenged their understanding. Dry drowning. From Bart. I'm a wilderness therapy guide. My company specializes in taking troubled teens on outdoor expeditions, which helps them develop confidence, teamwork skills, and self-reliance. I've led trips all over the Southwest, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, but Zion National Park was always my favorite location. Was being the operative word here. I won't go back there now. Not after what happened last summer. It was supposed to be a standard 7-day program. We had 6 kids, aged between 15 and 17, all dealing with various issues. Think depression, behavioral problems, substance abuse. Nothing we hadn't handled before. The other guide, I'll call her Rachel, had been with the company about 3 years, and we'd worked together dozens of times without incident. The first 2 days went perfectly. We had good weather, and the kids were responding well to the program. The park was as beautiful as ever, too. The problem started on the 3rd day, when we made it to the river crossing. I'd crossed that section of the river maybe 20 times before. It wasn't dangerous, about knee-deep for the average adult, with a moderate current. We always used a buddy system and safety lines for the crossings, standard procedure, and covers our rears in legal situations. I went first to demonstrate the crossing technique, while Rachel stayed with the group. The water was colder than usual, but otherwise normal. I was about halfway across when I felt something grab my ankle underwater. Not snagged, but grabbed. It felt like fingers wrapping around my leg and pulling me down. Instantly, I jerked my leg free and quickly made it to the other side. I told myself it was just a branch or some submerged debris caught in the current. But when I checked my ankle later that night, I found 5 perfectly circular bruises where I'd felt that grip. They looked an awfully lot like fingerprints. During the crossing, one of the kids named Eli stopped halfway and started looking down into the water. Rachel had to call his name twice before he would move again. When he reached my side, he asked, "Did you see that thing in the water?" I asked him what he was talking about. "I don't know. There was something dark moving under the surface. Too big to be a fish, I think." I told him it was probably just shadows or even sediment. That river can be murky, especially after rainfall. But I didn't really believe that. The way those bruises formed, perfect circles and evenly spaced, they looked familiar. That night at our campsite, about half a mile from the river, I woke up around 2 a.m. to an odd sensation. My sleeping bag was damp. Not soaked through, but definitely wet, like someone had misted it with water. The strange part was that it hadn't rained, and nothing else in my tent was wet, just my sleeping bag. While I was still trying to figure this out, Rachel came to my tent. "Hey, Eli's missing," she whispered. We found him about 10 minutes later, walking barefoot through the scrub in the direction of the river. He was completely unresponsive, eyes open but not registering anything. It looked like a classic case of sleepwalking. We carefully led him back to camp, and in the morning he had no memory of it. "I don't sleepwalk," he insisted, even when we told him what happened. "Never have." That same morning we all heard it, the sound of rushing water, like we were right next to the river after a flood. But we weren't. We were at least half a mile away on higher ground. The sound lasted for about 30 seconds, then stopped abruptly. I was starting to stress out. After we had some food that morning, I made an excuse to hike back to the ranger station to check the weather forecast. The real reason was to ask about that river crossing. The ranger on duty, an older guy who had been working at Zion for decades, didn't seem surprised by my questions. That section has a higher than average accident rate, mostly drownings. Strange thing is, they're almost always strong swimmers too, he explained. I asked him if he had any idea why. He shrugged his shoulders. Current can be tricky, though a few victims who were rescued reported feeling like they were pulled down. Probably just panic. On my way back, I ran into Joseph, a local guide of Paiute descent, who sometimes worked with our company for cultural education components. I mentioned the river crossing we'd used. "Oh, that is not a good crossing," he said immediately, his expression serious. "Why's that? It's always seemed safe enough." He shook his head. "The water is heavier there." I asked him what he meant, but he wouldn't elaborate. Just said his people avoided that stretch of river when possible. Had for generations. When I got back to camp, Rachel told me some of the kids' personal items had gone missing, specifically a watch, a pocket knife, and a bracelet. We did find them about an hour later, just sitting in a pile, in a small puddle of water behind a boulder near our campsite. A puddle that should not have been there, given the dry conditions. That night I took first watch, while everyone else slept. Around midnight, I walked the perimeter of our camp and stopped at a small creek about 50 yards away. I thought I saw something in the water, a reflection that looked like a hand reaching up. I moved closer, and the image was gone, just ripples in the dark water. As I stood there, I heard distinct splashing sounds from further downstream, like something moving through the water. I swept my flashlight in that direction, but I didn't see anything. No animals and no movement. But the splashing continued for several seconds before stopping. The next day was when things got really bad. A park ranger radioed to warn us about potential flash flooding due to storms upstream. We needed to move to higher ground, away from any watershed areas. The closest safe area meant a detour that would add several miles to our journey, taking us up into the canyon walls. As we hiked up the rocky trail, miles from any significant water source, one of the quieter kids, I'll call Zach, pointed to the ground. "Why is that rock wet?" he asked. There were footprints on the dry stone, wet footprints that hadn't been there seconds before. As we watched, I swear I saw another one appear, then another, forming a trail that led in our direction before fading away. None of us could explain it. The footprints were too large to be from any of us, and they appeared without any visible source of water. We hurried up the trail. The sky was darkening with approaching storm clouds when Mia, one of the girls, suddenly doubled over and started to cough violently. I panicked, rushing over to her. When she caught her breath, there was water on her lips, and I don't mean saliva or tears, but actual water. She coughed again and more came up. Rachel must have noticed it too. She collected some in a spare water bottle. It wasn't clear like drinking water. It had the distinctive reddish-brown tint and sediment of the river. "I didn't drink from the river," Mia insisted, looking terrified. "I only used my water bottle." We were helping Mia when a lightning flash illuminated the landscape. For just a split second, I saw something at the river's edge far below us. A dark figure standing perfectly still, facing our direction. It was too distant to make out details, just a silhouette that seemed somehow a little too tall. By the time my eyes readjusted from the lightning flash, there was nothing there. We made it to the designated safe area just as the storm hit full force. We set up emergency shelters and waited it out. The kids were scared but physically okay, even Mia, who hadn't coughed up any more water. We cut the trip short after that, hiking out the next morning once the rangers confirmed the trails were safe. None of us mentioned the weird incidents on the way back. We all basically silently agreed to pretend it didn't happen. Funny enough, I noticed no one filled their water bottles from the natural sources anymore, even after treating it. Everyone stuck to the reserves we had brought. I still lead wilderness therapy trips. I still believe in the healing power of nature. But sometimes when I'm near moving water, I feel a phantom pressure around my ankle. Whatever was in that river, I think it's a remnant of someone who drowned there, a soul that is still restless and angry. The Hiker from Nowhere, a submission from Jackson W. In the spring of 2023, 4 longtime friends embarked on what had become an annual tradition, a fishing expedition to one of America's most celebrated wilderness destinations. These were seasoned outdoorsmen in their late 50s who had spent 15 years perfecting their craft in waters across the country. What began as a routine trip to Yellowstone's Madison River would culminate in an encounter that defied explanation and left them questioning the nature of reality itself. The Madison River system processes over 2,500 trout per mile through its pristine waters, making it one of North America's premier fishing destinations. Each year, thousands of anglers flock to these geothermally warmed waters where the Gibbon and Firehole rivers converge, creating ideal conditions for wild rainbow and brown trout that average 12 to 16 inches, with documented specimens reaching 28 inches. But the Madison River holds more than just exceptional fishing. As you will see, it harbors mysteries. Kendrick W., Hollis B., Darren P., and the witness who recounts this story had cultivated their friendship over decades, bound together by successful careers and fortunate investments that afforded them all early retirements. Their twice-yearly fishing expeditions represented more than recreation. They were pilgrimages to waters that held the promise of both tranquility and adventure. For their May 2023 excursion, the group had secured a high-end RV and reserved space at Madison Campground, strategically positioned at 6,800 feet elevation, just 0.1 miles from the Madison River. The campground, one of Yellowstone's earliest opening facilities, contains 278 individual sites and serves as base camp for serious anglers targeting the river's legendary stretches, including 7 Mile Bridge, 9 Mile Hole, and the renowned Barnes Pools. Their arrival on May 14th coincided with optimal fishing conditions. Early May typically offers exceptional angling before spring runoff begins, with water temperatures ranging from 45 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit, ideal for trout activity. The men had experienced typical spring weather patterns, afternoon showers and cool nights, with temperature swings of 30 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit within single days, a common Yellowstone trait at that elevation. By Wednesday evening, May 17th, the friends had settled into their routine. They had been fishing a productive section of the Madison River, approximately 2 miles from their campground, enduring the kind of persistent spring rain that tests an angler's dedication. The cold precipitation had soaked through their waders for the past couple of hours, creating those miserable conditions that separate casual fishermen from true enthusiasts. Around 6 p.m., when the rain finally ceased, the group began collecting their gear for the day. Kendrick's voice carried across the water from downstream, urgent and concerned. He had discovered something, or someone, that would transform their peaceful fishing trip into something far more unsettling. Lying face down at the water's edge, approximately 30 yards from where they'd been casting, was a man in his 30s, average build, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt. But one detail immediately struck the witness as impossible. Despite the hours of steady rain that had thoroughly soaked the 4 fishermen, this individual was completely dry. In wilderness environments, the discovery of unconscious persons triggers specific protocols. Hollis B., drawing on medical training from his military service, immediately began assessment procedures that mirror wilderness first responder standards, checking for pulse, breathing patterns, and responsiveness. The man's vital signs appeared normal. He had a steady heartbeat and regular breathing. No obvious signs of trauma or distress. When they gently turned the unconscious man over, attempting to rouse him, his response suggested something beyond ordinary unconsciousness. His eyes opened immediately, but carried a wild and disoriented expression. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice trembling. "What is this place?" His reaction when told he was in Yellowstone National Park, near the Madison River, was one of escalating panic. He scrambled to his feet, brushing at clothes that showed no evidence of having been in contact with wet ground, and repeatedly expressed urgent need to leave the area right away. The man's inability to provide basic information, like his name, his origin, any memory of recent events, combined with his profound fear of remaining in the park, suggested something beyond typical disorientation. His repeated pleas for immediate departure seemed more like terror, which began to spread to the experienced outdoorsman. Back at their campsite, the friends offered food and water, both of which the mysterious visitor refused. He exhibited classic symptoms of severe anxiety: restlessness, constant scanning of the environment, exaggerated startled responses to normal sounds. These behaviors align with documented stress responses, but his persistent dryness remained inexplicable. When they decided to contact emergency services, their guest's reaction intensified dramatically. The suggestion of calling rangers or paramedics triggered near panic, with desperate pleas to simply drive him away from the park without involving any authorities. Now, this pattern occasionally occurs in cases involving individuals with outstanding warrants, immigration concerns, or psychological conditions that create institutional fear. Kendrick W. discreetly contacted 911. The Madison campground's proximity to the historic Madison Information Station, built around 1929 to 1930, provides relatively good communication access compared to more remote park locations. Park Service Emergency Response utilizes the Incident Command System, with initial assessment focusing on life-threatening conditions before addressing identification issues. As they waited for emergency responders, fatigue from their long day began to affect the group. Hollis B. and Darren P. retired to the RV for brief naps, leaving Kendrick W. and the submitter of this story to maintain watch over their troubled guest, who had dozed fitfully in his chair despite his earlier agitation. Around 9 p.m., the writer and submitter of this story stepped into the woods behind their campsite for a bathroom break, approximately 50 yards from the fire. What he heard in the darkness there would haunt his days forever. Deliberate footsteps deeper in the forest, moving with human cadence through the underbrush. And more disturbing were the whispered voices, barely audible fragments that included phrases which he recalls as "doesn't know" and "take him back." Now, medical literature documents cases of transient global amnesia occurring in wilderness settings, affecting maybe 5 to 20 per 100,000 people annually. Environmental triggers include physical exertion, cold water exposure, and emotional stress, all present in late spring Yellowstone conditions. However, our author suggests this was something beyond that. Upon returning to the campsite, he discovered Kendrick W. unconscious on the ground beside his chair, snoring loudly, which was odd because he was not a snorer, and he wouldn't just lay on the ground outside and go to sleep. As for the mysterious stranger, he had vanished entirely, leaving only a soaking wet camp chair where he had been sitting, fabric so thoroughly saturated that water was actively dripping onto the ground below. The chair had been completely dry when the man first sat down, and no precipitation had occurred since their return to camp. The volume of water there suggested far more than could have accumulated from any natural source available at their campsite. When Park Service personnel arrived around 10 p.m., an ambulance crew and a park ranger, they encountered an odd scenario. The missing person report lacked fundamental elements. No name, no physical identification, no clear medical emergency, and no witnesses to the actual disappearance of the subject. The park ranger conducted a thorough investigation, photographing the saturated chair and documenting the witness accounts in detail. However, without identification or evidence of criminal activity, park policy limited available responses. The National Park Service Case Incident Reporting System requires specific documentation protocols, so unidentified individuals who voluntarily leave pose unique challenges for law enforcement follow-up, if any at all. The paramedics examined Kendrick W., who could not explain his unconscious episode on the ground. A man who prided himself on mental sharpness and had no history of medical conditions that would cause sudden loss of consciousness. And yet there he was, unable to account for his significant gap in memory. This symptom does align with various medical conditions, like transient ischemic attacks, or environmental factors like mild hypothermia, which can occur even in temperate conditions and cause confusion and memory impairment, though in rare cases. The responding ranger noted that similar reports occasionally do surface. People turning up confused in the wilderness, only to disappear, likely just leaving the park on their own accord. Most of these accounts resolve as cases of substance abuse, mental health episodes, or just misunderstandings. As for cold water immersion, it can specifically trigger transient global amnesia in documented cases, with one medical report describing complete 20-minute memory loss during exposure to 20 degrees Celsius water. The Madison River's spring temperatures, ranging from 45 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit, fall well within the parameters that could trigger such responses in susceptible individuals. And yet, not all of the story can be explained, if our author's account is to be believed. The man's completely dry state, after prolonged rain exposure, contradicted any physical law. The massive volume of water that appeared on the chair suggested deliberate placement rather than natural accumulation. Most troubling, the whispered voices in the forest implied organized human activity rather than random medical emergency. So what was truly going on? The four friends departed Madison Campground the following morning, most of the group ready to just go home. Kendrick W., worried about his unconscious episode, did follow up with his doctor, had scans done, and found everything in working order. Later research into missing persons report from Yellowstone during that time frame yielded no matches for their mysterious visitor. And no follow-up reports suggested that the man simply left, or that no one was looking for him, except perhaps the ones who had been whispering in the forest. The strangest deer I've ever seen, from 3s and T's. 3 weeks of field work in Zion National Park and not a single usable photograph to show for it. Nothing. As a wildlife photographer, I've never experienced anything like this. Everyone assumes it was equipment failure, but it wasn't. That's what no one seems to understand. Let me back up. Last November, I was on assignment documenting mule deer behavior during rutting season. My editor wanted something fresh for a conservation piece, the whole majestic animals in their natural habitat angle. I'd worked in Zion before, back in 2018, cataloging raptor nesting patterns. I'd identified a promising location in a relatively isolated valley in the eastern section. Park records indicated consistent deer activity there, but it was far enough from the popular trails that human interference would be minimal. Perfect conditions. The first day went according to plan. I set up 3 trail cameras at suspected crossing points and constructed a photography blind about 200 yards from a meadow where I'd observed browsing activity that morning. The blind was top of the line, low profile, scent controlled, with viewing slits positioned for optimal shooting angles. I've spent enough time around ungulates to know that mule deer have exceptional environmental awareness. One errant movement or scent, and they'll bolt. That's what makes what happened so profoundly unsettling. Day 2, I arrived at my first trail camera to download the overnight footage. The camera had been dislodged from its mounting, not knocked over by passing wildlife. but purposefully removed. The securing strap had been unfastened completely. The lens had multiple parallel scratches consistent with antler tines. I've seen bucks damage cameras before when they pick up the scent of the mounting adhesive, but never have I seen it done in such a way that seemed methodical. I chalked it up to an unusually aggressive territorial display and repositioned the camera with fresh straps. The second camera was fully intact, but of course, the SD card was gone. Again, I rationalized perhaps vibration had loosened it or something. Heck, maybe I even failed to secure it properly. The third camera was completely undamaged, still recording, but contained 8 hours of nothing. Well, nothing but static, despite the motion sensor indicator showing multiple activations. Technical glitches happen in fieldwork. I've had bears destroy equipment, moisture ruin electronics, and batteries just fail, especially in cold weather. This felt different, though. But I dismissed that thought. I'm a professional, after all. Day 3 was when things became undeniable. I was in my blind at dawn, camera ready, when 6 does emerged from the tree line. Standard procedure for them would be to enter the meadow cautiously, 1 or 2 taking the lead while the others remained vigilant for predators. Instead, they walked in perfect unison, forming a semicircle at the meadow's edge. And then, this is the part that sent the first chill through me. All of them simultaneously turned their heads directly toward my blind. They stood motionless, staring at my position for 37 minutes. I know the exact time, because I was so freaked out by their behavior that I documented it in my field journal. They didn't browse, didn't flick their tails at insects, just stood, 6 pairs of eyes fixed on my location, despite the fact that my blind was professionally camouflaged, and I had taken every precaution regarding scent control. Eventually, they departed in the same unsettling unison with which they'd arrived. My rational mind needed an explanation. Perhaps they had detected some subtle sign of my presence that I had overlooked. Maybe there was a mountain lion nearby that had them on high alert. I've observed prey animals engage in coordinated vigilance behavior before, but never like this. This was, well, it was robotic, almost. When I returned to camp that evening, I found deer tracks encircling my tent. Not random tracks of deer passing through the area, but a continuous line of prints forming a near-perfect circle around my sleeping quarters. The tracks showed the animals had walked slowly, deliberately, pausing at intervals as if to stand and observe for a while. That night I heard them moving around my tent, the distinct soft crunch of hooves on rocky soil, circling slowly, pausing, continuing. I dozed fitfully, waking repeatedly to that sound. At one point in the early morning, I distinctly heard sniffing along the tent wall, inches from my head. I froze, fully awake now, as the sniffing moved methodically down the length of the tent. When I finally worked up the courage to shine my flashlight through the thin fabric, the sounds immediately ceased. I saw nothing when I unzipped the tent to look outside. The next morning, all 3 trail cameras had been disabled. The first had been carefully turned to face a blank rock wall. The second's batteries had been removed and placed on top of the camera. The third was simply gone, though that one had been secured with a steel cable lock designed to prevent theft. The lock was there, though, intact and still closed, but no camera. I try to be a rational person. I documented observable phenomena for a living, but I could not rationally explain how a deer could unfasten a locked steel cable without opposable thumbs or tools. They're not smart enough to know what that lock even is. During my 4th day in the blind, I observed 8 deer, 2 small bucks and 6 does, enter the meadow. They behaved normally for approximately 20 minutes, grazing and moving about. Then, without any environmental trigger I could detect, All 8 simultaneously raised their heads, oriented toward my location, and began walking directly toward my blind. They stopped approximately 15 yards away, close enough that I could see their eyes clearly through my telephoto lens. No deer in my extensive field experience has ever voluntarily approached a human blind at that range. They stood in formation, watching. When I shifted slightly to adjust my cramping leg, they all, in perfect sync, tilted their heads at precisely the same angle. I remained motionless for nearly 2 hours as they maintained their vigil. Eventually, I couldn't tolerate the cramped position any longer and was forced to move. The instant I did, they turned and departed in formation, not running as would be normal for startled deer, but walking with slow, calm movements. That night at camp, I heard them again. This time they weren't circling, but standing. There was the distinctive sound of weight shifting from hoof to hoof, and an occasional soft snort. They remained outside my tent from approximately 11 p.m. to just before dawn, never moving away before then and never making contact. They were just watching and waiting. In the morning, I found my backpack had been moved approximately 8 feet from where I'd left it. The contents were undisturbed, but the positioning was inexplicable. It had been placed upright, balanced perfectly despite the uneven ground. I can't explain how an animal without grasping appendages could have accomplished this. I'd had enough. I broke down my camp and hiked back to the ranger station. Then I made for home. I spent that night in a motel in Springdale, trying to salvage what footage I had. But every file was unusable, corrupted or just nothing but static. The few clear images I thought I'd managed to secure were just gone entirely, even though I was sure I had viewed them in the field. I know this stuff wasn't just glitches. Glitches do sometimes happen in the field, as I said. But those deer were not glitching. They were watching me, studying me, testing boundaries, demonstrating capabilities that deer simply should not possess. I've gone back to Zion 3 times since then, attempting to document similar behavior, always in that same valley. But the thing is, I've never seen anything unusual on those trips. The scariest part of this encounter wasn't the robotic movement of the deer, but rather the way they weren't scared. These deer looked at a predator and saw something else. Maybe they were trying to tell me that they did not want to be documented. The Porter Who Wasn't There, from Elena S. The autumn of 1994 brought unreasonably warm weather to Yellowstone National Park, extending the tourist season well into October. Among the visitors taking advantage of the extended season were Elena S. and her teenage daughter Carmen, who had planned a 3-day stay at the historic Lake Yellowstone Hotel as a special mother-daughter bonding trip before Carmen's senior year of high school. The Lake Yellowstone Hotel, constructed in 1891, stands as one of America's premier wilderness lodges. Its colonial revival architecture and elegant appointments have hosted presidents, celebrities, and countless families seeking respite in one of the nation's most spectacular settings. The hotel's 158 rooms have witnessed over a century of human drama, from romantic honeymoons to family reunions, but also tragedy and loss that some believe have left their mark on the grand old building. Elena S., a practical woman who worked in healthcare administration, had little patience for ghost stories or supernatural speculation. She had chosen the Lake Yellowstone Hotel specifically for its reputation for excellent service and historical significance, wanting to share with Carmen an appreciation for America's natural and architectural heritage. Well, their troubles began during check-in on a mid-October evening, when the front desk clerk apologized for assigning them to a third-floor room rather than their requested second-floor accommodation. The hotel was operating with reduced staff as the season wound down, and several floors were being prepared for winter closure. We were told they were short-staffed because of the late season, Elena recalled. The young man at the desk seemed genuinely sorry about the room change, but he did promise the third floor would offer better lake views. Their assigned room proved to be spacious and elegantly appointed, with large windows facing Yellowstone Lake. Carmen was particularly delighted with the antique furnishings and the sense of history that permeated the room. Both women were impressed by the hotel's attention to detail and the courteous service from the staff they encountered. Their first evening passed pleasantly, with dinner in the hotel's grand dining room, followed by a walk along the lake shore. The late October weather remained mild, allowing them to enjoy the peaceful evening atmosphere that made the Lake Yellowstone Hotel famous among guests seeking tranquil retreat. The following evening, Elena and Carmen departed early for a day of sightseeing and photography around the park. They visited the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone, took the scenic drive through Hayden Valley, and spent the afternoon exploring the geothermal features around West Thumb. Their day concluded with dinner in the nearby town of Lake Village, before returning to the hotel around 9 p.m. As they approached the hotel's main entrance, Elena noticed a man in what appeared to be hotel uniform standing near the front steps. He was dressed in a style that seemed oddly formal, even for the traditionally elegant Lake Yellowstone Hotel. A dark suit with brass buttons, white shirt, a black bow tie that suggested the attire of hotel staff from an earlier era. "Good evening, ladies," they remember the man saying. "May I assist with your luggage?" Elena found his offer courteous, but unnecessary, as they were carrying only small day packs and camera equipment. However, Carmen had purchased several souvenirs during the day trip, and their bags were becoming cumbersome. "That's very kind of you," Elena replied, mentioning their room number. The man smiled warmly and reached for Carmen's heavier bags. Again, his appearance struck Elena as unusual. He looked to be in his early 30s, with neatly combed dark hair and a mustache that seemed more appropriate to the 1920s rather than the 1990s. His formal attire was impeccably maintained, without the wrinkles or wear that characterized the uniforms of working hotel staff at the end of a long day. As they entered the hotel lobby, Elena expected to see other staff members acknowledging their colleague, but the front desk clerk and the bellhop on duty seemed unaware of the man's presence. The helpful porter continued carrying Carmen's bags toward the elevator without any interaction with his supposed co-workers. Historical records from the Lake Yellowstone Hotel document numerous staff members who dedicated their lives to serving guests at the remote Wilderness Lodge. Many came and went, but there were a few in that history who, of course, died during their employment, though not necessarily at the hotel itself. But what if a person's spirit is especially attached to a certain place? The elevator to the third floor operated manually in 1994, requiring guests to pull a brass gate closed before pressing the floor buttons. Elena noticed that their helpful porter seemed familiar with the older equipment, operating it with the practiced ease of someone who had used it countless times. During the brief elevator ride, Elena attempted conversation with the man, asking how long he had worked at the hotel. His response was somewhat vague, mentioning that he had been taking care of guests for many years, and that he particularly enjoyed helping families make the most of their visit. When they made it to the third floor, the porter insisted on carrying the bags all the way to their room, despite Elena's protest that they could manage from there. He walked happily down the hallway, seeming to know exactly where their room was located, without checking the room numbers at all. At their door, Elena fumbled in her purse for the room key, while the porter waited patiently with Carmen's bags. When she looked up to thank him after unlocking the door, he was gone. The hallway stood empty in both directions, with no sound of footsteps, no elevator operation to suggest where he might have disappeared. "Mom, where did he go?" Carmen had asked, looking around the empty corridor with confusion. Elena explains that she immediately checked the stairwell at the end of the hall, thinking the porter might have taken the stairs rather than waiting for the elevator. The stairwell was empty, and the heavy fire door showed no signs of recent use. Both the elevator and the stairs were clearly visible from their room's location, making it impossible for anyone to leave the floor without being seen. Troubled by the porter's disappearance, Elena called the front desk to inquire about the staff member who had helped them. The night manager listened to her description, but was confused by her account. Elena says the manager said something along the lines of, "Ma'am, we don't have anyone working tonight who matches that description. Our evening porter is a young woman, and our male staff members don't wear the type of uniform you're describing." Elena pressed for more information, describing the man's appearance and formal attire in greater detail, to be sure. The night manager's response grew more puzzled, finally asking if she was certain about what she had seen. He then explained that what she described sounded like a uniform they might have worn in the hotel's early days. Disturbed by the conversation, Elena decided to investigate further. She asked Carmen to remain in the room while she returned to the lobby to speak with the front desk clerk who had been on duty when they arrived. The young man remembered seeing Elena and Carmen enter the hotel, but had no recollection of anyone assisting them with luggage. "I would have noticed if one of our staff members was helping guests," he assured her. "We coordinate those services through the front desk, and no one requested porter assistance this evening." Elena's inquiries revealed that the Lake Yellowstone Hotel employed only 3 male staff members during their October stay, none of whom matched the description of the man who had helped them. The night manager, seeing Elena's confusion, offered an explanation that only deepened the mystery. He mentioned that several guests over the years had reported encounters with helpful staff members who seemed to disappear without cause, especially on the hotel's upper floors during the later part of the season. "Really, it's probably just confusion in the dim lighting," he suggested. "The hotel's older sections can create shadows and lighting effects that might be misleading." Elena was not satisfied with this. After all, the initial part of their encounter had occurred in the well-lit lobby. Both she and Carmen had observed the porter clearly and interacted with him for several minutes, making a case of mistaken identity highly unlikely. The remainder of their stay passed by without incident, though Elena found herself paying careful attention to the hotel staff members she encountered. None bore any resemblance to the helpful porter who had assisted them on their second evening, and none wore the formal attire that had characterized his appearance. Years later, Elena wonders about their helpful porter encounter. The experience left her more of a believer when it came to the supernatural. Smoky Mountain Ravenmocker by Bill. My father and I have been hiking for years in the Smoky Mountains of North Carolina and Tennessee, but one incident has caused us to never be out after dark, not in those mountains ever again. We went on a fishing trip in what was one of the most remote areas of the park, the Upper Raven Fork of the Oconaluftee River above Cherokee, North Carolina. The trip went according to plan until we couldn't find the unmarked trail to where we were fishing. So we took off through the ivy, mountain slaying for mountain laurel, and it was so thick we were walking sometimes 10 feet off the ground. After an hour of this, we finally emerged on the riverbank. We went up the stream, fishing along the way, and finally reached what is called Three Forks, where we spent an hour or two fishing and having lunch. At 2 o'clock, we left the Three Forks and made our way up the right fork of the stream, instead of going back through the ivy. Bad idea. An hour in and we hadn't traveled a quarter of a mile. We encountered a bear cub and her mother along the way, but that was only the beginning. We ran upon a cave beside the stream and decided to take a break inside its rather deep mouth. That's when, from upstream from us, we heard a raven's cry, but it was wrong, so wrong. It almost had a human-like cackle in its voice, something that sent more than chills up my already wary spine. We were already lost in the middle of nowhere. I looked at my dad and whispered, "What on earth was that?" He replied shakily, "Just a raven, a very loud raven." We soon left the cave and continued upstream. Again, a bad idea. About another quarter mile up, We decided to just make our way to the ridgetop through a world of ivy thickets, more akin to the underworld than Earth. About halfway up the mountain, we again heard that strange raven, but something else struck me as odd. It was on the opposing ridge on the ground, not on a branch, not in the air. We booked our tired selves out of those woods as quick as we could. When we reached the park trail, there were still 4 miles to go, and that raven thing was still behind us, apparently just out of sight. We finally got about half a mile from the car when I finally picked out what was making the noises. It was a person, maybe. It didn't have the head of a raven, exactly. More like it was wearing a giant one, and it had wings in place of its arms. I screamed, "Run!" to my dad, who, though he hadn't seen it, was already on edge enough to listen right away. We took off, just slow enough not to go falling off the mountain, and every time I looked back, that raven human thing was a little bit closer. When we finally got to the car, we both climbed in through the driver's side, backpacks still on, and took off down the road. By then it was pitch black out. Whatever was chasing us now was keeping pace with us, floating along with us down the dirt road. After 10 minutes of chase, we were almost back to civilization, but it finally made its move. The thing landed on our hood. My dad slammed on the brakes, and we stared for a moment at the thing as it stared back at us. Then it flew away, screeching that awful noise through the night. Then we sped on home, worried that that thing might find us again. When I told my great-uncle about this, he instantly knew what it was. He told me we were lucky to escape, because apparently that was the Raven Mocker.
Lights Over the Thermal Fields, from James R. The winter of 1983 brought unusual atmospheric conditions to Yellowstone. But does that explain one James R.'s sighting? James, a researcher, and park worker Michelle D. experienced something amazing. Wyoming has consistently ranked among the top states for UFO sightings per capita, with concentrations around geologically active areas suggesting possible connections between electromagnetic phenomena and unexplained aerial objects. Yellowstone's geology creates the perfect state for observing atmospheric anomalies, whether natural or otherwise. James R. had arrived at Yellowstone in January 1983 to conduct studies on how extreme cold affects geothermal features throughout the park. His work required precise measurements of ground temperatures, steam output, and mineral content at various thermal areas during the harsh winter months when tourist access was severely limited. Michelle D., who worked for the park during winter months, had volunteered to assist with James R.'s research as part of her ongoing education in earth sciences. Her familiarity with the park geography and winter survival skills made her an ideal field companion for the challenging work of collecting data in sub-zero conditions. On an evening in early February 1983, the two researchers had completed a long day documenting thermal activity in the Norris Geyser Basin area. Norris represents Yellowstone's hottest thermal area, with underground temperatures exceeding 400 degrees Fahrenheit and surface features that remain active even during the most severe winter weather. As they prepared to return to their winter quarters, unusual weather conditions began developing around the thermal basin. Temperature inversions, where warm air lies above cold air, had created a distinct boundary layer, approximately 100 feet above the ground. It is known that this meteorological phenomenon can produce optical effects and can trap radiation, creating conditions that both enhance and distort atmospheric observations. Around 9:30 p.m., as Dr. R. and Michelle D. packed their equipment in the parking area near Norris, they noticed unusual lights appearing over the most active portion of the geyser basin. The lights began as 3 distinct points of illumination, brighter than stars but exhibiting movement patterns that clearly distinguished them from conventional aircraft. "I remember my first thought being military helicopters," R. later recalled. but those lights were completely silent, and their movement was unlike any known aircraft. The objects, with both witnesses agreeing they appeared solid rather than merely luminous, moved in precise geometric formations above the thermal features. They would hover motionless for several minutes, then accelerate rapidly to new positions, repeating these maneuvers in patterns that seemed deliberately coordinated. Michelle D's familiarity with aircraft operations around Yellowstone made her quite qualified to assess what they were observing. Winter flight operations in the park were extremely limited, and she knew of no scheduled air traffic for that evening. The object's behavior violated numerous principles of conventional aerodynamics, specifically their ability to hover without generating any detectable sound. Michelle had said they weren't following flight paths that made sense for helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft. They moved with instant acceleration, perfect right-angle turns. I'd never seen anything like it. Now, the electromagnetic environment around Norris Geyser Basin adds crucial context to their encounter. USGS monitoring equipment regularly detects magnetic field variations in the area, with underground geothermal activity creating electrical currents which affect sensitive instruments. Scientists have documented ball lightning formation during specific atmospheric conditions, when electromagnetic discharges from thermal features interact with temperature inversions and moisture in the air. However, what Dr. R and Michelle D observed exceeded any documented natural electromagnetic phenomena. The objects appeared metallic in the moonlight, with clearly defined shapes rather than some amorphous appearance, which would be more akin to the appearance of ball lightning or plasma formations. Their coordinated movement suggested intelligence and purpose, not natural randomness. The encounter intensified when the objects began interacting directly with the geothermal features below them. The three lights moved over Steamboat Geyser, Norris Basin's largest feature. The geyser began exhibiting unusual activity. Its steam output increased dramatically, and the ground tremors that typically precede major eruptions began registering on Dr. R's seismic monitoring equipment. Michelle noted that smaller hot springs nearby began bubbling more vigorously, and steam vents that had been dormant suddenly became active. The most remarkable aspect of the encounter occurred when one of the objects descended to within an estimated 50 feet of the ground, hovering directly above a cluster of hot springs in the basin's most active section. At this close range, both witnesses observed structural details that confirmed their impression of artificial origin. Michelle describes a definite shape that was angular and swears she saw panels or sections on its surface. And Dr. R noted the object generated no visible exhaust, no downwash, no air disturbance, and produced no sound despite its proximity to their position. These characteristics put any natural explanations to bed, at least for our witnesses here. After approximately 15 minutes of close observation, the objects began to ascend in a coordinated formation. They gained altitude rapidly, maintaining their triangular arrangement while moving toward the northeast. Within moments, they had climbed beyond visual range, leaving Dr. R and Michelle D standing in the sudden quiet of the winter night.
It flies above the farm. From Nowhere Moments. Growing up on my family's old farm, right on the edge of the Great Smoky Mountains, has always grounded me in a sense of tradition and hard work. The land's been ours for 3 generations. Life here was predictable, bound by the seasons and the rhythm of farm work, until everything changed. The first sign that something was amiss didn't come from the usual suspects. No coyote howls or bear tracks near the bins. It came through Alex, my youngest, who's got a knack for finding trouble, or in this case, trouble finding him. It was an ordinary evening, the kind where the sun dips below the horizon and paints the sky in strokes of orange and purple. Alex had been out, probably chasing frogs by the creek or seeing how close he could get to the barn swallows without scaring them off. But the way he came running back to the house, you'd think he was being chased by a bear. "I saw something," Alex gasped, out of breath, his face drained of color. I've seen all my kids spooked before, but this was different. This was raw fear. "What did you see, Alex?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. His eyes darted around, as if he expected the thing to be lurking just outside our window. "A shadow. Big, with wings. It went over the barn," he stammered. I considered the possibility of an owl. We had plenty of those around. But Alex shook his head fiercely. "No, Dad, bigger. I felt scared. Really scared." His insistence, the way the fear vibrated his voice, it got to me. I've taught my kids to respect nature, to understand that we share this land with all sorts of creature, but fear like this wasn't normal. That night, after tucking Alex into bed, assuring him I'd check around the barn, I did just that, stepping outside. The night air was cool, carrying the mixed scents of earth and the faint sweetness of honeysuckle. The barn stood silent, calm. I made my way over, flashlight in hand, half expecting to find a logical explanation. A part of me even hoped Alex had just seen a shadow, maybe cast by the moonlight through the branches of an old oak. But then the horses started. It was a sound I'd never quite heard before. Pure panic. I broke into a run, the beam of my flashlight bouncing erratically as I approached the barn. Inside, the horses were wild-eyed, their coats slick with sweat. There in the dim light I saw it. Not the creature, but the aftermath. One of the horses had slash wounds, deep and precise, unlike any animal attack I'd seen. The vet later told me the same, puzzled by the wound's nature. We spent the rest of the night tending to the injured horse. The family gathered in the barn. There was a sort of silent agreement among us that nobody wanted to be alone. The incident with Alex shook us, but we weren't quite sure just yet how wrong things were. In the days that followed, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe a mountain lion, though they rarely ventured this close and certainly didn't fly. I reached out to my neighbors, to local wildlife officials, anyone who might offer an explanation. But all I got were shrugs, uneasy glances, and the typical excuses we already went through. Alex kept to the house after that. His adventurous spirit seemed to fade a bit. Can't say I blame him. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, too. It felt like we were being watched. A month after Alex's scare, it was Jamie's turn to close up the chicken coop, something we've all done 100 times before, without a second thought. Jamie was my teenager, 16 years old and a live wire. She was running a bit late. The sunset seemed to come around a bit faster than usual. I remember I was in the kitchen, cleaning up after dinner when I realized it was getting pretty dark. I thought, Jamie should have been back by now, and I felt a twinge of unease. Then the front door slammed open with such force, it sounded like a gunshot. Jamie came barreling in, her face as white as a sheet, gasping for air, her eyes wide with terror. Before I could even utter a word, she spilled out her encounter between heaving breaths. I was just locking up the coop, she started, her voice trembling. And this scream ripped through the air. Not a normal animal, not a person, something else. Then I saw wings, huge, flapping wings, like nothing I've ever heard or seen before. Dad, it was right behind me. She paused, swallowing hard. I ran so fast, but I could feel it, this massive presence just behind me. I thought I was going to die. Listening to her, seeing the genuine fear in her eyes, hit me so hard. This wasn't a tall tale, or a mistaken sighting of a normal animal. We sat there in the kitchen, the two of us, trying to make sense of it all, trying to calm her down. But how do you rationalize something that feels so beyond the realm of normal? How do you protect your family from something you can't even identify? The adults weren't spared either, and honestly, that scared me more than anything the kids had said. You think as an adult that you're immune to fear, well, at least the same kind of fear that grips your children. After all, you're the one checking under their beds for monsters. But what happened to me one night shattered that illusion. It was well past midnight. I was out in the yard because the dogs just would not stop barking. I figured it was a raccoon, maybe a stray cat, something mundane. I grabbed my flashlight, the real heavy-duty one I keep for checking on the animals, or if the power goes out. I then headed towards the hen house, where the commotion was coming from. The air was thick, the kind of humidity that told you rain was on its way, but hadn't decided when. I remember it because my shirt stuck to my back, making me feel even more uncomfortable. As I neared the hen house, the chickens were going absolutely berserk inside, flapping and squawking like they were trying to run away from something. That was when I saw it for the first time. 2 glowing red eyes floated in the darkness beyond the fence line. I froze. You know how they say your life flashes before your eyes? Mine didn't. All I could think about was how exposed I was, standing there in the beam of my flashlight with whatever those eyes belonged to, watching me. I called out, more bravado than sense. "Who's there?" As if a person would be skulking around with eyes like coal embers. The eyes didn't move. They didn't even blink. They just kept staring at me. That's when the fear really took hold. A primal kind that makes your stomach drop and your hands shake. I backed up real slow, not wanting to turn my back on it. But that's when I heard it, a sound no human could make. A low growl that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my feet. I don't mind admitting, I ran. I ran like I hadn't since I was a kid, racing my siblings across the fields. I burst into the house, just like my kids had with their experiences, wild-eyed and panting. Jordan, my wife, who was half asleep on the couch waiting for me, jumped up, asking, "What is it? What happened?" "There's something out there," was all I could manage. My heart pounding like it wanted to escape my chest. Jordan's skepticism was evident, even in the dim light of the living room. "Honey, it's probably just a bear or a coyote. You know how they get into the trash sometimes." But I shook my head frantically, trying to find the words to explain. No. It wasn't that. The eyes were red. It was like they glowed, and it made this sound. I've never heard anything like it. This wasn't an animal, not any kind we know. We stayed up the rest of the night, talking about what to do, jumping at every little sound outside. Jordan wanted to brush it off as stress, an overactive imagination, but she couldn't deny the fear in my voice and the way I refused to even look out the window. That was a turning point for us. The realization that whatever was happening wasn't just the imagination of our kids or mine. Jamie, my brave, curious girl, sensed it too. The next morning over breakfast, she looked right at me with those knowing, serious eyes of hers and asked, "What are we going to do about it, Dad?" I didn't have an answer for her then, and I'm not sure I even do now. Even Jordan, who's always been the level-headed one, thinking there's a logical explanation for everything, couldn't find any reason for what happened to her that night. Yep, she had her own experience. She was driving home. It was already dark, something we tried to avoid lately due to these encounters, but she'd gotten held up at the market. I remember she called me, telling me she'd be home late, and I could hear the unease in her voice. Imagine that. Adults, parents no less, scared of the dark. We both tried to brush it off, thinking we were just paranoid. But what happened next still makes me sweat. She was on that long stretch of road that cuts through the woods, the one with barely any streetlights. Out of nowhere, this massive shadow, something huge, just swooped down right in front of the windshield. She said it was like nothing she had ever seen, much bigger than a bird, with a wingspan that seemed to stretch across the entire road. She swerved, almost hitting a tree, and slammed on the brakes. Freaked out, she told me she just sat there, trying to make sense of it. Then she did something that, thinking back, was both brave and maybe a bit crazy. She grabbed the flashlight we kept in the glove compartment, stepped out of the car, and shone it into the trees, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever it was. But it was silent. No rustling leaves, no animal sounds, nothing. It was like even the forest was holding its breath. She would later tell me, I stood there, feeling like the biggest idiot, shining a flashlight into empty woods, but I swear for a moment, I could feel it watching me. Something big, something not very friendly. It wasn't just the darkness playing tricks, I could feel it in my gut. Anyway, after what felt like ages, she got back in the car, locking the doors and driving home a bit too fast. When she made it back, her hands were trembling so much she could barely hold the keys. Following these incidents, we've had to adjust our lives significantly. The idea of wandering outside after dark has become unthinkable. We keep flashlights nearby. We've reinforced the home and barn, taking extra measures to protect livestock. Our farm, once a haven of peace, now feels like a place of watchfulness and unease. We've done a lot of thinking about what it is out there, the thing that seemingly wants to eat our livestock and the kids. Maybe it's an undiscovered species, a migratory animal of some kind. But the history of the Smoky Mountains and the folklore surrounding them suggested maybe something more. I grew up hearing stories meant to scare children away from straying too far into the woods. But now, those same stories feel like they might have a kernel of truth. Our children no longer play outside with the carefree abandon they once did. And we have an unspoken rule: be inside by dusk. Conversations with distant neighbors have revealed we're not alone in experiencing these strange events. Yet everyone seems very reluctant to talk about it, as if acknowledging the thing gives it power. I'll be honest, the idea of leaving has crossed my mind. Abandoning the land that has been part of my family for generations, but that feeling feels like a betrayal. Not just to my heritage, but to the life we've built here. But the fear is real, for me and my family. We don't know if the thing in the woods is gone, or if it will be back. We don't know what it will do, if and when we encounter it again.
So I was a few stories short of a full episode of Smoky Mountain Monsters. So take these two older stories that are lesser known.
The 3-second rule. From Jake. Working as a backcountry ranger at Great Smoky Mountains National Park has been a dream job. My dad would have been proud. He passed in 2018, but he's the reason I'm out here. Growing up, that man dragged me through every holler and ridge in East Tennessee, teaching me to track deer and read weather patterns. He even taught me to identify edible plants. He wasn't gentle about it either. 4 a.m. wake-ups in November to sit in a deer stand. 12-mile hikes with a full pack when I was barely 10. Making me gut my own fish even when I was crying about how gross it was. Nature doesn't care if you're comfortable, he'd say. You either respect it, or it'll teach you to. At the time, I hated those trips. Now I get paid to basically live them every day. Minus the part where he'd make me eat cold Vienna sausages for breakfast. Because that's what real outdoorsmen do.
I'm stationed mostly in the backcountry areas, checking permits and maintaining trails and doing search and rescue on the odd times that we actually need to. What I'm about to tell you happened in 2019. I'm sharing it now because I found this podcast, and I think it's been enough time. The reports of these strange incidents have stopped now, so maybe it's safe. It began in late April that year. I was at the Molly's Ridge shelter doing a routine check when I met a pair of thru-hikers, a couple in their 30s. They were pretty experienced from the look of their gear. They seemed kind of rattled up. The woman kept looking over her shoulder while the man talked to me. "Hey, Ranger, weird question. You ever get reports of, I don't know how to say this without sounding nuts, but someone living off trail around here? Like, way off trail?" "Yeah, actually, occasionally," I said. "Usually just hikers who got turned around. Why?" The woman spoke up then. "We saw someone yesterday evening, about a mile back, near that creek crossing with the big downed oak." I knew the spot, a very pretty area. She continued. "The lady was just standing there, in the woods maybe 30 feet off the trail. I thought it was another hiker, but she was wearing this old dress, like really, really old and dark-colored, down to her ankles." "Could have been a historical reenactor of some sort," I suggested. "We do get those sometimes, people doing old-timey photography." The man shook his head. "That's what we thought, but then we stopped to look around, and then she started to stare at us. She didn't move and didn't wave, nothing, just stared. And her face." "What about her face?" I asked. They exchanged glances. "It was hard to see through the trees and shadows," the woman said carefully. "But something was wrong with her face. Maybe she was too pale, or something else. I don't know." "Well, we kept on walking after that," the man added. "But I looked back after a few seconds, and she had moved, like covered 20 feet without making a sound, still just standing there like she was before, and staring. That's when we decided to book it." I took down their information, making some notes, and I told them it was probably just someone camping illegally who did not want to be interacted with or found. But then I got 3 more similar reports over the next 2 weeks. Reports describing a woman in an old dark dress, and she would be standing perfectly still off trail, and staring. The report that really got my attention came from a scout leader with a group of boys camping near Spence Field. A real level-headed guy, ex-military too. "I know how this sounds," he told me, "but I've been bringing troops out here for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like this." He said one of his boys spotted her first, standing between trees about 50 yards from their campsite. When the scout leader looked, she was definitely there. A tall woman with a darker dress, absolutely motionless. He tried calling out to her, asking if she needed help, but he got no response. "I started walking toward her," he said. "Got maybe 10 feet before I stopped. Something felt really bad about the situation, really wrong, like every instinct I had was telling me not to get any closer. Sounds crazy, right?" "What did she do?" "Nothing, just stared. But one of my boys, he was counting. Kids count everything, sometimes it's a nervous habit. He goes, 'Mr. Davidson, she's been staring for 3 seconds. Right as he says 3, she smiles at me, and it's no normal smile. Then she took 1 step backward and was just gone. I blinked, I swear, and she was just not there anymore." The weird part was what happened next. The kid who had counted had 3 separate incidents that night and the next day, claiming something grabbed his tent and shook it violently at 2 a.m., but no one saw anything. The second time, he swore he saw the woman standing at the edge of the camp at dawn, but when others looked, they found nothing. And the third time, on the hike, a branch broke directly above him. Would have knocked him out cold if the scoutmaster hadn't yanked him out of the way. After these 3 incidents, nothing else happened to the kid, but he was done with camping after that. By the middle of May, I'd collected about a dozen similar reports. The stories were spreading among hikers. People were calling her the counting witch. The rule, according to trail gossip, was simple. If she stares at you and you're still there, not even trying to walk away after 3 seconds, you're marked. 3 scares in 24 hours. Some said if you didn't leave the forest after the 3rd scare, you might just disappear entirely. I thought it was bullcrap. Mass hysteria, a viral rumor, someone playing an elaborate prank. But I started to pay attention during my backcountry rounds, looking for signs of illegal camping, costume pieces, anything that might explain it. Towards the end of May, I was hiking the stretch between Molly's Ridge and Russell Field, checking for some storm damage from the previous week. It was late afternoon. I was about 2 miles from Russell Field when I felt like I was being watched. I've spent enough time in the woods to know when something is off out there. You always hear about things going eerily quiet, and that's kind of true sometimes. You gotta remember, the forest critters out there with you, they get scared too, and their reaction is usually to run away or hide. At the time, all I could hear were my footsteps and breathing. At a certain point, I stopped, my hand instinctively going to the bear spray on my belt. I scanned the tree line, and then I saw her, about 40 feet off trail, standing between 2 massive hemlocks with a dark dress like everyone always described. She had long black hair that didn't move, despite the breeze I could feel on my face, and of course, she was staring right at me. My first idea was to call out to her and do my ranger thing, but the words died right in my throat. There was something profoundly wrong about how still she was. People don't stand like that, even trying to stay completely motionless. Humans make micro movements, but she did not. Her face is hard to describe. Human-like, but not entirely human. At least, not anymore. Imagine an alien artist trying to draw what a person might look like. Her eyes were too far apart and her mouth was a bit too wide, with skin that looked more like candle wax. I should have walked away right then and right there. That's what any rational person would have done. But I had to know what this was. I stood my ground, and I stared back. 1 second, her lips started to curve upward. 2 seconds, the smile spread wider than should be possible. 3 seconds, she tilted her head at an angle that made my stomach want to empty all its contents onto the ground. She then stepped backward and was gone. Not walking away, but gone, just like that man had described. I stood there for probably another minute. I rubbed my eyes, blinked multiple times. Did I see that right? I wondered. She wasn't anywhere to be found. After a moment, I continued on to Russell Field, but I kept looking over my shoulder the whole way. That night, I was in the Russell Field shelter, updating my logbook, when the first incident happened. I heard something moving around outside. Something big. I grabbed my flashlight and went to investigate. The beam caught something at the edge of the clearing. The woman again. Perfectly still like before, but this time she was closer. At most 20 feet. I blinked and she was gone. But the grass where she had been standing was pressed down in 2 perfect footprints. I didn't sleep. I was a bit too creeped out to do that. I sat up with my back against the shelter wall and kept my flashlight close, and I watched the dark. Nothing else happened that night. The second incident came the next afternoon. I was heading back towards Cades Cove, making good time too, when I began to hear branches snapping above me. I looked up just in time to see a massive dead limb falling directly toward me. I dove sideways, and it crashed down right where I'd been standing. It was a big branch, would have killed me or at least broken a lot of bones. When I looked at where it had broken off, the break was clean, too clean. more like someone with a chainsaw had sliced through it. I picked up my pace after that. I had maybe 6 hours left in the 24-hour window of the alleged curse. Just had to make it through one more incident, right? It came at sunset. I was almost to the Cades Cove Road, could actually see my truck in the distance, when the trail just ended. I mean, I knew that trail like my own backyard. I've hiked it hundreds of times, but suddenly I was facing a wall of rhododendron so thick I couldn't see through it. I turned around to backtrack and I froze. She was standing right behind me, close enough that I could smell her disgusting hair, like wet and rotting earth. Her face was inches from me, with that too wide smile spreading across her features that kept shifting slightly, like every centimeter of her face could not decide where it wanted to be. 3, she whispered. Her voice sounded like wind through a hollow log. Then she was gone, and the trail was normal again. My truck was still visible ahead. I ran the rest of the way. I didn't stop until I was inside, with the doors locked. That was it. 3 incidents in 24 hours, just like the stories said. I expected more reports after this incident, but they didn't happen. They seemed to just stop completely. Not a single sighting for the rest of that summer or fall or the next year. And now the Counting Witch has just become another piece of trail folklore, mostly forgotten. I mean, if you're an avid hiker listening to or reading this, you've probably never heard of it. So I'm glad to say that people just don't see her anymore. My dad always told me nature demands respect, and he usually meant practical things like weather, wildlife, terrain. But I think I'm adding something else to that list, and that's the paranormal, I guess. Things that aren't supposed to be real, but are. Rippling Bones, from Calm Carrot. I've always loved fishing, ever since my grandpa took me as a kid. There's just something peaceful about spending a morning on the river, with your line in the water. Leaves rustling, birds chirping, real tranquil, you know? So when I found myself with a 3-day weekend free last month, I decided to treat myself to a little solo fishing retreat up in the Smokies. Found a cozy-looking cabin tucked back from the road, available to rent by the river. Looked perfect in the photos. Big stone fireplace, creaky wood floors, queen bed, basic kitchen. Heck of a lot nicer than my studio apartment, that's for sure. The listing said they'd just restocked it with firewood too. I figured I'd get some good fishing in during the day. Then I could grill my catch over the fire at night, enjoying a couple beers. I drove up Friday evening. Only took me a few hours. The cabin was tucked exactly as deep into the woods as I'd hoped. Real secluded. I unloaded my gear and wandered the grounds. The river nearby burbled gently beyond the back deck, maybe 40 yards downhill through the trees. Couldn't quite glimpse it from the windows, though. The fire pit out back had a couple split logs and kindling already stacked. It was getting towards dusk by then, so I tossed my bags inside, dug my fly rod out of its tube, and hustled my way carefully down the wooded embankment towards the water. Didn't have much daylight left to try my luck, but I flicked that line for all I was worth. I caught 2 nice rainbow trout before full darkness crept in. Felt like a good omen. I trekked back up to the cabin, cleaning the fish outside at the little work table. I brought them in to store overnight. I was already imagining how they'd taste, crisped up over the open flames. I finally got that fire going in the cozy den. The wood was so nice and dry it took right off. I curled up in a big leather chair near the hearth and cracked open a beer that I'd chilled earlier. Pure contentment, I kid you not. The gentle roar and crackle lulled me into total relaxation. That was until these noises shattered the quiet from somewhere beyond the dark tree line outside. It was kind of guttural grunting at first. Then there was what sounded like sticks and branches snapping rhythmically. I tensed up, listening hard. Probably just a black bear rumbling around, I figured. They were common round these parts. I've even seen a few back home. Another louder snap made me jolt, though. That one was a sizable branch breaking. Had to be one big old bear, I thought. The grunting got more agitated, until it turned into these weird, almost shriek-like vocalizations. Enough to raise the hairs on my neck, for sure. I scoffed at myself and shook it off best I could. City boy spooked by nature's noises. But I brought my second beer to bed with me rather than lingering by the vulnerable windows. Eventually, sleep took me, but all night long I kept startling awake to those same infuriated wails and screams, echoing faintly through the glass each time. Very primal, you know. Like whatever was making them was in a killing rage. In the morning, I almost convinced myself the midnight disturbances had been vivid dreams. Almost. After breakfast, I grabbed the fly rod and hiked back to the river, just as dawn peeked over the treetops. The rhythm of the water soothed away the last bits of unease from the night before. I landed 3 gorgeous trout before noon. I trekked back up to the cabin, cleaned and prepped them up, just like before. This time I'd fired up that grill and settled in beneath the back deck overhang to watch fat raindrops patter onto the long grass. The savory scent of lunch sizzling filled me with contentment again. Until once more, the shriek split the air. So piercing and inhuman it jolted me straight upright. It seemed to come from across the river, uncomfortably close. The storms must have stirred up some territorial fights between native critters of some sort, I reasoned. But it put me on edge. I wolfed down my meal, hurriedly, and ducked back inside. I made sure the heavy sliding door was locked tight. The afternoon crawled by silently enough aside from the steady rain outside. I must have checked all the locks and window latches 3 times over, all while skimming a novel that I could not focus on. As dusk fell, I kept peering out into the thickening downpour, praying I wouldn't spot some hulking shape prowling between those dark, dripping pines. The cry didn't sound again, but I wasn't taking any chances. I burned through a few more logs, rebuilding that fire nice and tall. I made sure my fishing knife and bear spray were within reach too. Call me paranoid all you want. I'd rather be that than sorry. Or dead. I managed to doze lightly in the recliner for a couple of hours as night crept in around me. That is, until some godforsaken crashing sound jolted me fully awake. It sounded like something huge slammed itself against the cabin wall outside. There were scrapes and heavy thuds. It sounded like whatever it was pacing around, pawing aggressively at the wood planking. My heart was lodged in my throat, pulse going like a jackhammer. I scrambled to peek out the front window by the door, barely parted the curtain. I did not want my face visible if that thing out there looked in. I couldn't see much through the stormy blackness, but I soon spotted 2 glowing orbs shone from the wood's edge. They hovered far too high to belong to any 4-legged predator that I knew of. As I watched, paralyzed, they drifted closer, resolving into a pair of huge gleaming eyes, round as saucers. Then, as my sight adjusted more, the shape behind them emerged. It was absolutely massive, filling the narrow window frame from top to bottom. Looked almost like a gigantic dog or wolf, but no fur whatsoever. It had just pinkish, sinewy muscle and pale skin I could see right through in places, like cellophane wrapped tight over bones that seemed to move under its transmitted flesh, like they shifted and clicked around inside, independent of their connections. But from the look of it, I couldn't be sure its bones were connected at all. And the tail, that thing had no tail stump like it should. Not even a little nub. There was only this long protruding spine twisting slowly, stretching the thing's thin hide until I swore it would tear open. Beyond unnatural. More wrong than any bear or cougar, whatever this monster was. It didn't belong here in this world. As that notion slammed home, the devilish face turned towards me, lipless mouth gaping. Our eyes met for one horrifying second. Then I slammed the curtain shut, gasping like I'd been sucker punched in the gut. It continued its relentless pacing and scraping against the weathered exterior all night as I cowered, speechless in front of the now dying fire. I couldn't bring myself to peer outside again. The sun could not rise fast enough. That thing never got in. I couldn't even tell if it was trying to, or was simply sending a message. I'll be eternally grateful that I remained safe inside that cabin. It seemed to just toy with me as the endless hours crawled by, and right at sunrise, the commotion finally ceased. I gave it another 20 minutes, still shaking in the clinging darkness of early dawn, clutching my useless knife. When I could finally convince my jelly legs to carry me, I flung open the front door, ready to bolt to my truck. But in the hazy light, I spotted no sign of the horned horror from my nightmares. No massive tracks either, from what I could tell. The cabin exterior looked untouched, albeit waterlogged. The only evidence at all something had occurred were several smashed bushes right where I saw it emerging the night before. They were twisted and mangled, as if a combine had plowed through in the night. You better believe I hauled tail home faster than I ever had in my life, knuckles ghost white on that steering wheel. I haven't really slept right since. I can't prove anything, obviously, because I left immediately. I didn't file a report or notify anyone, except all of you now who might be reading or hearing this. I just figured that people would think I was crazy, babbling about seeing a demonic werewolf ghost-like thing. But I know what stalked me in that forest, what drove me from the first night with its screams. That thing was just biding its time, hurting me somehow until it revealed itself. To be honest, I don't know why or how I escaped. Dumb luck, probably. But seeing what I saw, I am never going to a cabin alone again. At least, not without a shotgun, and maybe a priest as a bonus. And even then, maybe not. That thing I looked in the eyes, it'll haunt me forever. And I can't help but think it knows my face now too. Part of me feels like it's still out there, watching the cabin, waiting for the next sucker, looking to relax with their fishing line dangling. True unimaginable terror waiting in those dripping pines. I slept with the Skinwalker. From Jana07. My husband and I are a team of wildlife biologists, specializing in large predator tracking and population studies. We will often find ourselves camping in remote areas for days at a time, while collecting data and setting up trail cameras. A few months ago, we were assigned to a project in Yellowstone National Park. The goal was to gather information on wolfpack movements and their impact on the local ecosystem. It was supposed to be a routine trip. We had done this countless times before, but what happened during those 3 days in Yellowstone still haunts me. We arrived at our designated campsite on a Tuesday afternoon. The weather was perfect, with clear skies, a light breeze, and the promise of a starry night ahead. As we set up our tent and equipment, I remember feeling excited about the work we'd be doing. My husband, I'll call him Tom here, was in high spirits too, cracking jokes about how we should open up a 5-star wilderness resort with our expert tent pitching skills. After a simple dinner of dehydrated camping meals, which Tom insists they're getting better, but I'm not convinced. We sat by the fire, going over our plans for the next few days. The sun had set by then, and the forest around us came alive. I could hear some owls hooting and small animals moving around in the underbrush. It was very peaceful, very familiar. But that didn't last long. We were sleeping in the tent when suddenly, maybe around midnight, Tom sat up, alert, causing me to wake up too. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I hadn't, but the look on his face made me strain my ears. There it was, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through the trees near our campsite. Tom grabbed his flashlight and stepped out of the tent. I watched as his beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping through the tree line. Nothing, and the footsteps had stopped. Probably just a deer," Tom said, as he crawled back into the tent, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. This scene repeated itself 3 more times throughout the night. Each time Tom would hear the footsteps, go out to investigate, and find nothing. By the time dawn broke, he was exhausted and on edge. "I swear," he said over his 3rd cup of coffee in the morning, "those weren't animal footsteps. They sounded human." I tried to reassure him, suggesting it could have been another camper, maybe even a park ranger doing nightly rounds. But deep down, I agreed, something felt off. Why wouldn't they respond when Tom called out to them? Why did the sounds always stop just as he went to investigate? Despite his lack of sleep, we had work to do. We spent the next day hiking to our research sites, setting up cameras, and collecting samples. Tom was quieter than usual. His eyes were constantly scanning the trees around us. I caught myself doing the same, that vague sense of unease growing stronger every hour that passed. It was mid-afternoon when things took a turn from unsettling to downright terrifying. We were checking a trail camera we'd set up a while back when Tom froze. His hand gripped my arm. "Look," he whispered, pointing to a clearing about 50 yards away. At first, I didn't see anything, but then a figure stepped out from behind a large pine tree. It was tall, impossibly tall, and thin too, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. For a split second, I thought it was just a trick of the light, shadows playing on a tree trunk of some sort. But then I saw it move. The figure's movements were jerky and unnatural. They reminded me of a marionette being pulled by strings. It took 3 long strides into the clearing, its head swiveling in a way that made my stomach churn. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone, melting back into the shadows of the forest. Tom and I stood there, rooted to the spot. When I finally found my voice, it came out as a hoarse whisper. "What was that?" "I don't know," Tom replied, his face pale. "But I think we should head back to camp. Now." The walk back was tense to say the least. We moved quickly, constantly looking over our shoulders. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves made us jump. By the time we made it back to our campsite, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the ground. Neither of us had much of an appetite, but we forced down some food anyway, knowing we needed the energy. We didn't talk much. Not much to say, I guess. We knew that we'd both seen something that shouldn't exist, or some sort of illusion that really freaked us out. As darkness fell, we retreated to our tent. Tom insisted on staying up to keep watch, but I could see he was running on fumes. Eventually, sheer exhaustion won out, and we both drifted into an uneasy sleep. I'm not sure what woke me up. A sound, maybe. Or maybe that prickling sense of wrongness that had been following us all day. What I do know is that when I opened my eyes, Tom was gone. Panic seized me. I fumbled for my phone, activating the flashlight app with shaking fingers. The tent was empty, Tom's sleeping bag pushed to the side. "Tom?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no response. Heart pounding, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The night was cool and still. All I could hear was my own breathing. I swept the flashlight beam across our campsite, seeing nothing out of place so far. "Tom!" I called again, louder this time, still nothing. Memories of the strange figure we'd seen flooded my mind. What if it had taken Tom? What if he was out there somewhere hurt or worse? I started towards the tree line, my legs feeling like lead. The beam of my flashlight seemed pathetically small against the vast forest. I'd only gone a few steps when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, coming from the direction of our tent. I whirled around, relief washing over me as I saw a silhouette enter the tent. Tom. He must have gone to use the bathroom or check on something in the truck. Feeling a bit foolish for my panic, I hurried back to the tent. "Tom, you scared me half to death," I said as I climbed inside. "Where'd you go off to?" There was no answer, but I felt movement as Tom settled into his sleeping bag. I got back into mine, still a bit shaken up, but mostly relieved. I felt Tom's arm drape over me. It made me feel so much better. And despite the strangeness of the past few days, I found myself drifting back to sleep. I woke up to bright sunlight filtering through the tent walls. Tom's arm was no longer around me, and his sleeping bag was empty. Figuring he must have gotten an early start, I got dressed and stepped outside. I spotted Tom by our truck. He was closing the driver's side door. The man looked awful, dark circles under his eyes, his movements slow and clumsy. "Rough night?" I asked, walking over to him. He nodded, stifling a yawn. "Yeah, couldn't sleep in the tent again. Kept hearing those darned footsteps. Ended up sleeping in the truck." I frowned, confused. "The truck? Wait, when did you leave the tent last night?" Tom gave me an odd look. "Around midnight, I guess. I tried to wake you up to see if you wanted to join me, but you were out cold." A chill ran down my spine, my mind racing. "Tom," I said slowly, "what time did you come back to the tent this morning?" He shook his head. "I didn't. This is the first time I've been out of the truck since midnight." I felt the blood drain from my face as the full implication of his words hit me. If Tom had been in the truck all night, then who, or what, had been with me in the tent? Whose arm had held me as I slept? I opened my mouth, trying to find the words to explain what happened, but nothing came out. Tom must have seen the horror on my face, because he stepped closer and asked, "Hun, are you okay? What's wrong?" I took a deep breath, my voice barely above a whisper as I replied, "There was someone else in our tent last night." We left Yellowstone that day, abandoning our research project. We requested a transfer to a different area, citing personal reasons. Tom and I keep the story to ourselves, afraid of what other people might think, but knowing that our experiences were very real. And we know that that thing wasn't exactly human. Even when I write this now, I feel the phantom weight of that arm on me. That's something I can't forget. It makes me feel so violated and unsafe. I try not to wonder, but still I do. What would have happened if I had turned to look at that thing lying next to me in the dark? Spearfinger. From OJAC.
A few buddies and I do this annual backpacking trip in the Smokies. We've been best friends since high school. Me, Mike, and Steve. We make a whole long weekend of it, every fall, when the leaves are changing. Usually it's awesome. We drink beers, hike all day, roast hot dogs, and chat by the fire. Real quality guy time. One November, when we showed up at the trailhead near Gatlinburg, the park ranger warned us some other campers had found these freaky, mutilated deer carcasses the past few nights. He said it looked like something had stabbed into them with a knife or a spear. It was obvious it wasn't an arrow. Worse yet, their organs were missing. Sounds like some careless hunters or poachers, Steve said with an eye roll. He'd grown up and hunted in these parts as well, and had little patience for disrespectful outdoorsmen leaving their messes behind. The ranger shook his head grimly. These wounds were not caused by a bullet or arrow. Looked almost ritualistic, too. The way the corpses were just hollowed out, abandoned in certain poses. He gestured with his hands cupped, miming the action of scooping out innards. Mike laughed uneasily. What, like some satanic stuff? People wearing cow skulls, doing blood sacrifices under the full moon? Steve slugged him in the shoulder. Yeah, right. Lay off the creepy podcasts, dude. But Mike's joke hit a little too close to unsettling. The ranger held up a hand. We're not speculating at this point, but do be vigilant on those trails, especially at dusk and dawn. We've had other complaints recently. What kind of complaints? I asked slowly, that prickle of unease creeping up my neck. Just some campers passing through, saying they've had feelings of being watched from the trees at the edges of their campsites, especially when the lights get low. The ranger shrugged it off with a wry half-smile. Probably just some peeping deer or a nosy bobcat. But I figured I'd mention it. Watched, huh? Steve grinned, the ominous feeling seeming to slide off his back like always. Mike better keep his banana hammock swimsuit packed away then. Mike flipped him off good-naturedly as the ranger chuckled. The eerie tension eased. We hefted our heavy packs. Pastoral scenic paintings of quiet forests adorned the station walls around us. The ominous incidents now seemed vague and distant compared to the friendly, well-lit room. Well, happy trails, boys, the ranger said amiably. You know these woods about as well as any visitor. Just take care of each other all the same. We waved him off lightly as we trekked up the sun-dappled trail, leaves cascading around us, like some sort of idyllic movie set. Just 3 close friends on a peaceful annual retreat. A retreat we'd taken dozens of times before. Nothing strange whatsoever in the pleasant mountain air or vibrant, struggling afternoon light. We hiked out maybe 5 miles the first day, just enjoying the vibrant fall colors and crisp air. The trail was deserted, not another person in sight. We set up camp in a small clearing as the light started to fade. Mike got a roaring fire going while Steve and I set up the tents and unpacked our grub. Once the flames built high, Mike plopped down on a log and cleared his throat dramatically. Boys, the night has fallen, so allow me to regale you with some of the chilling tales I've learned about these very woods. He widened his eyes and wiggled his fingers at us in mock spookiness. Steve scoffed. Is this that ghost of McClellan Creek bullcrap? Give me a beer and leave the campfire stories to professionals. But Mike launched in, eagerly, despite Steve's skepticism. In a remote corner of this forest, there lies a long-abandoned village called Banner Elk. They say it was originally settled by people with strange ways of living, unnatural rituals, symbols carved into trees, folks glimpsed dancing madly under the full moon. I shifted uneasily on my log, tossing a small branch onto the flames. They leapt and crackled. Legend tells it that one harvest moon, as the village performed their ceremonial dances, something emerged from the looming shadows of Pisgah Ridge. A tall, spindly creature the elders called the Night Traveler. Mike continued, dropping his voice. It glided right into the chaos of their ritual and began silently slaughtering villagers with impossibly long, pointed fingers. Steve snorted. Come on. Mike cut him off. They say it dragged dozens of corpses into the Black Forest to feast, leaving strange stick-like totems nailed to trees in its wake as both signposts and warnings. By dawn, the entire village populace was dead. He paused for effect while an owl hooted mournfully in the distance. I could feel my shoulders tense up. The abandoned ruins are said to remain buried deep in the untamed forest, and on certain moonlit nights, echoes of those frenzied dances can supposedly still be heard. Or perhaps it's the shrieks of the Night Traveler, lurking nearby, awaiting fresh meat. Mike sat back with a self-satisfied grin as Steve slow-clapped. I exhaled, shaking off the chilling mental image of the spindly monster. Nice, dude. Very spooky. I tossed a pebble at Mike's chest, with Steve miming a huge yawn. The tension eased from our bubble of firelight, again, as Mike dodged my pebble with a laugh. We drank late into the night, forgetting the ominous tale amidst our camaraderie. The ghost story seemed far distant from our flickering camp, with its protective circle of close friendship keeping the darkness at bay. At least, for now. It was the second day when things started to feel off. As we set off down the trail in the morning, a heavy fog clung to the rugged slopes, muffling any far-off views. The trees looked strangely still and colorless through the haze, like shadowy giants looming over us. When the fog finally burned off near midday, the forest remained eerily silent. Our voices sounded oddly flat and dull, absorbed by the ancient trees. Eventually, Steve paused on the trail, brow furrowed. "Do you guys hear that?" he asked quietly. Mike and I halted, ears straining into the heavy silence around us. "Hear what?" Mike whispered back after a long minute. "All I hear is nothing, dude. Actually, where are all the birds?" It was true. The woods were void of their usual chatter and wildlife sounds. No squirrels chittering or hawk cries or rustling bushes, marking small critters darting about. Just our isolated footsteps, crunching on the leaf-strewn path. The sheer absence of sound felt heavy, almost watchful. "Not even any wind," I murmured uneasily. The skeletal upper branches remained motionless above us. They were like charred bones against the muted gray sky. Steve shook his head and adjusted his pack straps. "Let's just keep moving. I'm sure it's nothing." But his eyes continued to scan the lifeless trees as we hiked on. A mile later, we came around a kink in the trail, and there was one of those stabbed-up deer carcasses half hidden in the brush. Dark blood clotted around the grisly abdominal cavity, now crawling with flies. We all froze instinctively. "What the heck?" Mike began, taking an involuntary step back. Steve moved cautiously forward like he might poke the bloated thing with a stick. I grabbed his arm, nausea rising. "Dude, don't touch it. This is messed up. We should bail." My voice sounded muffled and thin against those motionless trees. Steve shook me off. "I just want to see something." He crept closer and gingerly shifted the deer's stiff hind leg with the toe of his boot. It revealed the full wound.
Ragged flesh peeled back from a deep hole savagely stabbed into its torso. Organs and entrails had been removed crudely. Dark blood soaked the leaves underneath. Steve reeled back, cursing under his breath. Mike nearly heaved. And then, even we began to feel watched. Like something was out there in those old woods. We hurried on as the day's dying light began leaching color from the world once more. That night, none of us could shake this creeping dread. We passed a flask around to calm our nerves as the shadows lengthened. Mike swore at some point he saw a freakishly tall shadow lurking just at the edge of our firelight, peering out from behind a tree. But when I looked, it was gone. Probably just a branch swaying, but it put me on edge. It put all of us on edge. None of us slept well that night, with all the odd noises drifting through camp. Seemed like those noises slunk in a little closer once the moon rose high. By the third day, we were all exhausted and unnerved. A tense fatigue settled behind our eyes from the ceaseless nerves and poor sleep. We pressed on, hoping to make better time so we could get the heck out of there. As we plunged deeper, we stumbled upon these little stick figure totems. They were nailed to trees lining the narrowing trail. They reminded me of voodoo symbols, with their spindly pokeberry limbs and empty predatory faces. Steve paused to examine one, anxiety etched across his worn features. These remind me of the protective totems the Cherokee used to ward off evil forest spirits, he murmured. Mike and I exchanged an uneasy look. Evil spirits? I echoed, scanning the dense trees crowding closer on all sides. I could have sworn hungry eyes watched us from the blank spaces between warped trunks and drooping pines. Mike pointed a shaky finger down the path. Why would anyone bother to put these here? Unless... He trailed off, Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Let's walk faster, I suggested tightly, a cold worm of dread unraveling in my gut. We continued at a near jog, leaves and soil dislodged by our pounding boots. The totems increased in frequency until we felt surrounded by their sightless gazes, peering out from every angled branch and accusing twig finger. Protective circles made from knotted grass hung at precise intervals, filling the air with an unsettling herbal aroma. Someone really doesn't want company out here, Steve muttered, as we skirted another perimeter of small wooden fetishes, nailed at eye level to the trees. Then he glanced up and went abruptly still. Oh God, Mike whimpered behind me. I followed their frozen stares to a gnarled oak ahead, its bark scored deeply with symbols and slashes. A rust-colored smear painted the center in a gruesome starburst. It was undoubtedly old blood. Beneath it hung a buck's head, sightless eyes rolled back, tongue lolling. No body or blood trail in sight. Just this disembodied trophy head with spiraling bone-white antlers, left like a deliberate marker of malice. A warning. We need to run, now. Mike spat through gritted teeth, already backpedaling. Shrill panic bled into his voice, heightening my urge to flee blindly. But Steve grabbed our sleeves before we could bolt off trail into the watchful maze of trees. Don't panic, he hissed sharply. We stick to the path, no matter what. No shortcuts. We need to trust it'll lead us out if we just keep... He trailed off as a blood-curdling scream pierced the air behind us. It was ragged and inhuman, but somehow undoubtedly a human throat uttering it. It made no sense. We spun to face the direction we'd came. There, between two twisted pines, stood an impossibly tall, spindly shadow, peering out at us from across the narrow ravine, watching.
waiting. As the shriek faded, the silhouette seemed to tilt its head as if in gleeful appraisal. Then it raised one elongated arm to point at us. With the other arm, instead of a typical hand, it extended a single long spear-like finger that stretched all the way to the forest floor, tapping one claw-like tip against the soil, beckoning. We ran, just pure instinctual panic. We crashed blind through the undergrowth for what felt like hours, branches whipping our faces and exposed arms. Finally, we stumbled onto a main trail right as the light was fading. We half jogged, half fell down the mountainside until the ranger station lights appeared through the trees. We practically collapsed inside, soaked in sweat and wheezing. We probably looked like madmen with our ripped, muddy clothes and bleeding scratches everywhere. We couldn't form a sentence between us for a solid 10 minutes. The ranger eyed us warily, especially Steve, who kept raving about another legend he'd heard, claiming that that's what we saw. Spearfinger. He kept pointing and shaking a finger accusingly at the woods through the window. They set us down and eventually we choked out some version of the events after lots of skepticism. In the harsh fluorescent lights, it really did sound insane. What we saw out there, if anything, surely had some sort of rational explanation we were missing. It was getting dark then. We were stressed, so who knows? They insisted on checking us all for injuries or heart problems. Dehydration and exposure can make you see things, apparently. They didn't find anything wrong with us, and they never did find anything unusual out there when a team swept the location of our report the next day. No creepy stick figures, no mutilated animals, no impossibly tall shadow creature, no evidence of one. It was just a quiet stretch of woodland. I think deep down we knew even telling the story that it all sounded nuts, that we can't prove any of what we experienced beyond our own fevered memories of blind panic and terror. Maybe it was just a wicked, intense, shared nightmare somehow. But I swear as we left the ranger station the next afternoon, I spotted a little wooden mannequin nailed above the doorway that had not been there before, its spindly pokeberry limbs tied in the same pattern as the ones we'd raced by in the darkened woods. Steve went sheet white when he saw it too, a reminder just for us that whatever we fled from out there, whether real or imagined, could find us again if we crossed its path unprepared. And it had been here. Nowadays, we take a beach trip for our annual outing. No interest in challenging that thing to track us down twice. Once was plenty.
It couldn't pass my property line. From Sulphur Eyes. I've hesitated to share this story for many years, and truthfully have only shared it with a very select number of people. Perhaps if I get this off my chest, I'll feel better about it, like therapy. To begin, I'm Christian. Though I consider myself non-denominational, I grew up in a Pentecostal background, which teaches of the Holy Spirit, sometimes giving gifts to believers in the form of discernment, prophecy, and tongues. The gift of tongues is understood to be a language, which has no inherent meaning to people except that it's a holy language, spoken through us by the Holy Spirit. Now, on to the story. When I was about 14 or 15 years old, my mom and I lived with my aunt and uncle at my grandparents' old homestead. My grandparents had passed several years prior, and my aunt and uncle bought the property from my mom and the rest of her siblings. My mom and I had fallen on hard times, which is why we resided with them. The home was a brick home settled in the woods away from any true major towns or cities, by at least a 30-mile circumference. It was part of an unincorporated establishment that could be easily missed if you didn't know where to look. My grandfather had built the place for him, his wife, and 6 kids to get away from the bustle and noise of Houston. The home was well removed from the road and surrounded by tall pine trees and a creek further back in the woods. No one ever came down the road leading up to the house, so it was quite peaceful. One of those idyllic country homes nestled at the end of the dirt road, where at night there would be bonfires and stars reached on endlessly. I played there a lot as a kid, and nothing truly scary had ever happened. One evening, while my aunt and uncle were out of state, my mom turned in early after I fed all the animals, 1 dog and a few cats, leaving me to watch the Discovery Channel by myself. It was during the summer, and my mom never really minded me staying up late, as all I did was watch documentaries or anime. Normally at night I would entertain myself just fine, watch a couple of shows and then go to bed. But that entire evening had felt wrong. I stayed up very late into the night. I was so bothered. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread or worry. I would look up from my spot in the recliner toward the window, and I could feel the sensation of being watched. All I could see, however, was just the dirt drive and trees surrounding the property, illuminated by the 1 street lamp outside the house. There was nothing there. Figuring I was paranoid, I decided to just screw everything and go to bed. I knew I was tired. My room and Mom's room were next to each other toward the front of the house, and that aforementioned streetlight shone directly into my window. My headboard was centered beneath the window, but for whatever reason at the time, I slept with my head towards the foot of the bed. I lay there for several minutes, maybe even an hour, and still the feeling of dread was getting worse. I tried to pray for my anxiety to go away, but the words felt empty and stuck in my throat. My ears were picking up all the noises of the house, the clock ticking, the ice machine in the kitchen, my box fan, and my mom snoring heavily in the next room. I huffed and rolled over onto my back. Then everything stopped. Freezing in place, I became aware of the lack of sound that the house was just full of. Instead, another more sobering sound rang out. It was Smokey Joe, my uncle's miniature German Shepherd, going ballistic. Smokey normally was a well-tempered dog and never barked at anything unless someone he didn't know drove up to the house. And even then, it was a couple of barks. Then he'd stop. What he was doing now, though, was beyond description. I guess you could say it was like he was rabid. His growls of rage were coupled with such loud barks that it sounded almost like intermittent roars. It sounded as though he was just below my window outside. My first reaction was to try and roll up to see what was going on, but something told me to freeze right where I was. It wasn't a voice so much as an absolute instinct of knowing. At that moment, a couple of things happened that I'll never forget. One moment I was staring at the ceiling in terror, and the next I was looking outside. It was like the images were placed in my head and I could see exactly what was going on from a point of view that wasn't mine. The other thing that happened was I could hear my mom, who was sound asleep, but speaking in tongues. Her voice was loud and commanding, and in my mind I could see Smokey Joe, hackles raised, snarling and livid, just beneath my window, staring dead ahead at this thing standing motionless under the street lamp. This thing was like an undulating blot of ink. That's the only way I can describe it. It had density and mass, but no discernible shape. There was a head, but the rest of it resembled anomalous shadow. No features, no face, nothing like that. And the thing that frightened me the most was that even though it was standing directly under the light was swallowed up in the presence of the mass itself. I could hear my mom get louder and chills ran up my back. I couldn't understand what she was saying, but it was quite clearly a language, precise, syllabic, and authoritative. As I hear her get louder, I saw the inner portions of this shadow ripple like water, but way too thick and slow, and from the center of it, I heard this hissing sound. It was pissed. But I noticed something else. For whatever reason, it could not cross the property line. It was as though something was stopping it. It didn't fight to try and get across like I thought it would. It just stood there, angry that it was being denied entry. It was the strangest thing, and in my mind I felt that moment of knowing again, and this time it told me that this thing was not allowed here, and I felt calm immediately. The moment that realization hit, I was once again staring back at the ceiling of my room. Smoky had stopped barking and was just huffing until he was silent again, and Mom gradually grew quiet, going back to just snoring. The clock, the fan, the ice maker, and the normal sounds returned all at once. I must have laid there just a little longer until I bolted up and looked out my window. I found Smokey Joe staring curiously at the now empty spot. Seeing him standing there looking at that spot, more than anything, made me realize I wasn't dreaming. I briefly asked my mom the next day if she remembered praying in her sleep, but she remembered nothing, and even all these years later, she believes what I told her about this event. I believe the Holy Spirit saved us, but from what? I have no idea.
The Silent Watcher. From Grandiose Retiree. I used to be a middle school teacher. The scariest thing that ever happened to me happened at the Grand Canyon, and it wasn't something that happened to me directly, but to one of my students. It's a long and traumatic story, and to be forward and clear with you, I'm not sure I understand everything that happened. But here goes, and by the way, names will be changed for the sake of privacy. Over a decade ago, I organized a field trip to the Grand Canyon for my 7th grade class. It was supposed to be a fun, educational experience, a chance for the kids to learn about geology, ecology, and Native American history while bonding as a group. We'd been planning it for months. Everyone was excited about it. There were about 30 students in attendance, myself and 3 other chaperones. Most of the kids were your typical energetic 12 to 13-year-olds, chattering away as we hiked the trails and took in the breathtaking views. But there was one student, Kyle, who stood out to me from the start. Kyle was always a quiet kid, a bit of a loner. He didn't have many friends, and he usually kept to himself during class. But he seemed genuinely excited about this trip, in his own reserved way. I noticed at one point him hanging back from the group a bit, but he was clearly taking everything in. His eyes were wide as he stared out at the canyon. The first day was great. We did some easier hikes, learning about rock layers, and we even got to try out some hands-on archaeology activities. That night we set up camp in a designated area, and the kids had a blast, roasting marshmallows and telling some ghost stories around the campfire. It was on the second day that things started to get strange. We were about halfway through a morning hike when Kyle approached me. He looked uneasy. He was fidgeting with the straps of his backpack, and he kept glancing over his shoulder. "Mr. Johnson," he said in a low voice, "I think someone's watching us." I'll admit, I didn't take him too seriously at first. Kids that age can have very active imaginations, and some of the more insecure ones can be very paranoid about strangers, especially in a place as awe-inspiring and slightly eerie as the Grand Canyon. "What do you mean, Kyle?" I asked, trying to sound concerned but not overly alarmed. He hesitated, then said, "There's a man in a dark jacket. He's been following us since we started the hike. I keep seeing him behind rocks or trees." I looked around, but I didn't see anyone matching that description. Just our group and a few other tourists in the distance. "Are you sure it's not just another hiker?" I suggested, gently. Kyle shook his head. "No, he's different. He's always watching us, and I don't think he has a face." Though the last part was odd, I'd be lying if I said it didn't send chills down my spine. But I reminded myself that Kyle was probably letting his imagination run wild. Maybe the ghost stories from before had gotten to him. Or maybe he was feeling a bit homesick or anxious about being away from home. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Kyle, I promise you, we're perfectly safe here. There are rangers all over the park, and we've got our whole group. But if it makes you feel better, I'll keep an eye out for you, okay? He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. As we continued the hike, I noticed Kyle growing more and more agitated, looking even more frequently over his shoulder. A couple of times I caught him staring intently at seemingly empty spots along the trail. By lunchtime, Kyle's behavior was starting to worry me. He barely touched his food and jumped at every little sound. I pulled him aside after we ate. Kyle, what's going on? You seem really upset. His eyes were wide and frightened. He's still following us, Mr. Johnson. I saw him 3 times since last we talked. Why can't anyone else see him? I looked around again, still seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Kyle, I promise you there's no one following us. Maybe you're just tired from all the hiking. Do you need to rest for a bit? He shook his head violently. You don't believe me. No one ever believes me. The desperation in his voice made my heart ache. I knelt down to his level. Kyle, I believe you're seeing something. I just don't think it's what you think it is. You see, sometimes our minds can play tricks on us, especially when we're in new places. Kyle's face crumpled, and for a moment I thought he was going to cry. But then he just turned away and trudged back to the group. For the rest of the afternoon, I kept a close eye on Kyle. He grew increasingly withdrawn, barely responding when his classmates tried to engage with him. I also made a point of scanning our surroundings regularly, but I never saw any sign of the man Kyle described. As we set up camp that evening, I pulled aside Mrs. Reeves, one of our chaperones, and filled her in on the situation. We agreed to keep a closer watch on Kyle and to make sure one of us was always nearby. After dinner, we let the kids have some free time before bed. Most of them sat around the campfire, laughing and chatting, but Kyle was nowhere to be seen. At first, I wasn't too worried. Kyle was the type who often needed some alone time, and I figured he might have just wandered off a little to decompress. But as the minutes ticked by, and there was still no sign of him, a knot of dread and guilt began to form in my stomach. I did a head count. Everyone was there, save for Kyle. I tried to stay calm as I announced to the group that Kyle was missing. Mrs. Reeves and I organized a search, keeping most of the kids at the campsite, while we and the other 2 chaperones, along with a few of the older students, began combing the immediate area. We called Kyle's name, checked behind every boulder and bush, but there was no trace. As darkness fell, my sense of panic grew. The Grand Canyon can be a very dangerous place, especially after dark. There are steep drops that can be difficult to see, wild animals, and it's very easy to get lost if you wander off the marked trails. After an hour of fruitless searching, I had to make the call I'd been dreading to make. I contacted the park rangers to report Kyle missing. The next few hours were a blur of activity. Rangers arrived with search dogs and better equipment. They questioned all of us about when we'd last seen Kyle and what he had been wearing. I also told them about his strange behavior earlier in the day, telling them about what he said, about the man he claimed to see. They took down all the information, but I could tell they were more focused on the possibility that Kyle had simply wandered off and gotten lost somewhere. As the search stretched into the night, I stayed at our campsite with most of the students, They were scared and confused, and I did my best to reassure them while my own mind raced with horrible possibilities. It was well past midnight when one of the rangers radioed in. They'd found Kyle. The relief I felt was overwhelming, but it was short-lived. The ranger's voice was tense as he gave us the bare details. Kyle had been found unconscious at an abandoned campsite several miles from where we were staying. He was alive, but unresponsive. They were airlifting him to a hospital in Flagstaff. I wanted to go with Kyle, but I couldn't leave the rest of the students. As the rangers rushed off to meet the helicopter, one of them pulled me aside and told me something that made my blood run cold. "There's something else," he said in a low voice. "When we found the boy, there were strange marks on his neck. Symbols of some kind. Not sure what they mean. I wanted to ask if he had done that himself before he left." No, sir, he didn't. There were no markings on his neck the last time I saw him." I felt as if the ground had dropped out from under me. All I could think about was Kyle insisting that someone had been following us, watching us. Was he right the entire time? The rest of the night passed by in a haze of worry and confusion. I had to contact Kyle's parents, deal with the other students' questions and fears, try to make sense of what had happened. But my mind kept circling back to those symbols the ranger had mentioned. What were they? Who had put them there? What did they look like? The next morning, we had to make the difficult decision to cut the trip short. The other students were too shaken up to continue, and frankly, so was I. As we packed up camp and prepared to leave, I could not shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept thinking about what Kyle had said, about this man who didn't have a face. Was that last part just his imagination? Or was that truthful too? Had he seen something the rest of us missed? As we made our way back to Phoenix, I was torn between wanting to rush to the hospital to check on Kyle and needing to ensure the rest of the students got home safely. In the end, my responsibility to the group won out, but I did make a call to the hospital as soon as we arrived back in the city. The news wasn't good. Kyle was physically stable, but he still had not regained consciousness. The doctors, however, could not find any medical reason for his condition. There was no head trauma, no signs of dehydration or exposure. It was as if he had simply shut down. I spent the next few days dealing with the aftermath of that trip. There were worried parents to placate, school administrators to brief, and a mountain of paperwork to fill out. But my thoughts were constantly with Kyle. I visited him in the hospital whenever I could, sitting by his bedside and talking to him, hoping that he could hear me. It was during one of these visits, about a week after the incident, that Kyle finally woke up. I was reading a book aloud to him when I noticed his eyelids fluttering. My heart leapt as his eyes slowly opened, but the relief I felt quickly turned to concern. Kyle's eyes were different. That spark of curiosity that had always been there before, even behind his quiet demeanor, was gone. In its place was a dull, empty look that sent a chill through me. "Kyle," I said softly, "can you hear me?" He turned his head slightly towards me, but his gaze seemed to look right through me. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "You didn't believe me." Those words tied my innards in a knot. "Kyle, I'm sorry," I tried to apologize, but Kyle would not say anything after that. He turned away from me and stared blankly at the wall. The doctors ran more tests, still unable to find anything physically wrong with Kyle. Physically, he was fine, But mentally, it was like he had retreated into himself, barely responding to anyone or anything. I tried to get Kyle to talk about what happened in the canyon, but he would either ignore me completely or become agitated, sometimes even violent. As the days turned into weeks, Kyle showed no signs of improvement. His parents were devastated, and I was consumed by guilt. I just felt that I had failed Kyle, that if I had just believed him when he first came to me, maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe it was the guilt, maybe it was the curiosity, but I found myself nearly obsessed with trying to figure out what had happened to Kyle in the canyon. I pored over maps of the area where he'd been found, researched local legends and folklore, even reached out to some of the Native American tribes in the region to see if they knew anything about the symbols that had reportedly been found on Kyle's neck. But everywhere I turned, I hit dead ends. The park rangers told me they had no record of any similar incidents. The local tribes were either unwilling to talk about it, or genuinely had no idea what I was talking about. And the symbols themselves? No one would tell me what they meant, where they came from, or what they looked like. As the weeks stretched into months, Kyle's condition didn't improve. If anything, he seemed to be retreating further into himself. His parents, at a loss for what to do, eventually decided to take him home and care for him there. Kyle stopped coming to school altogether. I would check in with his parents from time to time, but the news was always the same. Kyle would rarely leave his room, barely ate, and almost never spoke. The incident in the canyon had effectively ended Kyle's childhood. The bright, curious boy I knew was gone, replaced by a shell of a person who seemed to be constantly scared of something the rest of us couldn't see, and also racked with anger that we didn't believe him. I tried to move on with my life, to focus on my other students and my teaching, but the guilt just ate and ate away at me. On a few occasions, I woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, my stomach all knotted up again with anxiety and guilt. During class, I would sometimes catch myself staring out the window, half expecting to see a man in a dark jacket watching from across the street. Life went on, the years passed, and eventually I retired from teaching. I never did forget about Kyle. From time to time, I would still check in with his parents, hoping against hope that there had been some improvement. But there never was. About a month ago, I received the news I'd been dreading for years. Kyle had killed himself. The details were sparse, but apparently he had become increasingly agitated in the days leading up to his death. His parents said he kept insisting that he was watching, and that no one believes him. They had no idea what Kyle was talking about. The night before it happened, Kyle had locked himself in his room. His parents could hear him moving furniture around, like he was barricading the door. In the morning, when they finally managed to get into his room, they found him hanging. I attended Kyle's funeral. My heart was heavy with grief and guilt. As I stood there listening to the pastor speak about Kyle's tragically short life, I kept telling myself it was my fault. I simply only had to believe him that day in the canyon. I could have helped him. I could have taken those kids home early, at the first sign of danger. But I hadn't. After the service, Kyle's mother approached me. She looked worn and tired, aged beyond her years by the ordeal she had been through. She placed a hand on my shoulder, and through tears, she told me, "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself." I know I'll likely never stop blaming myself, but those words have helped me go on. But I'll never stop wondering, what took Kyle, and what did it do to him?
Not your grandpa's Bigfoot story. From Crank162. Never thought I'd be the type to tell folks about a Bigfoot encounter. Heck, I've spent 43 years working forestry in California, and I always figured those tales were just campfire nonsense to scare kids and sell beef jerky to tourists. You can call me Howie. I've been retired for about 5 years. I've seen enough real dangers in the woods that I don't need to make up fake ones. This happened in the fall during my annual camping trip with my buddy Vern. We've been doing these trips since 1978, back when our kids were little and we both needed breaks from diapers and daycare. We're both widowers now. My Elaine, God rest her soul, passed away in 2015, and his wife went in 2019. These trips nowadays mean even more to us. Vern was a history teacher before he retired. Smart as they come, but with no filter whatsoever. He's 3 years older than me and reminds me of it whenever his memory works better than mine, which is more often than I'd like to admit. When we pulled into the gravel parking area at the trailhead, Vern asked if this was the spot my grandson had spoken of. I looked at the sign nearby and told him, "That's what Ryan said. Claims it's great fishing here. Nobody knows about it either." "Huh, probably a reason nobody knows about it," Vern said. But he was grinning. For a guy with a bum hip, he was already pulling his pack from the truck. The hike in wasn't so bad, but a mile and a half on a trail that got progressively narrower. We found a decent clearing about 50 yards from a small stream. A great spot to set up the old tent we've been using since Bush was president. The first one, actually. Vern said it wasn't too shabby, and even complimented my grandson on the good idea for once, according to him. I laughed at that. "Even a broken clock, huh? Let's get some lines in the water before it gets dark." We caught 3 decent-sized trout that first afternoon. Plenty for dinner, but nothing to write home about. We cleaned them up by the stream and had them fried up with some potatoes, cracking open a couple of beers. This was something we'd done 100 times before by now. My bones say rain tomorrow," Vern said. "Your bones always say rain. Sometimes they're even right about it." We laughed. We turned in around 9, and that's when I noticed something odd. How quiet the forest was. Usually in a place like this, you get frogs and bugs and owls and all the night critters making racket. But there was nothing all of a sudden. I whispered to Vern, asking if he was hearing that, and he mumbled back that he didn't hear a thing. "Exactly," I said to him. But we were exhausted by then, and after a few minutes of that silence, we both drifted off. There was a light drizzle in the morning, just enough to make everything damp. I got up first, as usually was the case, and I went to get our food bag from where we'd hung it between 2 trees. And then I saw them. Footprints, big ones, around our campsite. "Vern, come take a look at this," I called to him. He hobbled over, still zipping up his jacket. "What is that, bear tracks?" "That's what I thought at first. Take a closer look. The prints were huge, easily 15 inches long. But they weren't bear tracks. The shape didn't match up. There were 5 toes and they were arched like human feet, but twice the size of my boot." "Huh," Vern said, which was his way of saying he was completely stumped. He figured someone was messing with us, but I reminded him it was way out in the wilderness in October during a weekday. Not the best time for someone to be pranking a couple of old men. Our food bag had been messed with too. Not torn open, but somehow unhooked from our rope system, set down carefully on a rock nearby. And nothing had been taken, the opposite of what a bear might do. "Ryan didn't say anything about hoodlums out here, did he?" Vern asked as we made coffee. "No, just said it was quiet and good fishing." We spent that morning fishing again. We caught a few more, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was with us out here. Round noon, The feeling got so strong, I suggested we just go back to camp. "Your arthritis acting up?" Vern teased me. "No, just, I don't know. I think it'd be best if we headed back." We were about halfway back to camp when I saw something. Between two massive redwoods about 70 yards away stood something. I wanted to tell myself it was a weird shadow, even a burned trunk. But then I saw it move. "Hey, Vern, look between those two big trees over there. The ones with the fallen log between them." He squinted. He refuses to wear his glasses when we go camping. The stubborn fool. "What is that? A person?" he asked. It wasn't. It was too big to be a person. Too broad, too. Standing maybe 8 feet tall, if I had to guess. We stared at the figure for maybe 5 seconds before whatever it was turned and walked off into the thickness of the forest. "Definitely weren't no bear," Vern said. Nope, it sure wasn't. We got back to camp and found branches broken about 9 feet up on a nearby tree, snapped downward like something big had pushed past them. Nearby, we found a pile of rocks stacked up. We hadn't left them like that. There were 3 larger rocks in the bottom, 2 in the middle, and 1 on top. Could be other hikers, I guessed. Hikers that are 9 feet tall? Vern shook his head at me. "You know what the loggers used to talk about in these parts?" "Oh, don't start with that nonsense." "Just saying. My dad worked these forests in the 40s. Said the old-timers wouldn't go into certain places alone. Said there were forest men watching them." I rolled my eyes. "Your dad also said he once caught a fish so big he needed a crane to land it." Vern laughed. "True enough, but I'm just saying, there's stories about these woods going back before European settlement." That night, things got stranger. We were playing cards in the tent when we heard it. There was a rhythmic knocking sound like someone hitting wood against wood. First from one direction, then answered from another. "Oh God, please tell me that's a woodpecker with insomnia," I said. "In October, after dark. I don't think so," Vern replied. The knocking continued for about 20 minutes, then finally stopped. After that, though, was something worse. A deep, rumbling vocalization came from somewhere in the darkness beyond the camp. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. "What kind of animal makes that noise?" Vern asked. "Darn if I know. Mountain lion with laryngitis?" We were trying to keep it light, but we both knew this wasn't normal. That's when these small rocks, pebbles mostly, started to land on the tent as if they were being tossed from somewhere in the dark. "I'm too old for this crap," I muttered. But neither of us suggested packing up yet. We would never hear the end of it from each other if we ran scared in the middle of the night. The strangest part was the smell that drifted through our camp. It was like a skunk mixed with wet dog and thrown in a blender. So musky and overpowering. This wasn't anything I recognized, despite all my years I've spent in the woods. We finally fell asleep around midnight when things quietened down. But at nearly 3 a.m., both of us sat bolt upright as something brushed against the side of the tent. Something big. The fabric of the tent pushed inward, outlining what looked like a massive hand or a paw. Then the whole side bulged, as if something was leaning against it. We could hear breathing, too, deep and heavy breaths that did not sound human. "Get the flashlight," Vern whispered. I fumbled for it and clicked it on. Whatever was outside our tent then moved away quickly. We could hear big footsteps retreating. "I'm taking a look," Vern said, already unzipping the tent despite his bad hip. "Are you crazy?" "Maybe, but I'm not sleeping another wink wondering what's out there," I followed him out with the light. It was misty, but the moon gave us enough light to see the clearing around the tent. Didn't see much at first, till Vern grabbed my arm and pointed. At the forest's edge, partially hidden by a redwood trunk but clearly visible, stood a figure, and it was enormous, well over 8 feet tall with broad shoulders and a heavy brow. It was covered in dark hair or fur, and it was just watching us. "Holy mother of..." Vern whispered. The thing stood there for nearly a minute, not moving and not making a sound. Then it simply turned and walked off into the forest. We heard branches breaking as it moved away, followed by similar sounds from different direction. We realized there may be several of them out there, all moving around together. We stayed up until dawn, sitting back to back in the tent with our flashlights and Vern's old fishing knife. We didn't do much talking, but when we did, it was about practical things. "You ever hear anything like this when you were working forestry?" Vern asked. "Nothing but rumors, really. Guys would come back from remote areas talking about some weird stuff. Tracks and sounds. Most of us figured they were drinking or just pulling our legs." "You think anyone's gonna believe this?" I snorted. "Would you? 2 old farts claiming they saw Bigfoot?" "I didn't say nothing about Bigfoot," Vern said, but I could hear the smile in his voice. At first light, we checked around the camp. The ground was damp enough to hold some impressions, and there they were. Big old footprints in a semicircle around our tent, exactly like what we'd seen the day before. Different sizes, suggesting at least 3 different critters, whatever they truly were. We also found more of those rock piles. Small structures made of sticks, too. None of it looked random. There were tufts of dark, coarse hair caught on tree bark, about 8 feet up in places, too. We packed up in a hurry, not talking much. By unspoken agreement, we left the remaining fish on a flat rock at the edge of the camp. Seems stupid now, but it felt like the right thing to do. The hike back felt like it took ages. We didn't see anything else, but the feeling of being watched stayed with us until we made it back to the truck. On the drive home, it was Vern that broke the silence. "So, where are we going next year?" I looked at him surprised. "Already planning the next trip after that?" "Heck yeah," he said. "I've got at least a few more trips in me before I kick it. But maybe somewhere with fewer locals." I laughed at him. "Crater Lake, maybe. I hear they've got good fishing too." "Sounds perfect. Just us old guys and normal-sized wildlife, I hope." This encounter has become one of our family's favorite stories these days. The grandkids love it when I share it with them, and when Vern's around when I start the story, it gets even better. Because, truth be told, he's much better at telling these stories than me. Brings a lot of energy to it. And hey, if you're hiking in the old-growth section of Redwood State Park, maybe hang your food a little higher than you usually would. And don't be surprised if you get some company. Some very tall company.
Interloper. From 883 Grix. I've been working as a park ranger at a state park in the Midwest for about 3 years now. It's a great job. Funnest and most fulfilling one I've had. I mean, who doesn't like spending their days in nature? Really, all I do is make sure the park is safe and well maintained for visitors. Keep track of wildlife here and there, too. Sometimes, though, when I'm on the night shift, things get a little eerie. Might just be human nature, but when the woods get dark, you start to feel a little creeped out sometimes. This happened on a typical evening in early September. The summer crowds had thinned out by then, but we still had a decent number of campers scattered throughout the park. I was doing my usual rounds, checking the trails and campsites, making sure everything was in order. I had just finished inspecting the campground at a place we called the Meadows, and I was heading down a mountainous trail when I noticed a light flickering through the trees. It was coming from one of the backcountry campsites, a small clearing about a quarter-mile off the main trail. That struck me as odd. These sites are primitive. No electricity, no running water. Campers out there usually rely on lanterns or campfires for light. But this light was different. There was an artificial quality to it, maybe a flashlight or a headlamp. As I got closer, I could make out a tent set up in the clearing. The light was coming from inside. I approached cautiously, not wanting to startle whoever was in there. I was about 20 yards away when I saw movement going towards the tent. A man, who didn't see me yet, looked around, then crawled oddly quietly inside. Once inside, he let out this weird, stifled moan. It was almost pained. Then I watched the tent flap begin to shuffle about as the man crawled back out. He moved so oddly, almost slithering on his belly before rising to his feet. He straightened up, then looked right at me. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something wasn't quite right here, and I wasn't sure what it was. Having been caught, I stepped out of the shadows, shining my flashlight towards the man. "Evening," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Everything all right over here?" The man's eyes grew wide, as if somehow he'd been startled despite having seen me already. He looked to be in his late 30s. He had a thin, wiry build and unkempt hair. He wore a dark hoodie and jeans. "Oh, hi, Ranger," he said, his voice a bit shaky. "Yeah, everything's fine. I haven't been feeling well, that's all." He gestured vaguely towards the tent, trying to explain the moan I'd heard, I guess. I kept my light trained on him, studying his face. He was sweating, but the night was cool, and there was something about his expression, a tightness around his eyes, even a twitchiness in his movements. "You sure you're all right?" I asked, taking a step closer. "That didn't sound good coming from your tent." No, it's fine," he insisted, backing away from me. "Just a stomach ache. I think I ate something bad. I'll be all right." He was rambling, his words tumbling out in a nervous rush. His eyes kept darting from me to the tent and back again. I didn't believe him for a second. I wasn't sure what was going on. I think I thought maybe drugs at the moment. But I didn't have any concrete reason to press the issue, really. No evidence. And campers do get sick all the time. As long as they're not disturbing anyone else or posing a danger to themselves, it's not really my business. "Well, all right," I said slowly. "If you need anything, you know where to find me. I'll be at the ranger station up the trail." I nodded in that direction. "Yeah, sure, thanks," he mumbled. He was already edging away from me, moving towards the trail that led back to the main campground. I'm gonna head to the restroom. I'll be fine." Makes sense, I thought. And with that, he hurried off into the darkness, leaving me standing there with a growing sense of unease. I looked back at his tent, silent and still in the moonlight. I considered going over to check inside just to be sure, but something held me back. Call it instinct, maybe just a healthy respect for people's privacy. I finished my patrol, then returned to the station. But I could not shake that feeling that something was off about that encounter. I kept replaying it in my head. The strange moan, the man's nervous behavior, the way he had crawled into and out of that tent. I was still thinking about it the next morning, when I got a call from the park superintendent. There had been an incident at one of the backcountry campsites. A murder. My stomach dropped as I listened to the details. A young woman had been stabbed multiple times in her sleeping bag. No sign of a struggle, no defensive wounds. She probably never even got a chance to wake up. And the suspect, I recognized him right away. The man I'd seen crawling out of that tent. The one who had been acting so strangely. Turns out he had been dating the victim. They'd come out to the park together for a camping trip. The other rangers found him at the edge of the park, trying to hike out to the nearest road. The guy had a wild, desperate look in his eyes, and when they confronted him, he broke down, sobbing and rambling about voices in his head about how he never meant to do it. That shook me to my core. To think that I'd been that close to a killer, that I had basically seen him do it. That agonized moan I'd heard was not his. It was almost all too much to process. Turns out the man had a history of mental illness and erratic behavior. There had been warning signs, incidents in the past that went unaddressed. I kept thinking back to that moment on the trail, wondering if I could have done something differently. Maybe I should have pressed harder. Maybe I should have insisted on checking the tent. Subconsciously, I tell myself I could have saved her life, but then I remind myself she was already dead then. That last moan she gave, the life leaving her body. Oh, makes me feel sick thinking about it. Rationally, I know it's not my fault. I did my job. I followed protocol. There was no way I could have known what he had done. But it still gnaws at me, wouldn't it you? This event changed the way I approach my work. I'm much more cautious now, more attuned to the subtle signs that something might be amiss. I do my best to trust my instincts more, and I'm not afraid to ask tougher questions when something's feeling odd. Because if there's one thing I've learned from this, it's that the wilderness isn't the only thing that can be dangerous out there. Sometimes the real threats are the ones that look just like us. The ones that can crawl out of a tent with a smile and lie. It wasn't a bear. From Knowlton. It was late October, a few years back, when I had the most terrifying experience of my life. I was working as a ranger at a remote state park in the mountains. I won't be specific for the sake of privacy. The park was officially closed for the season, but we kept a skeleton crew on to do maintenance, look after the equipment, and keep an eye out for trespassers, which the place got a lot of. I drew the short straw and was put on the night shift, alone at the main ranger station. Most nights were dead quiet, though, with only the sound of the wind in the pines and an occasional car passing on the highway a few miles away. To pass the time, I'd watch movies, read books, and whittle little wood carvings. Anything to stay awake and not let the eerie stillness get to me, as it often does. This one night, around 2 a.m., I was in the back room making a cup of coffee when I heard a thud against the side of the building. Probably just a pine cone falling on the roof, I thought. Then I heard it again. A thud. And again, a louder thud. I froze. The thuds continued, moving along the wall. It sounded like heavy, deliberate footsteps. But that was impossible. I was the only one out here. The thuds reached the corner of the building, heading towards the front door. My heart pounded as I crept towards the front room. I peered out the window. The floodlight illuminated the gravel driveway and the edge of the forest. I didn't see anything, but the footsteps were getting closer, crunching on the gravel now. Something was out there, circling the building, doing something against the wall, now approaching the door. Whatever it was big. I backed away from the window, my hand shaking as I unclipped the holster of my sidearm. Then the footsteps stopped, right outside the door. Suddenly, wham! The door shuddered as something slammed into it, rattling the frame. I jumped back, drawing my gun and aiming it at the door with trembling hands. Another wham! The door buckled from another impact. The lock and deadbolt strained to hold. Then there was a crash. The door frame splintered as the door burst open. A dark shape loomed in the doorway. I screamed and fired. When the hulking figure only staggered but kept coming forwards, I turned to run. Behind me, a deep and raspy breathing came. I sprinted to the back room and slammed the door shut. Fumbling with my keys, I managed to lock it. I grabbed the desk and shoved it against the door as a barricade. Then bam, that thing rammed against the door. The desk shuddered, but held. I could hear it walking around outside, its heavy breathing snuffling around the door. I backed into the corner and sank down, gun trained on the door. My radio crackled alive, startling me.
Dave, come in, over.
It was Mike, my supervisor, doing the regular check-in from the ranger station on the other side of the park. Mike, I need help. There's something trying to get in here. It broke down the front door. I'm trapped in the back room. Get help. Hurry. I hissed into the radio.
Whoa, slow down. What's going on? What do you mean something's trying to get in?
I don't know. A bear, maybe? I don't really know what it is. Just get help.
All right, sit tight. I'm calling for backup. Just stay calm and don't do anything stupid.
The radio went silent. The thing outside the door had gone quiet too. Was it listening to us? For a moment, all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. Then there was a clatter from the front room that made me flinch. It sounded like furniture being knocked over. There was a pause, then more clattering, moving further away. After a few moments, I couldn't hear anything, but my heart was still racing. I crept to the door and put my ear against it. Silence. Even so, I didn't dare open it. Hours passed as I crouched behind that desk, gun ready in my trembling hands. Finally, I began to hear vehicles pulling up outside. Shouts, radio squawking, beams of flashlights sweeping through the windows.
Dave? Dave, you in there?
Mike's muffled voice called from the other side of the door. I wanted to cry in relief. I pushed aside the desk and opened it up. The front room was trashed. Chairs overturned, maps and papers scattered everywhere. The front door hanging off its hinges, but no sign of my intruder. What the heck happened here? Mike asked, surveying the damage. Something tried to break in. It got in the front room, obviously, but it didn't get to the back. I shot at it too. The thing just kept coming. It cornered me back there, thought it was going to get through the door. What was it? Did you get a good look? He picked up a shell casing and frowned. Looks like you aren't lying. Mike, I don't know what it was. It was dark. I couldn't really see. It was big, though. Not like any bear I've seen. I could barely get those words out. My throat was tight with fear. Well, it's gone now. Took off into the woods, looks like. He nodded at the muddy tracks leading away from the porch. Let's get this cleaned up. You can write up a report in the morning. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape filling the doorway. I turned in my report, but I couldn't give a clear description of what it was. Obviously, the department seemed skeptical of my story, but they couldn't deny the damage to the ranger station. They brought in a wildlife expert to examine the tracks, but even he couldn't definitively say what had made them. Could be a bear, he said, scratching his head. but I've never seen bear tracks quite like this. In the following weeks, I tried to put the incident out of my mind, focusing on my work. Every night shift filled me with dread, though. I jumped at every noise, every shadow. I started to carry a higher caliber weapon, and I was very particular about keeping the doors and windows shut and locked. My colleagues noticed the change in me. They'd give me concerned looks when they thought I wasn't watching, whispering behind my back. I knew they thought I was probably losing it. Maybe I was. About a month after the attack, I was out on a routine patrol of the hiking trails. It was a crisp, clear day, and the forest was peaceful. I almost felt at ease. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I spotted something on the ground ahead. I approached cautiously. It was a deer, or what was left of one. The carcass had been brutally mauled, flesh torn, bones crushed. The surrounding foliage had been trampled and splattered with blood. Quite clearly the work of a predator, but far more vicious than your average mountain lion or coyote. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered that thing that had come after me that night. Could it have done this? I looked around warily, suddenly feeling very exposed out there in the woods. I radioed it in, and soon the site was crawling with rangers and wildlife officers. They took samples, snapped photos, looked for tracks. But just like at the ranger station, they could not find any definitive evidence of what had killed the deer. Over the next few months, more animal mutilations turned up in the park. Deer, elk, one of them was even a black bear. Each one was more gruesome than the last, and always no clear tracks, no viable evidence of the killer. Rumors began to spread among the park staff. Some thought it was a rogue cougar or a wolf pack. Others whispered about something unnatural, a creature that defied explanation. I knew they were all dancing around what I'd seen that night, but no one wanted to say it outright. As the attacks continued and grew closer to the hiking trails and campgrounds, the park superintendent grew increasingly concerned. He brought in a team of experienced hunters to try to track and kill the creature, whatever it was. I was assigned to guide the hunters through the back country. As much as the thought of confronting the thing terrified me, I also desperately wanted answers and a resolution. For days we trekked through the rugged terrain, following faint trails and signs of the supposed creature's passing. We did find more grisly kills, but the beast itself remained elusive. It seemed to be toying with us, always one step ahead, wanting us to find those brutal remains. One evening, as we were setting up camp in a dense patch of forest, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. It sounded almost human, but distorted, feral. The hunters grabbed their weapons, and we ran towards the sound. One of the hunters ahead of us crouched down at a small clearing, laying his rifle on the ground beside him. He was staring into the trees, his face white with shock. "I saw it," he whispered as we approached. It looked right at me." "What was it? What did you see?" I asked, my heart pounding. He shook his head, unable to find the words. Not natural. Those eyes." He trailed off, shuddering. A twig snapped in the forest behind us. We spun around, rifles raised. Something large was moving around through the underbrush, circling us. We could hear its heavy breathing, the crunching of its footsteps. Then it emerged from the trees, and I felt my blood turn to ice. It was just as I remembered. That hulking, shadowy figure, vaguely humanoid, but far too large. Its eyes glinted in the fading light, filled with a feral, predatory intelligence. The hunters, now sure it was not a person, aimed and fired together. Whatever it was roared a grumbling roar, a sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath us. Then it did something we didn't expect a creature, who had just taken a full barrage of bullets, to do. It charged at us. The entire group scattered. I heard screaming behind me, but I ignored it, just running, blindly crashing through the forest. My only thought was to get away, to stay alive. I don't know how long or far I ran. Eventually, I stumbled into a small stream and fell to my knees, gasping for breath. The forest had gone quiet again. No sign of the hunters, and thankfully no sign of the creature. It was deep into the night by the time I found my way back to the main park roads. I staggered into the ranger station, covered in scratches and bruises, my clothes torn. The superintendent was there, along with a group of grim-faced park police and the hunters who had been attacked. Well, except for one. All but one of the hunters had made it back. The official story was it had been a bear attack. The park was closed for some time, and a massive search began for the missing man. But I knew how it would end. Maybe I was scared and paranoid and pessimistic, but I knew what the results would be. Because whatever it was out there, it was beyond our understanding, and I don't think it'd like to leave things alive. In the months that followed, I retreated into myself. I couldn't shake the memory of that night in the forest, the sheer terror of coming face to face with it not once, but twice. I would never feel safe in the woods again. But more than that, I was haunted by the idea it was still out there. So, obviously, I don't work at the park anymore. And now every interest and passion I had in the outdoors is dead. Because every time I'm out in the trees, I can't stop thinking what I might see around the bend, or what might see me. God help anyone who stands in that thing's way when they sadly encounter it out in the forest. Help Me, from LXZURAY Story. For a few years, I worked at Adirondack Park as a park ranger. It's a huge park, covering over 6 million acres in upstate New York. It's got everything. Mountains, forests, lakes, rivers. It's beautiful. But it can also be pretty wild and remote in places. I was stationed at one of the more isolated ranger outposts, near the western edge of the park. It's a small cabin, really only used by rangers and the occasional backpacker or hunter who ventures out this far. It's a quiet posting, which suits me just fine. I like the solitude, being out in nature. But it can be a little spooky at times, especially at night. There's a lot of history in these woods. The Adirondacks were home to Native American tribes for centuries before European settlers arrived. There were a lot of conflicts, a lot of bloodshed as the land changed hands. Then there were the logging and mining operations in the late 1800s and early 1900s. The park is dotted with the remains of old logging camps and mining towns, just crumbling foundations and rusting equipment left behind when the industries died out. Some of the other rangers, the ones who have been here longer, they talk about strange things they've seen or heard out in the woods. Lights in the night sky, sounds that just don't belong, those sort of things. I always took it with a grain of salt. You spend enough time out in the wilderness, your mind can start to play tricks on you. But then, a couple of months ago, I started to experience some weird things myself. It started with small stuff. I'd be out on a trail and get this feeling like I was being watched. I would turn around, expecting to see another hiker, maybe a deer, but there would be nothing there. Then I began to hear noises at night when I was alone in my cabin. Footsteps on the porch, the creak of the old rocking chair outside. Whenever I'd get up to check, there was never anyone there. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. But it kept happening, and it started to feel more and more sinister. One night I woke up to the sound of whispering. It sounded like it was coming from right outside my window. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone sent a chill down my spine. It sounded angry, almost threatening. I lay there in my bunk, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself I was just dreaming. But then I heard the doorknob rattle, like someone wanted to get inside. I jumped up, grabbed my flashlight and my gun. But when I got to the door, there was no one there. The night was quiet, still. After that, things began to escalate. I would find strange symbols carved into trees, arranged rocks and sticks in patterns that did not look natural. Once, on a remote trail, I found the remains of what looked like some kind of ritual site. A circle of stones, charred animal bones in the center. I reported this, of course, but there wasn't much the park authorities could really do. There was no evidence of who had done it, or why. I started to do some research into the history of the area, trying to find some explanation for what was happening. That's when I came across these stories about an asylum. Now, bear in mind, I don't know how true this is, but according to the article I read back then, back in the 1920s, there was a small mental hospital built on what is now park land. It was meant to be a place of healing, using the fresh mountain air and natural surroundings to help treat patients. But the stories about the place were quite dark. Rumors of patient mistreatment, of experimental treatments that crossed ethical lines. There were even tales of patients who went missing, never to be seen again. The supposed asylum closed down in the 1950s, and the building was demolished not long after. But some of the rangers say the site is still haunted by the spirits of the patients who suffered there. If another ranger or two confirmed this story, maybe it was true. But I personally couldn't find much more info about the asylum that was supposed to be there. Now, I didn't put much stock into ghost stories, but I couldn't deny that something strange was going on. These incidents kept happening, getting more and more disturbing. It all came to a head one night. I was alone in the cabin as usual. It was a dark and moonless night, the kind where the forest seems to press in around you. I was just getting ready for bed when I heard it, a scream, coming from somewhere out in the woods. It made my blood run cold. It sounded like a woman, and she was terrified. I grabbed my gear and ran out into the night, my flashlight bouncing off the trees. The scream came again, fainter this time, like it was moving away. I followed the sound deeper into the forest, my heart pounding in my ears. I knew I was breaking protocol, that I should radio for backup. But there was no time for that. Someone might be in trouble, I thought. The trail led me to a small clearing. That's when I saw it. There was something in the center of that clearing, something dark and unnatural. As I drew closer, I could make out more details, and what I saw made my stomach turn. It was, well, I'm still not sure exactly what it was, but it was terrifying. Give me a moment, I'll get there. That's when things took a turn for the worse. As I stepped into the clearing, the beam of my flashlight fell upon the sight that had made my blood run cold. In the center of the open space was this figure, hunched, unmoving. At first, I thought it might be the woman I'd heard scream, but as I drew closer, I realized it was something else entirely. It was humanoid in shape, but there was something wrong about its proportions. Its limbs were too long, body too thin, and the way it was crouched, with its head bent at an unnatural angle. It just didn't look human. Even so, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hello? Are you all right?" The figure did not respond. It didn't even move. I took another step closer, my hand tightening on my flashlight. And then, suddenly, its head snapped up. I stumbled back, a scream lodged in my throat. Where there should have been a face, I saw nothing, just a smooth, featureless expanse of pale skin. The thing rose to its feet, unfolding itself like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, and it towered over me, well over 7 feet tall. I turned to run, but my feet would not move. It was like I was frozen there, my muscles locked into place with terror. The creature took a step closer, then another. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, like it wasn't quite used to its own body. I finally managed to break out of my paralysis. I ran then, crashing through the underbrush, branches tearing at my face and arms. But I could hear it behind me, moving through the forest with a terrifying speed. It didn't seem at all hindered by the dense growth at all. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were going to give out. And then I burst from the trees and found myself at what appeared to be an old asylum site. I never even realized where I was going, but there I was, standing in front of a crumbling foundation, the rusted remains of old metal beds and medical equipment scattered about. So it was real. I spun around, expecting to see the creature burst from the trees behind me, but there was nothing. The forest was silent. I stood there for a long moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. That's when I heard it. A whisper coming from the ruins of the old hospital. "Help me, help me." It was a woman's voice. I think it was the same one I'd heard screaming from the woods. But there was something else in the voice now, something that made my skin crawl. It sounded not quite human. Against my better judgment, I moved towards the ruins. I picked my way through debris, shining my light into the shadows. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding so small in the darkness. "Is someone here?" I heard a sound off to my right, a shuffling noise. I turned, and my light fell upon a figure huddled in the corner of the ruins. If I had to guess, that may have been a patient's room at one point. There was a woman, dressed in a tattered hospital gown. Her hair was long and matted, her skin pale and waxy. She looked up at me, and I saw her eyes that were nothing but dark, empty sockets. "Help me," she whispered again, her voice dry and rasping. Please. I took a step back. This couldn't be real. I was having some kind of hallucination, a trick of my exhausted and scared mind out here in the dark. But then, the woman began to change. Her body shifted, twisted, her limbs growing longer, her face melting away into that same blank, featureless mask that I'd seen in the woods. I ran, stumbling back out into the night. I could hear that thing behind me, could hear its footsteps crunching on the dead leaves and twigs. I don't know how I made it back to the cabin. I must have run for miles, fueled by pure adrenaline. I burst through the door, slammed it shut behind me, and collapsed on the floor. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner, my gun in my hands, jumping at every single noise. I kept expecting to hear that whispering voice again, or to see that pale, featureless face in the window. But nothing happened. The night passed, and the sun rose, and I was still alive. I radioed for help as soon as I could, but I told them something. Not the full story, not all the details. I knew how it would sound. I just said that someone was in those woods, and I'd heard them screaming. The rest I simply couldn't explain. A couple of rangers were sent to investigate, but nothing was found. There was no trace of the creature, and in fact, they found no evidence of an old asylum site. It was like it all never happened. But I know what I saw. I know it was real, and I know it's out there somewhere in the vast wilderness of the Adirondacks. After that event, I requested a transfer to a different posting, somewhere far away from there, and a few months after the transfer, I found a different career entirely. A part of me still wonders, was it just a coincidence that it appeared to me? Or was I chosen, singled out for some reason I'll never know? What I do know, though, is I'll never see the woods the same way again. There are things out there, I know that now, things we can't explain. And sometimes when the night is dark and the forest is silent, you might just hear a whisper, a pleading voice echoing in your mind, saying, "Help me, help me." Skinwalker at Navajo State Park. From Anonymous. My Aunt Dell is one of the greatest people in my life. She goes out of her way to make sure I'm alright. And when my dog died not too long ago, she insisted on taking a trip with me to Navajo State Park to, in her words, reconnect with the land, with who I am. I know a lot of folks hearing this story might think, over the death of a dog, you need to reconnect. But man's best friend is called man's best friend for a reason. My dog Jasper was everything to me. He had been for nearly 20 years. Poor thing died of old age, and that was the day I'd always been dreading, but it happened. Aunt Dell suggested we have a camping trip, and though I really didn't feel like I was in the mood to do that, I went anyway, because, again, I love my Aunt Dell. When we met up at the park entrance, she was already waiting in her beat-up Subaru. That car had seen better days. At 62 years old, Dell still moved like someone 20 years younger, probably from all those decades working hospital floors as a nurse. Her hair was silver and tied back in a practical braid, and she gave me that smile that always made me feel like a kid again. "Glad you made it," she said. She hugged me and she smelled like cedar and sage, which wasn't unusual for Dell. She was big on the old ways, as she called it. It was late September at the time, just starting to get chilly in the evenings, but still pleasant during the day. Dell drove us past all the normal camping spots where families were setting up their tents and RVs. We kept going down increasingly narrow dirt roads until the crowds disappeared completely. "So, where are we going exactly?" I asked. "Somewhere quiet. Somewhere special." I didn't question it. Dell had been coming to these parts her whole life. Our family, on my father's side, has roots in the area going back generations. I've always been more of a city person myself. Apartment in Denver and an office job. But Dell kept the connection strong. We had to hike the last half mile to reach our camping spot. It overlooked a narrow inlet of the reservoir, surrounded by pine trees and juniper trees on three sides, with this amazing rock formation that blocked the wind. As we set up camp, I noticed Dell doing her thing, placing small bundles of sage and cedar at specific points around the campsite. I'd seen her do this before on the few camping trips we'd taken together when I was younger. "Still keeping the bad spirits away?" I teased. She smiled at me and said, "Some habits are worth keeping." I helped gather firewood while Dell unpacked our food. It felt good to be outside, away from my empty apartment where Jasper's bed still sat in the corner, because I couldn't bring myself to move it yet. I was about 50 yards from camp. I was loaded up with branches. When I realized something was wrong, I then saw this coyote standing watch between two pine trees. Now, I've seen coyotes before. They're all over Colorado. But this one made the hairs on my neck stand straight up. It was perfectly still. Too still.
and its eyes just weren't right. They seemed almost forward-facing like a person's. I did what you're supposed to do with wildlife. I made myself look big, standing on my toes, raising my load of branches above my head as far as I could go, and I yelled. The coyote, however, didn't move a muscle, except for tilting its head slightly, like it was curious. I then threw a stick towards it, not to hit it, but to scare it off. The coyote then opened its mouth. I thought it was going to growl or snarl, but it did something that was more akin to a smile. Then it turned and walked into the trees with a weird, stiff walk that didn't look natural. I practically ran back to camp, dropping some sticks along the way. I was wondering if that coyote had some sort of disease that was messing with its head. Dell saw my face and immediately tensed up. "What happened to you?" she asked. I explained the weird-acting coyote, how I couldn't scare it off no matter what I did. Dell's demeanor changed. Without a word, she went to her backpack and pulled out this small pouch. She walked to the edge of our campsite in the direction I'd come from, sprinkling what looked like cornmeal in a line on the ground. I asked her what she was doing. "Just taking precautions," she said. "My grandmother taught me this. Your father knew about these things too." Something in her tone kept me from asking more questions. We finished setting up camp, mostly in silence as the sun sank behind the mountains. Eventually I asked her, "Are you going to tell me what you're thinking about? What you think is going on? The way you reacted with the cornmeal and the coyote?" Dell stared into the fire, then explained. "This place is special to our family, but it requires respect." I asked her what she meant. "The border between the reservation and the park is just a line on a map. The land doesn't know those boundaries. Neither do the things that live here." "Like what things?" "Like things that we should not disturb. Stay close tonight, no matter what you hear or what you see." We then began to talk about safer subjects after that. My job, her garden, family gossip, normal conversation that still somehow felt like we were dancing around something important. Every now and then I'd catch Dell glancing toward the tree line, but I couldn't tell what her expression meant. Was she concerned or serious or afraid? It was just after midnight when I felt that strange sensation again, of being watched, of wrongness. We'd banked the fire but kept it burning low. Dell was in the middle of telling me about my cousin's new baby when she suddenly went silent. "Shh, do you hear that?" she whispered. I didn't hear anything at first. Then I caught it. Soft footsteps circling our campsite. Too rhythmic to be an animal. Too light to be a person. "Someone's out there," I said. I reached for my phone to turn on the light, but Dell grabbed my wrist suddenly. "No," she said. She sounded so intense. "Not someone. Remember what I said. Stay close and don't answer if it calls you." If what calls? Before I could finish, a voice came from the darkness beyond our fire.
"Imani, is that you?"
It was my voice, or rather, a terrible attempt at recreating it. It even had my slight Denver accent, the way I pronounced certain words. "What the heck?" Dell's hand clamped over my mouth then. "Don't respond," she hissed at me. "It's not real." The footsteps circled again. Our fire was dimming now, even though there was no wind or rain.
"Dell, I need help. I'm lost."
That voice that was meant to be mine came again. There was a note of panic under it that made my stomach twist. I watched as Dell reached into her pocket and pulled out what looked like gray powder. Cedar ash, I realized, as she began to reinforce the perimeter she created earlier. "It's just tricks. Do not listen to it," she murmured to me.
Imani, girl, where are you?
This time it sounded like a close attempt at my father's voice, but my dad had been gone for over a decade. I was starting to cry then. "How's it doing that?" I asked. "It learns," Dell said. "It listens and it learns. That's what it does." Something moved at the edge of the firelight. A figure, almost shaped like a human, but wrong. It wore what looked like a coyote skin draped over its shoulders. The animal's head formed a hood that partially obscured its face.
I miss you so much.
When it talked this time, I didn't see its mouth move. Dell began to chant quietly, words in Diné Bizard that I remembered hearing as a child, but couldn't translate. She gripped my hand tightly in hers. The figure took a step forward, but stopped abruptly at the line of ash Dell had spread. It tilted its head at an impossible angle.
You know who I am,
it said, its voice shifting between my father's and something older and raspier.
You belong here with me.
No, Dell said firmly. She doesn't. Neither did her father. The thing hissed, a sound no human throat could make. The coyote skin seemed to ripple and shift on its own.
Come to me, Imani. Just a few steps,
it said, in a voice that was now a disturbing blend of my father's and my own. I could not look away from it. Something about it just pulled at me. Terrifying, yet somehow magnetic. Dell squeezed my hand hard enough to hurt. Don't look in its eyes, she warned. The thing began to circle our camp, and it did so, seemingly all night. Sometimes silent, other times calling with voices it should not have known. It even tried my boss's voice, my mother's, then Jasper's bark. Near dawn, when the stars were starting to fade, I think it got desperate. Its mimicry became broken, sentences starting in one voice and ending in another, words running together in ways that made no sense. The coyote skin seemed to merge with whatever was beneath it, features shifting between animal and human.
Eventually, you will come, like your father almost did. Your dog did. You will too.
And then it was gone, disappearing into the dark between the trees. We didn't speak until the sun came up fully. Dell methodically closed our campsite with prayers and offerings, a lot of stuff I vaguely remembered from my childhood. My hands would not stop shaking as we packed up. That's why we came here, isn't it? You wanted me to see it. Dell looked exhausted. Well, your father encountered it when he was about your age. It marked him somehow. When Jasper died and you started having those dreams, I knew it was reaching for you too. What was it? I couldn't bring myself to use the name I was thinking about. Something that wants what it can't have. Our form, our voices, and our lives. It helps to see it for what it really is. Names have power, so we do not speak its name here. When we checked out at the ranger station, the ranger asked if we had a good time. Heard any coyotes? He asked, casually. Been a lot of activity with them lately. Nope, Dell answered, calmly. All quiet. On the drive back to Denver, I asked Dell to teach me the prayers she'd used, the protections. For the first time in years, I felt a connection to the traditions I dismissed growing up. Some knowledge stays in the blood, Dell said, even when we try to forget about it. That night in my apartment, I smudged every room with the sage Dell had given me. I hung a small pouch of protective herbs by my bed, and when I heard something scratching at my window just before dawn, something that whined with a voice that sounded like Jasper's, I spoke the words Dell had taught me, and I did not look outside until after the sun rose. I think the lesson she wanted me to learn was that some things, once you see them, they never stop watching you back.
Bird watching. From Wine Mom 1980. I work as a ranger at Big Basin Redwood State Park. It's a job that comes with its fair share of unusual experiences. You're out in nature, dealing with all sorts of people and situations. There is an incident from a few years back that still leaves me scratching my head and a little creeped out. It was the summer of 2018. I was partnered up with another ranger, I'll call him Jacob, for the season. Our main task that season was to conduct a study on the park's bird populations, counting them, tracking their movements, those sorts of things. It's a big park, so it kept us pretty busy. About a week into the assignment, we started to get some strange reports over the radio. Apparently, there had been sightings of some suspicious individuals in the more remote areas of the park. These reports were vague, but the gist was that these people were up to some kind of mischief. Possibly pranks or vandalism. We were told to keep an eye out and to report any unusual activity. Jacob and I didn't think too much of this at first. We already had our hands full with the bird study, and dealing with the occasional troublemaker was just part of the job. But looking back, I wish we had paid more attention. It happened one evening, just as we were wrapping up our observations for the day. We were in a very isolated spot, a couple miles off the main trail. It was that golden hour just before sunset when the light filters through the redwoods in this really beautiful way. We were packing up our gear when Jacob suddenly grabbed me by the arm. "Look," he whispered, pointing to a nearby clearing. At first, I was not sure what he was seeing, but then I saw the movement. There was a group of people, maybe a dozen or so, walking in a single file line through the woods. They were all dressed in black from head to toe, like they were in some kind of uniform. It was eerie, the way they moved in perfect unison, their faces obscured by hoods. As they entered the clearing, they formed a circle, and then the chanting began. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Guttural, primal, almost inhuman. It sounded like throat singing, but with a dark and menacing edge. Jacob and I stood there, dumbfounded and frozen, unsure what to do. We were outnumbered, and something about the situation felt deeply weird. But we also knew we couldn't just ignore this. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied. And then, as if on some unseen signal, each person reached into their pocket and pulled out what looked like a small pouch. It was similar to a Capri Sun pouch. They raised these pouches to their lips and drank deeply. What happened next will continue to haunt me. One by one, they all fell to the ground, their bodies beginning to convulse violently. They looked to all be having seizures, all at once. The clearing was filled with the sounds of thrashing limbs and horrific, garbled noises that I can only assume were choked screams. Jacob and I looked at each other in horror. This was way beyond anything we were trained to deal with. We had basic first aid training, really, but this was something else entirely. With shaky hands, I grabbed my radio and called it in. I tried to keep my voice steady as I described what was happening, but I'm sure that dispatch could hear the panic in my words. They told us to sit tight. Backup and medical were on the way. We waited there at the edge of the clearing, watching helplessly as the figures continued to seize and convulse. It seemed to go on forever. though in reality it was probably only a few minutes. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Those people, cloaked in the shadows, lay still on the ground, unmoving. The silence that followed was almost worse than the chaos that had preceded it. Jacob wanted to go check on them, but I held him back. Something in my gut told me it wasn't safe, that we needed to wait for help. It felt like forever before they arrived. When they showed up, we met with them and led them back to the clearing nearby, bracing ourselves for the worst. But you're not going to believe what we found. Every single one of them, who had just been convulsing before, was now gone. The clearing was empty. All that remained were a few of the strange pouches, which had been left behind in the grass. The medics were baffled, the other rangers even more so. A thorough search of the area turned up nothing. It was like those people had never been there at all. I gave my statement, tried to describe what we'd seen in as much detail as I could. But even as I was saying the words, I could hear how crazy it sounded. A secret cult in the woods, a mass-induced seizure, followed by a mysterious disappearance. It was like something out of a psychological horror film. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to find out more. I asked my higher-ups if the remaining liquids in those pouches had been tested yet, as I figured that might give us some clue as to what had happened, what those people were doing out there. But I didn't get a straight answer. My higher-ups were strangely tight-lipped about the whole thing. Eventually, it sort of just faded away. There were no more sightings, no more strange reports. Life in the park went back to normal, as if it had never happened. But I haven't forgotten. I can't forget the sound of that chanting, the sight of those bodies convulsing in the fading light. It's seared into my memory. I wonder, were they some kind of cult engaging in a bizarre ritual? What kind of drug was in those pouches? And why did they choose our park, that specific spot? If there's any other cults out there planning to do the same, please leave innocent eyes out of it. No one needs to see that.
The Boarskin Walker of Tishomingo. From Trav. When I was 11 years old, my aunt and uncle invited me to join them and my cousins on a camping trip to Tishomingo State Park in Mississippi. It was the summer of 1997, and I was pretty psyched about it. My parents both worked full-time, so getting to go on an actual vacation for a change was a big deal for me. My cousins were Elliot, 13 years old, Phoebe, who was 15, and Liam, who was 8. They were all packed into their family RV when they picked me up that Friday morning. I noticed right away something was up with Elliot. While Phoebe was playing her Game Boy and Liam was bouncing around asking if we were there yet, Elliot just sat there staring out the window, looking nervous. I asked him if he was okay. I dropped my backpack on the floor and slid over next to him. He looked at me, then looked out the window again, saying that he was fine. My uncle started driving, and my aunt turned around from the passenger seat. "We should get to Tishomingo in about 3 hours, everybody. Trav, there's snacks in the cooler if you get hungry." I thanked her and settled in for the drive. After about an hour, when Phoebe had fallen asleep and Liam was watching a movie on the tiny TV they'd installed, I nudged Elliot. "Seriously, what's wrong with you? You look like you're heading to the dentist or something." He sighed and said in a low voice, "We went to Tishomingo last year too." "Yeah, well, wasn't it fun?" "Something happened," he said. "Nobody believes me about it." I leaned in closer. "What happened?" Then he began. "It was the second night we were there. I had to pee real bad in the middle of the night, but the toilet in the RV was clogged up.
Dad said he would fix it in the morning, but I couldn't hold it. So you went outside? Yeah, there's a bathroom building about 100 yards from where we parked. I took a flashlight and went, but I didn't make it all the way there. I asked him, "Did you go in the bushes?" He nodded. But while I was peeing, I heard this noise, like someone mumbling, but not in English, I don't think. It was coming from the bushes maybe 10 feet away from me. I loved stories like this. Even if it scared him, I sort of smiled. "What did you do?" I pointed the flashlight over there and I saw a man crouching in the bushes. Except he had the head of a boar. And not like a mask or anything, it was part of him. He was mumbling and digging in the dirt with his bare hands. No way. I wasn't sure whether to believe him. "I'm not making this up," Elliot insisted. I ran back to the RV so fast I didn't even zip up properly. I told my parents what I saw, but they said I had a bad dream or saw things in the dark. I wasn't asleep, Trav, when I saw it. I swear. Did you see it again after that? No, but I kept hearing noises around the RV all night, like snorting and footsteps. Nobody else heard it, though. You believe my story, right? I'm not making this up, man. I wasn't sure what to think, honestly. On one hand, Elliot wasn't the type to make up stories. He was actually pretty serious for a kid his age, but what he claims to have seen made no sense. I believe you saw something scary, yeah. Maybe it was a hunter with some kind of gear on. Maybe a hunter killed a boar nearby and was lifting the head. Who knows? He shook his head at me, saying that it wasn't gear and it wasn't a hunter, claiming that hunters don't go out in state parks after nightfall. If you're reading this, I have no idea if that's true, so he may have been lying on that part. Before we could talk more, my aunt announced we were stopping for lunch. The conversation moved on from there, but I did keep thinking about what Elliot told me. We arrived at Tishomingo State Park in the early afternoon. The place was beautiful with these huge rock formations, and the clear water of Bear Creek ran through it. It's so mind-boggling seeing water that clear. My uncle parked the RV in a designated spot not far from one of the bathroom buildings, presumably the same spot as last year, judging by Elliot's increasing anxiety. "Come on, boys," he called. "Let's get set up and then we can go for a hike before dinner." The rest of the afternoon passed normally. We hiked some trails and saw some cool rock formations, and Liam fell in the creek once, had to change clothes. By the time we got back to the RV, my aunt had started cooking dinner on their portable grill. We sat around eating hot dogs and chips. I noticed Elliot kept looking toward the trees that bordered the campsite. The sun was starting to set then. I tried to imagine what might be hiding in those woods, and I found myself getting a little nervous too. His story was starting to get to me, the darker it got. After dinner, my uncle built a campfire, and we roasted some marshmallows as dessert. Aunt Vanessa told some mild ghost stories, nothing too scary because of Liam, and we sang some songs. Normal camping stuff. But as it got darker, I started to notice something. At first, it was your typical normal sounds from the forest of a state park at night. Branches creaking and rustling leaves, a splash in the water nearby. But then I heard a distinct sound. A snort, like a pig or a boar. The first time I heard it, I looked right over at Elliot, and he'd gone completely still, marshmallow halfway in his mouth. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He started to rapidly nod. "Probably just a wild pig, boys," my uncle said, poking at the fire. "They're all over these woods. In fact, the woods here are kind of infested with them. Nothing to worry about as long as we don't bother them, and be sure to get inside the moment we spot one."
The sound came again. It didn't sound like a normal wild pig, but then again, I was a kid. But to me, there was something off about it. Something almost trying to get to us. "I think we should all turn in," my aunt said, standing up and yawning. "It's getting late, and we have a full day tomorrow." Nobody argued with that. Most of us were just tired of getting eaten alive by bugs, I'm sure. We put the fire out properly and headed into the RV. The sleeping arrangements put Elliot and me in the back on the fold-out couch. Phoebe would be on the table-turned bed, Liam was on the smaller couch, and the adults in the bedroom area. As we settled in, I could tell Elliot was not going to sleep very well, if at all. He was just rigid, staring straight up at the ceiling. "It's gonna be okay, dude. Nothing's gonna get in this RV. And your dad said it's just wild pigs." "It's not," he said. "It's probably that thing I saw." "The thing you saw?" "Yeah, the boar man." I didn't know what to say to that. He'd given it a nickname. Part of me wanted to tell him he was being ridiculous, but another part, the part that had heard those noises and was getting scared of the dark, that part wasn't so sure. Everyone else fell asleep quickly. I tried to sleep too, but between Elliot's anxiety and my own growing unease, it was difficult. The RV was silent except for the soft sounds of people breathing. When I heard a snort, my eyes shot wide open. This time it sounded like it was right outside the RV. In an instant, Elliot's hand grabbed onto my arm, and his fingers dug into me so much it hurt. "It's here," he breathed. "Just a wild pig, Elliot," I told him, but I think I was lying, mostly to myself. We lay there, still, and listened. There was a scraping sound against the side of the RV, like something dragging along it. Then silence again. After a while, I started to relax. Maybe whatever it was had gone away. Then, there was a tap at the window, just above our heads. Slowly, terrified of what we might see, I turned to look at the window. Elliot did the same. There was a face there through the glass, peering in at us. At first, in the dark, I could only make out the figure or outline of it. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw it quite clearly. It had the outline of a man's body, but the head was very much not human. It was longer, with a snout and tusks, and small beady eyes that reflected the faint moonlight. It was watching us, and somehow to me, I thought it was smiling. Elliot screamed first, the most terrified I'd ever heard him. I joined in just a second later, unable to control myself, and we both scrambled away from the window, falling off the fold-out couch onto the floor. The RV erupted into chaos then, lights flicking on, Liam starting to scream, Phoebe was demanding to know what was going on, and my uncle was shouting over everyone. "Calm down, everyone, what's happening?" he said. "There's someone outside," Elliot screamed, pointing at the window. "The boar man, he's right there." My uncle grabbed a flashlight and rushed to the door, yanking it open, even though my aunt was now telling him not to go out there. He stepped outside, sweeping the area with the flashlight. For a full minute, we were all sitting inside the RV wondering if he was going to come back alive. And he did. He said, "There's nobody out here. Just some tracks from a wild boar. Probably what you saw was its shadow on the window." Elliot wasn't having it. "It wasn't a shadow, it was looking at us. It had human eyes." I saw it too," I said. "It wasn't a normal boar, it had a man's body." My uncle came back inside. He looked like he didn't know what to do.
Boys, there's nothing out there now. One of you probably had a nightmare, woke up screaming, and scared the other." "We weren't asleep," Elliot shouted. "Don't talk like that to your dad," my aunt scolded him. Nobody got much sleep after that. Elliot and I were back on the fold-out couch as far from that window as possible. Every now and then, we heard snorting, and I swear I heard footsteps out there. But nobody went out to check again. Come morning, my uncle found more tracks around the RV. "Definitely from a wild boar," he said. But there were also other things. Some marks in the dirt that didn't look like boar, because they looked like footprints and handprints of a person. They decided to cut the trip short after that. No one said it was because of what Elliot and I had seen, but I knew that was the reason. As we packed up, I caught my aunt looking nervously towards the woods several times. On the drive home, Elliot sat next to me. We were both so exhausted from not sleeping. "Ugh, do you believe me now?" he whispered. I said yeah. "What do you think it is, or was?" He shrugged. "Dad says there's old stories about the Choctaw tribes that lived here, about shapeshifters or skinwalkers. But he says those are always just stories." I thought about the face at that window. Not animal and not human, but something in between. Maybe those old stories are more than stories. If you hear a strange voice in the woods, ignore it. From Daniel K.M. This happened at a certain state park in Arkansas that will remain nameless. I'd been working there for a few years, and I can tell you the place is beautiful. It's the kind of place that makes you feel small in the best possible way, like you're just a tiny part of something much bigger, something older than yourself. As a ranger, my job was to make sure the park was safe and accessible for visitors, protecting the natural environment too. There's a balance to it, not always an easy one. You get all kinds, the seasoned outdoorsmen who know the trails like the back of their hand, the families with young kids who are just there for a weekend campout, and those city slickers who think roughing it means a cabin without Wi-Fi. Most of the time it's pretty routine stuff, giving directions and enforcing park rules. Sometimes I help out with a twisted ankle or a lost hiker. But every once in a while, something happens that reminds you that the wilderness isn't always as friendly as it appears. It started with a few strange reports from hikers. They'd come into the ranger station looking confused and unsettled, telling stories of hearing voices out on the trails. Voices that sounded human, but not quite right. One woman, I recall, an experienced hiker in her 50s, swore she had heard a child crying just off the trail. "It sounded so real," she said. Her hands trembled as she clutched her hiking poles. "I thought maybe a little one had wandered away from her family." I called out, but no one answered. And then... She paused, her eyes distant. Then the crying turned into laughter. It wasn't happy either. It was cruel, almost mocking. I felt like something out there wanted to trick me. Another hiker, a young man who had been camping solo, reported hearing someone whispering his name near his tent in the middle of the night. "I thought maybe I was dreaming at first," he said. "But then I heard it again, louder. Sounded like it was coming from just outside. I grabbed my flashlight and looked out, but there was no one around." Reports like these were quite unsettling, but they weren't necessarily unheard of. The woods can play tricks on your mind, especially if you're not used to being in such a quiet, isolated place, alone. Sounds can carry strangely too, and an overactive imagination can easily turn a gust of wind or a rustling animal into something sinister. Still, something about these reports felt different. The consistency of the stories and the specific details sounded like these people had encountered something that was actively trying to mess with them. The other rangers and I started to compare notes, trying to see if there was a pattern to this. The reports seemed to be concentrated around a specific area of the park, a dense patch of old-growth forest that wasn't heavily trafficked by hikers. We decided to do some extra patrols in that area, just to be safe. But even in broad daylight, with the comfort of a partner by your side, there was something about those woods that felt off. The air seemed heavier there. The shadows seemed deeper. It was like the trees were watching you too, whispering secrets just beyond the range of our hearing. One evening, after a long day of patrols, a group of us rangers were sitting around the wood stove in one of the park cabins. This had become a bit of a tradition, a chance to unwind, swap stories, maybe play a few rounds of cards before heading home for the night. The conversation inevitably turned to the strange reports we'd been getting. We all had our theories, a prank by some local kids or some weird acoustic phenomena. One of the guys even said it was a rare type of bird that could mimic human sounds really well. One of the older rangers spoke up. He had a reputation of being a bit of a storyteller and superstitious, but there was no twinkle in his eye as he leaned forward, voice low and serious. "You ever hear of something called a wendigo?" he asked. A few of us shook our heads. I felt a chill run down my spine. I'd heard of it before, in some half-remembered folklore. "Native American legend," Jake continued. "A creature that was once human but became something else. Something evil. They say it happens when a person resorts to cannibalism out of desperation or madness. Changes them. Twists them into a monster that's never satisfied, always hungry for human flesh." "Sure," one of the younger rangers said, looking skeptical. "A wendigo. If that was even the case, what does that have to do with the voices?" "The wendigo's a mimic," the older man said. "Legend has it can imitate human voices, lure people in, make them think they're hearing a friend or a loved one in distress. And then, when you're close enough..." He snapped his fingers, startling most of us. Silence fell over the room. I could hear the wind whistling through the trees outside, the crackle of the fire on the stove. "It's just a legend, just a fairy tale, guys. Nothing real about it," someone said. But the old man shrugged. "Most legends have some truth to them. And I'll tell you this. I've been working these woods for a long time, y'all know that. And I ain't ever heard nothing like these reports before. I think something's out there, and I think it ain't no bird." We exchanged uneasy glances. The idea of a mythical man-eating monster stalking the woods was absurd. Then again, so were the stories we'd been hearing from the hikers. We decided to keep a closer eye on things, maybe do some research into the history of the area. See if there had ever been any strange disappearances, any old stories that might shed some light on what was really going on. I volunteered to take the lead on the research. I've always been interested in local history and folklore. I figured it wouldn't hurt to know more about the place I worked at. But the horror would soon turn very real. And it all started with a routine solo patrol on a crisp autumn morning when the mist hung low over the trails. Because that was the day I heard the voice myself. The morning started like any other. I arrived at the ranger station just as the sun was starting to peek through the trees, casting long shadows across the parking lot. I checked in with dispatch, grabbed my gear, and set out on my assigned patrol route. I was headed towards the area where most of the strange reports had been coming from. That area that I mentioned before, the old-growth forest. The place was very steep and rocky, too. The trail there was narrow and winding, easy to lose if you weren't paying attention. But I worked here. I had hiked this route dozens of times before. But let me tell you, something felt different that morning. The air was unusually still, and the forest seemed quieter than normal. Even the birds were silent, as if they were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to shake it off, chalking it up to the stories we'd been hearing and the late-night talk of wendigos around the wood stove. I'm a grown man, I reminded myself, and a ranger at that. I knew these woods. I knew there was nothing out here that I couldn't handle. About an hour into my hike, I stopped for a water break at a small clearing. It was a peaceful spot with a fallen log that made a perfect bench and a view of the valley below through a gap in the trees. As I took a swig from my canteen, I heard it. A voice coming from somewhere off the trail behind me. Please help. I froze, the water still in my mouth. The voice sounded like a child, a little girl. It was faint but clear and filled with a desperate, pleading tone. I swallowed, put down the canteen, and called back. Hello? Hello? Someone out there? Silence. But then, again, a little louder. Please help me. I was already moving, plunging into the underbrush in the direction of the voice. My training kicked in. I knew I should radio for backup, but there wasn't time. If there was a child out there, lost or hurt, every second counted. I crashed through the bushes, thorns snagging at my uniform. That voice seemed to be moving, always just ahead of me somehow, leading me deeper into the trees. I'm coming, I shouted. Stay where you are. I'm coming to help. And then, abruptly, the voice changed. The pleading tone shifted, morphed into something else, something darker.
Found you.
It whispered, and I could swear I felt breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest. There was no one there. Just the trees, the underbrush, the dappled sunlight through the leaves. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I just heard. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, an auditory illusion brought on by stress and suggestion. But then I heard something else, a laugh just on the edge of my hearing. That sound made the hairs on my arms stand up, my skin crawl. Got you. It was the girl's voice again, but twisted now, warped into something unnatural. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. Who are you? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. What do you want? The laughter came again, louder than before. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, echoing off the trees. I took a step back, my hand going to the radio on my belt, but before I could grab it, the voice spoke again. No cheating. It hissed. Suddenly it was right behind me, so close I could feel the brush of air on my ear. I whirled, lashing out with my fist, but I hit nothing but air. The laughter was all around again, rising and falling in a sickening wave. What are you? I shouted. Even I could hear the desperation in my voice. What the heck are you? The laugh turned to the laughter of a child again, but there was nothing innocent about it. So I ran, blundered through the trees, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away from that voice, that awful twisted sound. To my horror, it followed me, darting from tree to tree, always just out of sight. One moment it was ahead of me, the next behind. A man, a woman, a child, a thing that was none of those, but all of those at once. Run. It chanted now. I stumbled then, falling to my knees in a tangle of roots and dead leaves. The voice laughed again, a sound like breaking glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, clasping my hands over my ears. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be real. But I could still hear it, even through my hands. That horrible mocking laughter, and underneath it, a sound even worse. A new sound, wet and tearing, like flesh being pulled from the bone. I don't really know how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. I mean, at that moment, time seemed to have no meaning. Eventually, the sounds did fade. The forest grew quiet again, still with that unnatural hush to it. I opened my eyes, half expecting to see some horror looming over me. But there was nothing. Just trees, sunlight, the gentle rustle of leaves in a breeze I could not feel. I staggered to my feet, but my legs shook. I looked around wildly. I was alone. The voice, that presence, whatever it had been, it was gone now. I don't recall the hike back to the ranger station. That part is a blur in my memory, a jumbled mess of confusion and terror. I know I must have looked a fright when I stumbled through that door. I had leaves in my hair and scratches on my face. My eyes were wide. The other rangers gathered round, asking questions, trying to make sense of my babbled, incoherent story. I kept trying to explain it to them, but nothing I could say would make them understand the sheer terror I'd felt. And I'm not even sure they believed me. I'm sure some of them did. I went home early that day, took a few sick days. When I was out of sick days, I claimed a family emergency. Anything to avoid going back for a while. But I didn't hide forever. I still loved my job, loved the outdoors. This was only one rare occurrence out of years of work, and even more years of outdoors experience. I told myself I was just unlucky. And to this very day, I still work at that park, and I never did experience anything quite like it again. I have but one lesson for you from this story. If you're out alone in the woods, far from other people, and you hear a voice calling out to you from off the trail, don't answer it. She haunts the Fire Watch Tower. From Otis. My friend Weston and I have been tight since sophomore year of high school. We were into terrible metal bands and even worse fashion choices. But our friendship stuck through college and into our mid-20s. By the time this story occurred, I was 24 years old. I worked at a brewery in Atlanta, and Wes was 26 by then, doing some freelance graphic design between real jobs, as he called them. That spring was pretty rough for me. My girlfriend of 3 years had moved out in February, leaving me with an apartment that I could barely afford, and that kind of emptiness you get that makes you rethink your life choices. Work wasn't getting better either. My hours were horrific, and the customers were so demanding and annoying. My manager seemed determined to criticize everything I did. One day, Wes told me he wanted to go on a weekend hiking trip. I agreed immediately. It would be my chance to reset. Now, neither of us were outdoorsy guys. We grew up in Marietta subdivisions where nature meant the strip of trees between housing developments. But that was part of the appeal. This would be something completely different and new. We would be in nature, where our cell phones likely wouldn't work too well. No reminders of my ex-girlfriend. No craft beer snobs complaining about hop profiles. We picked Black Rock Mountain State Park. It was only a 2-hour drive from where we lived, and allegedly had very good views. We packed our cars with whatever camping gear we could borrow or afford, and headed out early on a Saturday morning in April 2018. The main trails were decent, Well-marked, moderate difficulty kind of stuff. But by mid-afternoon, Wes was getting bored with what he called the tourist experience. "Check out this game trail," he said, pointing to a barely visible path veering off into denser forest. "Want to see where it goes?" I know I should have told him no, but the whole point was to do something different, right? After about 40 minutes of pushing through brush and climbing over fallen trees, we made it to a small clearing. And in that clearing, we found this old fire tower, probably from the 50s or 60s from the look of it. It stood about 60 feet tall. It was a mix of metal and wood, listing slightly to one side. The thing was practically screaming, "Do not climb me." There was even a faded sign that said something along those lines. "Holy crap, it's perfect," Wes said. "We have to camp in there tonight." "Is that even safe?" I asked. "Probably not, but imagine the sunrise view. And I haven't seen anyone post this one on Instagram yet. It's authentic." It took us about 20 minutes to climb those switchback stairs, testing each step before putting our full weight on it. The whole building swayed slightly in the wind. At the top was an observation platform, maybe 15 feet square, with a small enclosed cabin that was missing its door and half its windows. We set up our sleeping bags on the open platform, rather than in the cabin, which was filled with beer cans and graffiti. Clearly, we weren't the first to ignore the warning sign. But Wes was right about one thing. The view was perfect. Miles of blue-green mountains rolling away in every direction. We broke out the whiskey we'd brought and talked about things as the sun went down. Just cozy conversation about nothing important. Stuff I don't recall at the moment. It felt good to be away from everything. Then we got to some conversation that I do recall. "You know, there are stories about this tower," Wes said. He then explained that some guy at the gear store had mentioned it, said that's why they closed this building off. "What kind of stories exactly?" I asked. "Ghost stories, about some park worker who killed himself up here in the 70s, and a little girl that got lost in the woods and died out here. It's different apparently, depending on who tells it." I told him there's always ghost stories about places like this. And he said, yeah, it's probably all bullcrap. He took a swig of the whiskey and said, "If we get murdered by ghosts tonight, at least we'll die with a good view." By midnight, we were both properly drunk and exhausted from the hike. We crawled into our sleeping bags under a sky packed with more stars than I'd ever seen. The tower creaked and shifted a bit in the wind, but I was too tired to care. Actually, it was kind of peaceful, to be honest. I woke up suddenly sometime later. I have no idea what time it was then. And instantly, I had that unmistakable feeling of being watched. When I opened my eyes, I nearly peed myself right then. A small girl was standing over me, maybe only 2 feet from my face. She looked to be 7 or 8 years old, and she wore an old-fashioned dress with a pattern I couldn't make out from the dark. Her hair was wet, clinging to her pale face in clumps. She was just staring, not moving, not making any noise. I blinked hard, telling myself in my head, I'm either dreaming or I'm drunk. When I opened my eyes again, she was gone. My heart was pounding still, but I had successfully convinced myself it was a nightmare mixed with all my drinking, with no help from Wes's ghost story thing. I rolled over and went back to sleep. The second time I woke up, it was much, much worse. She was sitting on my chest, her face mere inches from mine. Close enough, I could feel the cold coming off of her skin, which was like ice. Her eyes were wide open and unblinking, with none of the shine or moisture of living eyes. Water dripped from her hair onto my sleeping bag and face. I could make out her dress now, a faded blue thing with small flowers, the kind no kid had worn in decades, from my experience. I gasped, and she was gone again, instantly, like someone had switched off a projector. I sat up, panting, and fumbled for my phone. It said 2:17 a.m. The temperature had dropped a bit. I could see my breath. "Wes, dude," I said. "Wes, wake up!" He didn't even budge. I reached over and shook him as hard as I could, but he just mumbled something and rolled away from me. It was unnaturally difficult to wake the guy. I was starting to think maybe we shouldn't have brought the whiskey. When I looked around, I noticed things had been moved. My backpack, which I'd left zipped up near the stairs, was now in the center of the room, and all my stuff had been yanked out and scattered, like someone had dumped it out and pawed through everything. I saw Wes's camera had been moved from inside the cabin to the edge of the platform. I heard a sound then, like soft footsteps. Light, like a child's, accompanied by a quiet humming sound that wasn't quite a tune. Just disjointed notes that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my phone and turned on the light, sweeping it around, but I didn't see anything there. As I turned it off, I saw the girl in the corner of my vision, standing in the cabin doorway. When I whipped my head around, she was gone. This happened 3 more times. She'd appear somewhere in my peripheral vision, but vanish when I tried to look directly at her. Always silent, but always staring too. I saw footprints too, small wet footprints on the wooden platform. They circled around our sleeping bags, sometimes stopping right next to my head or Wes's feet. By now I was so horrified. I was sitting fully upright, my back against the railing. I had my knife in my hand, though I wasn't sure how useful it would be, because this little girl didn't seem like a normal little girl. The temperature kept dropping until it felt like winter. Around 3 a.m., I saw her again, standing at the foot of our sleeping bags. There was a puddle of water around her bare feet, and her dress appeared even more wet than before. She stared at me with dead eyes and then slowly raised her arm, pointing down through the platform. I didn't move. She kept pointing, insisting on something, but didn't make a sound. She then tilted her head at an angle that wasn't physically possible, nearly sideways on her shoulders. Her expression never changed. What happened next really broke me. She dropped down to all 4s and began to crawl towards us. When she crawled, the joints in her arms and legs seemed to bend all wrong, and her head was twisted. She moved like something studying human movement, but unable to truly get it right. She made it to the edge of the sleeping bag, then impossibly began to crawl up the cabin wall. Wes finally woke up. He sat up, disoriented. "What the heck, man?" he mumbled, then saw where I was staring. The girl was now on the ceiling, looking down at us, her wet hair hanging toward the floor, defying gravity. She opened her mouth, impossibly wide, and no sound came out. I screamed at Wes to run. I was already scrambling for the stairs when I said it. We left most of our gear behind, grabbing just our phones and car keys. The stairs felt endless when we ran, but I think I'd rather fall off the platform than stay there any longer. We spent the night hiking back through the woods, getting lost repeatedly and jumping at noises. By dawn, we made it back to the car. We drove away, laughing like maniacs after about 10 minutes, when we realized we were safe, and we realized what had happened. I know you might hear this story, and you might chalk it up to drunken nightmares or waking dreams of disoriented guys. And you might be right. Maybe we drank too much. Maybe the cold got to us. Maybe this specific combination of circumstances made us hallucinate. But tell me this. How do two different guys, awake at different times, hallucinate the exact same thing in the exact same spot? Tell me that. Otherwise, I'm of the belief that we saw a ghost girl in that Firewatch tower. If you happen to find an abandoned Firewatch tower in Black Rock Mountain State Park, leave it alone or prepare for the night of your life. Do you believe in monsters? From Crone Witch. This story takes place in the second largest city in Iowa. It was 1973, and I was a lithe, 5'8", 120-pound, 20-year-old. I lived in a large old 2-story house with 4 apartments, 2 up and 2 down. My 1-bedroom apartment was downstairs, and I lived alone. My friends, Steve and Gary, along with their infant daughter, lived upstairs. I'd gone to high school with Steve and had worked in housekeeping with his wife, Gary, in the past. I was employed as a waitress at a steak and brew restaurant. I would work both the lunch and dinner shifts. One sunny spring morning, I was walking to the bus stop to go to work when this massive man materialized from empty air, as if summoned by some demons from the depths of the abyss below. Before I could recover from shock and surprise from the sudden appearance of the man, he viciously grabbed me by the forearms and yanked me off the sidewalk. Quickly recovering from my shock, I immediately screamed at him, "Let go of me!" As he pulled me closer towards his massive chest, my nostrils were hit with the worst malodor I've ever experienced. The overpowering stench of him gagged me. He had this stink of putrefaction, urine, filth, body odor, and some unidentified chemical, reminiscent of a chemistry class substance you might encounter in a school science lab. I've never before or since encountered such an utterly disgusting, gag-inducing odor. I almost couldn't breathe, it was so repulsive. This, coming from me, who has an iron constitution, says a lot. I'm the person you call to clean out the fridge full of rotting food that's been sitting in the 110-degree heat for 3 months with the power off, because that I can handle. As if his reek wasn't terrifying enough, this man weighed at least 400 pounds and was a good 6'8". I twisted and turned, but he just gripped my arms ever tighter. Finally, I writhed around so I was facing him, and there was my moment of opportunity. If I could get him to loosen his grip on me for a mere millisecond, I might be able to make a break for it, I thought. There was no traffic, no people passing by. I was on my own. He said, "You're coming with me, and you're gonna do what I say." "Screw you," I said, and I kicked him square in the crotch as hard as I could. He groaned as his grip momentarily loosened on my arms. I wrenched myself away and ran as fast as I could, 5 blocks to the bus stop. I didn't even look behind me once to see if he was there or following me. I didn't want to see him if he were right behind me. I'd hoped, correctly, that I could easily outrun him due to his extreme size, and I certainly didn't want to slow down to look behind me in case he was there. I was shaking as I boarded the bus to work. When I got to work, the boss and other waitresses asked me what happened. They saw these giant handprints on my arms that clearly defined his huge fingers on my flesh. My skin was already turning awful shades of green, blue, and black. I told them about my encounter on the way to the bus stop. Horrified, they insisted I call the police. But I just wanted to put it behind me and get on with my day. I figured I most likely would never see this random stranger ever again, or at least that's what I told myself. That night after work, I took the bus back and walked the 5 blocks home from the bus stop as usual. The large house my apartment was in had a big front door with glass panels on either side of the doorframe, and also in the door itself. There was always a light on in the entryway, but the entry door was never locked. My apartment was on the left inside the vestibule, with my neighbor's door directly across from mine on the opposite side of the stairs, leading to the two apartments on the second floor. I took my keys and let myself in, then closed and locked the door immediately. That was my habit. I had to cross the living room to turn the lights on, then went to close the drapes on the big bay window in the living room. As I did this, the same man who had assaulted me earlier jumped up from the shrubbery by the window and glared at me with pure anger and violence in his expression. My jaw dropped as I jumped away from the window in horror and shock. In a flash, he was in the entryway pounding on my door, shaking it in its very frame. He screamed at me,
"Let me in! If you don't, I'm going to break it down and have my way with you, and then I'm gonna kill you."
I was certain the door was going to come off its hinges any moment. It was just a cheap wooden interior door, after all. There was no doubt this monster was capable of breaking it down. I screamed back at him to go away because I was not going to open my door. He kept pounding and yelling that he was coming in anyway if I didn't open the door, throwing more disgusting threats my way, adding that there was no stopping it now. Then he went back outdoors to the front of the house by my bay window and began to bang at it, still screaming. This went on for another half hour, him coming inside, beating on the door, then back outside to my bay window, screaming all the while what unimaginable things he had planned to do to me. I could feel and hear his escalating anger. I had no reason not to believe him, because I was completely aware he was capable of doing those things that he threatened, especially killing me. I could hear his rage amping up, and I knew it wouldn't be much longer before he broke down my door and came inside to complete his evil plans for me. Now, I'm sure you're probably thinking, why didn't I just call the police already? That's a good question. You see, I just didn't have a phone. I had no way to call 911 or anyone for help. I was trapped in my apartment like a wild animal caught in a hunter's trap. I felt how livestock must feel upon exiting the chute in the slaughterhouse, knowing death was only moments away. I knew my time was running out. I had to think of something, anything I could do to save myself. I didn't own any actual weapons, so that was out of the question. Besides, the massive difference in size was not exactly conducive to close contact self-defense. What do? I wondered. The adrenaline was pumping through my body, every nerve raw as jagged glass and on edge, ready for action. I took some deep, calming breaths to try and clear my mind and get some control over this pure terror. The longer I waited, the worse it could be. Suddenly, I had the beginnings of an idea. I thought maybe, just maybe, I could open my bedroom window, which was towards the other side of the house. But what if he was back there waiting for me in the pitch darkness? What if he heard me opening the window, taking out the screen? What if he heard me jumping to the ground into the bushes? The thought of being caught by him outside was just as terrifying as remaining put, which wasn't really an option if I wanted to survive this. But wait. Maybe if I made it outside undetected, I might be able to run around to the back of the house. There was a rear stairway there, probably for the household help back in the day. It was always unlit and pitch black, but the narrow and steep stairway had but a single exit point to my friends Steve and Garie's rear door. No one really ever used those stairs. There was no light source in the cramped stairwell, so consequently, it was cloaked in an opaque pitch blackness. I felt fairly confident they would be home, as they rarely ever left their apartment. One of them surely had to be there, and they would have a phone. So now I had a plan. I bolted into the bedroom and began to open the old wood-framed window, trying to be as quiet as possible, while the wood complained around the pane of glass in its center. Great. The window was raised, and it was time to take out the old wood-framed screen from the window sash without making a sound. It came free from its confines with a pretty audible scrape. Oh, God. It was the hardest thing I had to do, launching myself out the window into the blackness cloaking the house, into the untidy shrubbery beneath. My heart pounded in my ears. It seemed so loud that anyone nearby could clearly hear it thump, thump, thumping away. Trying to control the rushing blood and heat in my body, I held my breath, hoping the madman was not in these bushes and had not registered the soft thud and rustling of the bushes I'd made as I landed. I felt exposed outside, but I swallowed my terror down. I then made a mad dash around to the back, running and stumbling up those steep stairs in the dark. I knocked on my friend's door, praying they would hear me and answer my cries. And oh, please be fast, I thought, before he discovers me. After what had to be the longest wait of my life, then I heard Steve asking who was out there in a curious tone, obviously because no one ever used that stairway. I whispered through the door, "It's me, Sandra. Let me in. There's someone outside threatening to hurt me." Steve opened the door immediately, a confused and surprised expression on his kind face. I jumped inside practically, almost knocking him flat in the doorway. I then locked the deadbolt latch. Catching my breath a little, I shakily told my friend what was going on. Wasting no time, he dialed 911 and explained the situation, providing the address. We waited silently in the apartment for the police to arrive, and I remained wide-eyed in total fear. To my surprise, a short time later, the police were knocking on my friend's door. They informed me the man was captured hiding in the bushes under my front window. They were familiar with this man too. He'd apparently escaped from some institute nearby, and they'd been looking for him. That was part of his life without parole sentence he'd had, because he was apparently a convicted assaulter, I will say, of a particular kind. I was so shocked as I stared at the officer. I had no idea this man could have been stalking me for some time before I'd ever seen him. That was typical MO selecting a victim. I asked the officer why they didn't inform the public about his escape, to which I never received a direct response. When I was a young child, I was not one of those children who were afraid of monsters. They just didn't seem scary to me. Well, that has changed now. And if you were to ask me if I believe in monsters these days, my response would be very much yes. My Stories as a Park Guide, from Reagan Knows It. I've been a wilderness guide at one of America's state parks for almost a decade. I'm not going to name which one, partly because I still work there and I like this job, but also because management has made it abundantly clear they do not appreciate staff sharing certain experiences that may affect tourism. What I'm about to share with you happened over the course of my employment, and while I can't prove everything, I've tried to record the events as accurately as my memory allows. Most days are perfectly normal. I lead hiking groups, point out native plants, explain conservation efforts, and answer questions about wildlife. The park sees thousands of visitors annually, and 99% of the time, everything goes exactly as planned. It's that other 1% that keeps me awake on some nights. I'll call the first story The Observer. This incident began about 4 years into my employment. I was leading an early morning bird-watching hike when I noticed him, a tall, rail-thin man standing just off the trail. He was not dressed like our typical visitors. While most people wore appropriate hiking gear, he had on a button-up shirt, slacks, and dress shoes that looked decades out of style. Not exactly wilderness attire. He wasn't even part of my group, but I nodded politely as we passed. He didn't acknowledge me.
just stood perfectly still, watching us through thick glasses. I thought it was odd, but I figured he was just socially awkward and continued the tour. Over the next few weeks, I kept seeing the man. Always alone, always in similar outdated clothing regardless of weather, and always watching. Not the scenery, though. He was watching the people. He carried a small notebook and would write in it whenever visitors or staff did anything, however mundane. After the third sighting, I mentioned him to my supervisor. I'll just call him Dave. "Oh, you mean the accountant," Dave said with a shrug. "He's harmless. Been coming here for years." "The accountant?" I asked. "That's what we call him. Nobody knows his real name. He never causes trouble so far, so management leaves him alone." That might have been the end of it, but a month later, I was leading a geology walk when I spotted him again. This time he was methodically photographing our park vehicles in the staff parking lot. Something about his systematic approach really bothered me. During my lunch break, I decided to approach him. As I got closer, I noticed he was mapping out something in his notebook. It appeared to be the staff parking area, with license plate numbers carefully documented. "Excuse me, sir, can I help you with something?" I asked. He looked up, his expression unnervingly blank. "I'm cataloging," he said, voice flat. "Cataloging what exactly?" "Patterns, personnel movements, access points." He flipped through his notebook, showing pages of staff names, arrival times, and vehicle information. My name was in there, with surprising details about my schedule. "Why are you tracking park employees?" I asked, trying to hide my unease. "This isn't the only location," he replied, ignoring my question. "There are 17 others, all connected. Do you have special permissions?" "What? I don't understand what you mean," I said. "For the restricted areas, the non-public sections." He leaned in closer. "Have you seen anything unusual during your employment?" I radioed security, but by the time they arrived, the man had walked away. I filed a report, but management didn't seem particularly concerned. They confirmed he had been visiting regularly for at least 15 years. Yet somehow, we had no actual ID of him on file. The observer disappeared for about 6 months after that. When he returned, something was different. His hair color had changed slightly, wore different glasses, but his mannerisms and clothing style remained identical. It was as if someone had created a slightly updated version of him. He still visits occasionally. Other staff have reported him asking similar questions about restricted areas and special permissions. Management never removes him from the premises, despite some visitor complaints about his staring. Sometimes I wonder if they know exactly who he is, and that frightens me more than the man himself. The next story I'm going to share with you I'll call the Creek Crawler. This one is harder to rationalize away. It started with rumors among the seasonal guides about something living in the Northern Creek system. Most dismissed it as the usual campfire tales, used to spook newbies. But there was some consistency in the reports that made me curious. Indigenous legends of the area mentioned a skin thief, or hollow man that hunted near the water, though most anthropologists classify these as cautionary tales to keep children away from dangerous waterways. Last August, we received warning of a severe thunderstorm system approaching the park. Standard procedure is to evacuate all backcountry campsites. I was assigned to check a remote site near the Northern Creek, the same area featured in those legends. I reached the campsite around 4 p.m., with the storm front visible on the horizon. The site was abandoned, but in a concerning way. The tent was torn up, not collapsed. Personal belongings were scattered, like someone had left in a hurry, or rather a panic. But there was no blood, no obvious signs of an animal attack. Just the unsettling sense that something had gone very wrong. I radioed it in. I was told to return immediately, due to the encroaching storm. The fastest route back was the creek trail, which follows the water for about 3 miles before connecting to the main path. With darkness falling early due to the storm clouds, visibility was poor. About a mile in, I heard splashing in the creek that did not match the pattern of flowing water. Initially, I assumed it was wildlife. We've got otters and beavers and deer, but the splashing seemed to be following my movements. When I stopped, it would stop too, and when I began to walk again, it came with me. I quickened my pace, thoroughly convinced it was just my nerves and the approaching storm playing tricks on my hearing. That's when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. There was definitely something pacing me in the creek bed. In the dim light, I could only make out a vague shape, but it appeared to be moving on all fours, in this awkward, unnatural manner. It was roughly human-sized, but moved with a jerky, crawling motion. No normal person would move that way. I told myself it must be a bear, though the movement pattern was still wrong. The trail eventually crossed the creek via a small footbridge. As I hurried across, I felt something reach up from below and grab hold of my ankle, with enough force to leave a bruise. I fell hard, dropping my flashlight, which rolled away and illuminated something pulling itself up onto the bridge. What I saw in that brief moment will haunt me for the rest of my days. It had a humanoid shape, but with these long and lanky limbs. The skin was pale but appeared waterlogged, with patches missing to reveal something dark underneath. The face was horrible, almost human but distorted, with wide eyes that reflected light like an animal's would. I kicked free and scrambled backward, grabbing my hiking pole. The creature lunged at me, and I thrust the pole at it in defense. The metal tip connected with what I think was its shoulder, causing it to emit a high-pitched keening sound that did not sound human, nor animal. There was a burst of lightning, and when I looked again, the creature was gone. I ran the rest of the way back without stopping once. I reported the incident immediately, showing the dark, viscous fluid on my hiking pole and the bruises forming on my ankle. Management took the pole, documented my injuries, and placed me on paid leave for 2 weeks, officially listing it as trauma following hazardous weather conditions. When I came back to work, my pole had been replaced with a new one, and no matter what I did, they would not let me have the old one back. I was informed that my report had been filed as possible wildlife encounter, species undetermined. My requests to see the analysis of the substance in the pole were denied. Later, I learned through another guide that over the last 10 years, hikers have gone missing in that same creek area. All cases classified as presumed wilderness misadventure, and these cases had no bodies recovered. The creek section has since been closed for environmental restoration, whatever that means, and no staff are assigned there alone. I have refused all assignments in that area of the park, and management has not pushed the issue, which tells me they definitely know more than they're letting on. I'll call this next incident the White Pines Trail phenomenon. It took place during my 5th year at the park. We have a trail that's pretty famous, but I'm just going to call it White Pines Loop. It's about 4 miles of moderate hiking through one of the oldest sections of forest. This trail isn't particularly remarkable except for one strange pattern I noticed after reviewing incident reports during a safety training session. Over a span of several years, various hikers had reported a nearly identical experience. They'd somehow lost their hiking companion on the trail, despite never separating. In each case, the missing person was eventually found waiting at the trailhead, insisting they'd been there for hours after getting separated from their group. Each missing person reported feeling suddenly disoriented before finding themselves back at the trailhead. Management dismissed these as simple navigational confusion, but the similarity of the reports caught my attention. All of these incidents I read about occurred along the same half-mile stretch of trail, all between 3 o'clock and 4:30 p.m., and all during the month of October, strangely enough. So when October came around that year, I volunteered to lead as many White Pines tours as possible. I wanted to observe this stretch of trail myself. For 3 weeks, nothing unusual happened. Then on the 27th, while leading a group of 5 hikers, I got my chance. We reached the infamous section around 3:15. I was hyper-aware of my surroundings and kept counting my group over and over to be sure. The area looked fine, nothing crazy, nothing odd at all. As we rounded a bend in the trail, I did another head count. 4 hikers. Someone had gone missing. A middle-aged man I'll call Paul. He had been hiking with his wife, but he had vanished. His wife, Linda, was understandably concerned. "He was right beside me just a minute ago," she insisted. "I was telling him about the bird we saw, and when I turned to point, he was just gone." We backtracked about 50 yards. No side trails, no steep drops, nothing that could explain a sudden disappearance. So I radioed it in. We conducted a brief search of the immediate area while waiting for the backup ranger. "Did you hear anything unusual before you noticed Paul was missing?" I asked his wife. "No, nothing. But right before I noticed, I felt strange. My ears popped, and for a second everything went quiet. I thought it was just altitude or pressure." That detail wasn't in any of the reports I'd read. When the backup arrived, I was instructed to continue the hike with the remaining guests, while they conducted a more thorough search. Standard procedure would have been to evacuate everyone, so this instruction surprised me. It seemed to me that they expected Paul to turn up at the trailhead. Sure enough, when we completed the loop an hour later, there was Paul, sitting on a bench by the trailhead map. He looked unharmed, but bewildered. A park ranger was already with him, taking notes. I approached them as my group reunited with Paul, amid relieved hugs and questions. "I don't understand what happened," Paul explained. "One minute I was walking next to my wife, the next I felt dizzy. Everything went quiet, and suddenly I was standing at the start of the trail. According to my watch, that was over 2 hours ago." I checked my watch against his. Mine showed 4:45 p.m., but his had stopped at 3:17 p.m. The ranger interviewing Paul looked up at me with a warning expression. "Thanks for bringing the rest of the group back safely. I'll handle the report on this one." Later that evening, I attempted to access the incident report, but found it had been classified as a medical event, and the rest of it was restricted. When I asked my supervisor about it, he became uncharacteristically stern. "We're not going to discuss that. If it's about the White Pines, I don't want to hear it." I pressed him for more info, and the most I got from him was that some places are just weird. My final story is called The Double Hiker. It's perhaps the strangest of them all, as it defies any rational explanation I've been able to come up with. Last spring, I was leading a small group of 8 hikers on our ridgeline trail. a moderate 6-mile loop with spectacular valley views. Among them was a middle-aged woman named Karen, wearing distinctive bright yellow hiking pants and a blue windbreaker. About 2 miles in, we stopped at a small waterfall for photos and a water break. I did a quick head count. Only 7 people. Karen was missing, but no one had seen her turn back. Just as I was about to radio for assistance, another guide called in to say that Karen was actually at the main Vista point. That was confusing for me. The Vista point was still over a mile ahead. There were no shortcuts or alternate routes. I assumed there must be another woman with similar clothing, so we continued our hike. When we made it to the Vista point maybe 40 minutes later, there was Karen, taking photos of the valley. I approached her, asking if she'd somehow gone ahead of the group. "No, I've been with everyone the whole time," she insisted, looking confused by my question. I didn't push it then, figuring I may have miscounted earlier. We completed the loop and returned to the visitor center at approximately 2:30 p.m. I was filling out my tour report when, to my shock, Karen walked through the front entrance at 2:50, still wearing the same distinctive yellow pants and blue jacket. This second Karen approached me, apologizing for falling behind the group. She claimed she had stopped to photograph a bird and lost sight of us, eventually finding her way back to the center on her own. I was stunned. I checked my photos from the tour. I found images of Karen at the waterfall rest stop, and separate images of her already at the Vista point when our group arrived. In one group photo taken by another hiker, she appears in the background at the Vista point overlook, while simultaneously being captured in the foreground with our group. I discreetly showed these photos to Karen, expecting her to have some explanation, maybe a twin or a relative of some sort. The color drained from her face as she stared at the images. That's not possible," she whispered. I could see her hands shaking as she held my camera. "I was never at the overlook ahead of the group. That's me, definitely me, with the same clothes, the same everything, but it's not me. I don't remember making that pose or being there alone." When we checked the visitor center security footage, it clearly showed Karen entering with our group at 2:30, with no prior entry that day. Yet, my time-stamped photos showed her at the Vista point well before our group arrived. As Karen reviewed her own camera, her distress grew. "These aren't my photos," she said, scrolling through images of trail sections we hadn't visited, rock formations not on our route. I didn't take these. I've never seen these places." Park administration intervened quickly, taking Karen to a private office and dismissing the tour group with complimentary passes. I was ordered to complete my report without mentioning the incident and to delete any photos I'd taken. I've never seen Karen again, but occasionally I receive visitor evaluation forms where the guests reference events or conversations from my tours that I have no memory of conducting, despite being logged as the guide of record.
It haunts Chattahoochee National Forest. From Edgar. I know what I saw that night, camping along the stream in Georgia a few summers back. It still rattles me whenever I talk about it. I had just finished high school and was doing some solo traveling before college started up. I'd heard good things about the trout fishing up in Chattahoochee National Forest, so I decided to go check it out, go camp a few days along one of the rivers that runs through it. I'll never forget the drive in from Atlanta. I was feeling that sense of freedom and excitement that comes with being out on your own for the first time. The forested roads got narrower and more secluded the closer I got to the area I had marked on my map. By late afternoon, when I started setting up camp, I realized I hadn't seen another vehicle or even planes overhead for at least an hour. I wasn't nervous yet. Actually, I liked the isolation. I was out there surrounded by nothing but woods and water. I made a little fire pit, and I set up my tent as the shadows got long that first evening. I kept thinking what an awesome start to the trip. As the last light faded, I grabbed my new fishing rod and hiked over to a promising pool just downstream from my camp. Standing there as darkness fell all around me, I cast out my line. Almost immediately, simultaneously, something felt wrong. Unsettled, I glanced around me, and I felt for the first time like I was being watched from the brush. I told myself to stop psyching myself out. I stood there in the deepening gloom waiting for a bite. Then I heard a loud splashing sound across the river. I jerked towards the sound, expecting to see an animal, but the woods were still. Strange, I remember thinking. My breath sounded extra loud in the sudden silence. I tried to focus. I turned my back to fishing, and almost immediately something snatched my line and yanked back. Whatever it was pulled hard. I swore in shock, bracing myself against the pull. For several minutes, I grappled with whatever was on the other end. At first, I thought it was a huge trout, or maybe a heavy sunken log. But then the line went completely slack. I nearly toppled backwards at the abrupt lack of resistance, my heart hammering. I reeled my line in fast, half expecting to find my hook and lure shredded or missing. But they looked completely normal, undamaged when I got them up close. By then, total darkness had set in, so I shone my flashlight out at the now black woods and river. The beam only illuminated empty silence. For hours afterwards, I sat wide awake in my little tent, listening to the strangest cries I've ever heard in nature, coming from every direction just outside my camp. That was my first inkling that something bizarre lurked out there. But what I witnessed the next morning convinced me completely. I rose with the sun, exhausted from no sleep, yet oddly wired at the same time. Walking back to the river's edge in the gray dawn mist, I almost expected the night's events to already feel like a bad dream. But no sooner did I start casting into that same pool downstream when, across the water, 2 deer came walking out of the brush. Nothing too unusual at first, until I looked closer in the low morning light. One of the deer had a long, gruesome gash across its furry neck that glistened red and wet. Dangling loosely from the nasty cut was a chain with my lure still attached, glinting crimson as it swung. My breath left my body in horrified understanding. The lure hanging grotesquely from the gashed neck clearly belonged to me. The red paisley pattern on the skirt was one of a kind, custom made. But I'd checked my tackle box just last night and it was still there. So someone had come into my camp, gone through my belongings while I lay frozen in my tent, unable to identify those chilling cries, then used my own lure to attack this helpless creature. The injured deer stared directly at me, its eyes glazed with what looked like unnatural intention. It was as if it was forcing me to witness its own suffering, fighting every instinct, urging me to run. I knew I had to help the poor animal somehow, or put it out of its misery. I managed to unsnag my pocket knife and flashlight from where I'd abandoned them on the rocky bank the night before. Cautiously crossing the water towards the deer while scanning desperately for predators, I felt totally exposed, wading across the narrow stretch of river. The icy water numbed my legs to the point I stumbled over submerged roots and rocks, but I had to lock my senses onto getting to that deer. By the time I emerged, soaking wet, onto the opposite bank a few yards downstream from the animal, I realized even if I could cut it free, its wound was beyond my first aid abilities. As I hesitantly approached the huffing, struggling deer, part of me registered that it was unusual for the creature not to have already run from me, almost like something was prohibiting its movement, preventing its escape. The deer's dark eyes tracked my movements with an eerie cognition. Its nostrils kept flaring, not with the effort to breathe, but almost like it was trying to speak to me. I know it sounds crazy. My hand shook as I reached with the knife towards the bloody gash, desperate to grant this helpless being mercy. Just before I made contact, a blast of fetid air rushed from the deer's mouth directly into my face. I stumbled back, gagging on the unnatural stench as a strange hissing noise seemed to form within the breath, almost language-like in its cadence, before it shifted into an anguished animal bleat. The deer's legs buckled in the same moment. I cried out, lurching forward to catch the creature in my arms as my knife clattered to the stones. Our eyes still locked in a bizarre connection as I eased the spasming animal to the ground. Blood continued to pump from the yawning neck wound, now soaking into my clothes and skin. Then, with a final, almost grateful look from its deep brown eyes, the deer went still. I knelt over its body for I don't know how long, sobbing and shaking as the summer insects buzzed loudly around us. When I finally looked up and surveyed my surroundings, I had the disorienting sensation that the trees themselves had crowded closer in my distress, like spectators to a show. I knew in my bones more dark things lurked behind the silent trunks of those trees. I still wasn't prepared for the next discovery that would confirm that nothing in these woods was as it seemed. I'm not proud to admit it, but after witnessing the deer's agonizing last moments, I scrambled back over the scream in blind panic, without even cleaning the bloody tackle off my arms. I also left my knife and flashlight, abandoned again, on the far bank in my hysteria to get away. There was no unseeing that awful sight, nor forgetting that lingering stench of decomposition that had flooded my nostrils when the deer had expelled its final wretched breath into my gaping mouth. Stumbling through the dim woods, I swatted madly at swarming insects, attracted to the bloodstains on my skin and clothes. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was not alone out here, because whoever, or whatever, had done that to the deer and had snuck into my campsite at night was still out there. By the time I reached my little camp, it was already mid-morning. I knew I had to leave, though, gathering whatever gear I could, leaving whatever I couldn't behind. As I hastily shoved a few possessions into my backpack, with quaking mud-caked hands, a flock of crows burst from the treetops suddenly, cawing in loud agitation before going silent. The creatures seemed to hover motionless above my campsite, their dark outlines stark against the overcast sky. I forced myself to move faster, despite the frozen panic roaring in my ears. Before long, I was clambering into the driver's seat of my old sedan when I heard it. The sing-song voice of a little girl, calling out right behind my vehicle. "Wait, mister. We found your toy. Don't you want it?" Every nerve ending ignited at once in my system as I whirled around to confront whoever had come into my camp. But when I turned back, I was met with only forest. No matter how long I looked and stared at each tree and thicket, I appeared to be alone. After a moment, though, I spotted something lying on the edge of the dirt road that was not there a few seconds earlier. A child's tea set, made of weathered plastic and missing a few pieces. It was deliberately placed behind my rear tire,
Across the tiny cups and soiled saucers, a huge, offensively bright fishing lure had been draped like a special gift. My lure, again, returned straight from the gory neck wound of the fallen deer. I did not stop to investigate. I simply gunned the engine as a girlish laughter began to erupt all around, interlaced with the crow's warning cries. Even flooring the gas pedal, my car seemed to crawl through the thick woods for agonizing minutes before finally breaking past the last clutching tree branches onto a paved road. I peeled out so fast, the tires squealed for nearly a mile. When the bright, welcoming glow of distant civilization first crested into view after several miles, I cried like a little boy. Ever since then, I have not come back, though I do still have the occasional nightmare. Dreams of ghostly little girls in the woods and dead or dying deer. Just keep this in mind if you're ever out in the Georgia woods. There's something out there. Those forests are very haunted.